Good morning, everybody. As you can see at the top left of your screen, it's time trial session. Part of our race day Sunday for the fourth round of the Patron Philippine Motorsports Championships back here at Clark International Speedway. In the background, as you can see, still chilly looking Pampanga in the background. Yes, we are here at Clark. This is part of Pampanga, right at the former air base. Now, this segment of the former air base, is the fastest racetrack in the Philippines. We call it Clark International Speedway. The AMSOIL Silent RBG RSC time trial session is on. As you can see, Angelo Magtoto is fastest. He's been doing a lot of sub 2-minute runs. Getting close, getting into the 158s. Yeah, he's doing 159.077. Right now, we're seeing one of the Honda Civic FDs in this time trial session. If we're not mistaken, this is batch 1. According to our schedules, this is batch 1 for their time trial session. The AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC. Car number 89. Yeah, that is Romeo Arbizo. Carbon fiber hood for this Honda Civic FD. Carbon fiber trunk. And there goes Uncle Edwin Rodriguez. Honda Civic number 77. So far, his fastest is 2 minutes 15.6. We are yet to see Romeo Arbizo's time. Maybe he just started up his session. Uncle Edwin. Now we got over here the red hatchback. Car number 69. Kevin Serrano, car number 69 on your screens. The fastest lap of that red hatchback is 2 minutes 17.3. You can see also a blue hatchback and now a white hatchback chasing up that red favorite weapon of choice. And there goes number 32. Leo Candava, none other than from Team MRC, Team Lewy's Performance. Looking like the red hatchback is making way for the white to be able to pass. All right, we're going to make way for batch 2 in just a little while. As you heard on the radio, they're requesting that we get the batch 2 drivers ready for their time trial session. Attention, AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC batch 2. Batch 2 for the AMSOIL Silent Tire Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Batch 2, please get ready for your time trial session. Romeo Arbizo now was able to clock into 239.5. Romeo Arbizo on that Honda Civic FD. He's from Team Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. Now we're looking at the BKC Supra, number 29, of none other than Manuel Chua Jr. Black BKC Supra. Looks so mean. It is fast. It is the third fastest car on this time trial session, with a time of 2:08.5. Now we're looking at the French driver, Dominic Bond, the RL prepared, or Ron Lucera Motorsports prepared Toyota Vios hatchback. They call that the Yaris from the 00s. Dominic Bond clocking in 2:23.9 as his best so far. 2 minutes 23.9. Honda Civic number 69 over here. The red car you see on your screens is Kevin Dave Serrano of Cabana 2 and Auto Club. RL Motorsports prepared red Honda Civic hatchback. So far, it's been doing 217.3. Best time of 217.3. You could see a maroon EK a few seconds ago. I wonder what's the car number of that white car. Let's double check who that is. White Honda Civic with a tall wing. Oh, that's car number 10. That's Kenneth Bernardo. Kenneth Bernardo, another one from Cabana 2 and Auto Club in collab with RL Motorsports. Another one prepped by Ron Lucero. That car number 10, capable of doing 2:16, 2 minutes 16.7. Leo Candava, he was able to do 2:28. 2:28.7 is his fastest. Leo Candava, Team MRC, Team Lowey's Performance. Earlier, Uncle Edwin Rodriguez of Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. We saw him and his Honda Civic FD. He ends up 5th fastest off of that session with a time of 2 minutes 15. 2 minutes 15.6. Just right behind Roro Cruz. Roro Cruz 88. That's one of the Honda Civic FL5 Type Rs from Shedworks Cab Speed. He is 4th fastest in that time trial session with a time of 209.279. The top 3 goes Angelo Magtoto fastest, 2nd, Mark Savino, 3rd, Manuel Chua. Let's go, batch 2. Batch 2 drivers are lining up for our AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC. AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC batch 2 time trial session. Ooh, we could see a Hyundai Accent. In front of it, it's a Mitsubishi Lancer. In front of that Mitsubishi Lancer is another Mitsubishi Lancer number 71. In front of that Mitsubishi Lancer, oh. We're going to double check later on. We could see some Yaris's, a lot of Yaris's. Very nice. And of course, a lot of Honda Civics. Shout out to Amazing G. Good luck, racers. Shout out to Rose Marie Perolina. Good luck to Mark Francis Tanlu. Shout out to Beej. Good morning from us here at Clark International Speedway. We are proudly brought to you by Aguila Auto Glass. Visit AguilaAutoGlass.com. Aguila Auto Glass since 1952. Here we go. As you can see, we're now opening the track. Track is now open for the time trial session for batch 2. Batch 2 for the BGRC Bracket and Grid Racing Championships presented by AMSOIL Racing and Silent Tire Motorsport. The first in synthetics, AMSOIL. And Silent Tire Motorsport. With you through every turn, Silent Tire. The AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC time trial session. Earlier was for batch 1. Now it is for batch 2. And previous to this, we had the United GT time trial session. Yes, we're going to have the United GT races today. The United GT Racing Series, a unique same make battle series where you get to see head-to-head action featuring some of the Philippines' fastest performance cars the Gazoo Racing Supras, the Yaris's, the Gazoo Racing Yaris's, the Gazoo Racing 86s, and the GT 86s. Also, we're going to feature some Nissan Zeds, Lotuses, yeah, the Lotus cars, the Honda Type Rs, and a whole lot more. In partnership with Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi Lubricants, featuring Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, trusted and used by the majority of the cars on today's grid for the United GT Racing Series. Get ready for those. It's going to happen later on before the lunch break. We're going to have the first race of the day for the United GT Series. Same make, same fight, pure racing. A whole lot of close quarters racing. Definitely fast cars. A lot of wheel-to-wheel moments. Get ready for that later on today as well. It's scheduled at around 11:25 Philippine Standard Time. Time right now is 9:15. Yeah, get ready for the United GT Racing Series. Race 1 happens later on at 11:25. But for now, you get a closer look of a great lineup of Toyotas, Hondas for batch 2 of our BGRC time trial session. Here goes Taffy. And oh, there goes Luis Moreno and his Mitsubishi Lancer. There goes LJ Van Ligan and his Mitsubishi Lancer. So 2 white Mitsubishi Lancers are here. And there's another one from the previous generation to that white Mitsubishi Lancer you see. Looking like, according to the list we see here, now we're going to double check who that is, who's on the other Mitsubishi Lancer or the third Mitsubishi Lancer on the lineup. This is the drifting Yaris of 311 Auto Spa by Jeward Policarpio. Yesterday's sessions featured him going sideways in the different sectors of the track. You could actually screen record and repost it and have fun watching it. Jeward Policarpio right there in that white Yaris with the 1118 number on the front door. Plus a great number of more Toyotas. Plenty more of those Toyotas in the lineup today. Marcus Young, Jamil Lacuna, Gav Quintos, LJ Panligan, Earl Ampano, Martin Lu, Alan Escoto. Keylord Perez is the other guy in that previous generation Mitsubishi Lancer. They call it the Eggy Lancer Itlog. And Luis Moreno is in that Pizza Pie Mitsubishi Lancer. LJ Mutok is in one of the Yaris. MC De Leon, Brian Basa, Jerwin Hawson. This is Jerwin Hawson on your screens in his yellow hatchback, EK hatchback. And Mark Sakilabon is also on this lineup. Jackson Garlejo, also part of this. Look at that, it's a Honda Civic EF. And a nice livery to that Toyota Yaris. Huge shout outs to the team of Alan Escoto. Yeah, it's Alan Escoto's team getting these awesome designs to these liveries possible for especially the HG Motorsports cars. That's Alan Escoto in that maroon Toyota Vios. You saw that on the right side of your screen. You're going to see that at the bottom of your screens in just a little while. Now, that's Earl Ampano, number 61. Keylord Perez on the Mitsubishi Lancer. And on the Honda Civic EF, we'll find out who that is once again, according to what we see here on our timing screen. Shout out to Jules. Jules Dial, good morning. Thanks for joining us. 9:18 in the morning on a sunny Sunday. Yes, these are live videos happening here at Pampanga, Clark, Pampanga, where you could find Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the country. It could allow superbikes to run more than 300 kph on the main straight, above 250 kilometers per hour on the back stretch. That's really fast. If you're on a superbike, yeah. So you can just imagine these cars and some of the supercars we are going to be seeing here as well from the United GT series. Shout out to Team Go Factory. Good morning. Have a safe race, everyone. Says Go Factory straight out of the FB Live comment section. There goes a look at Luis Moreno, sim racing champion Luis Moreno and his Mitsubishi Lancer number 16. So far, he's been doing 2 minutes 42.9 is his fastest. 2 minutes 42.9. A little bit of a lean on that turn. This is actually the second hairpin. This is now the backstretch leading to the Acacia Curve, leading to the TGR heavy braking zone, left-hander. Shout out to Berman Diaz Verador. Good morning. Good luck to LJ Panlican and Keylord Perez. And everybody from LA Performance. Shout outs to Byron Maurice. Good luck as well. Hello to Ricardo Orarute, become legendary. Good morning. Yeah. After this one, we're going to make way for the first race of the day, the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. But for now, we're going to allow our bracket and grid racing championships participants to clock in. Very important time trial runs. This is going to be the determinant of their positions on the grid race. And this is where they calculate what nominated laps they need to submit to the timing team here at Clark International Speedway for the bracket race. Yeah, in bracket racing, you have to submit your nominated lap, the amount of time or that certain lap that you know you could easily avoid overrunning. Yeah, you would not want to be going faster than your nominated lap. That could easily mean it's going to be a breakout, and you don't want to end up with a breakout. That's what bracket racing is all about. HG Motorsports in full force. See a lot of those Yaris's with the Motul logo? That's them. Also, Team J Mag are all out over here. They have a good amount of participants as well representing Team J Mag. We're looking at car number 19. That's Raihan Iftikhar, another one from Team J Mag, as mentioned. Shout out to Lito Macaligar. What up, Lito? Good luck to JR Gan. Boy champion JR Gan. Shout out to Sir Dennis. Uy! Good morning, Sir Dennis. LJ Panlican has a purple. Yeah, that means he has the fastest lap of this session. This is batch 2 of the AMSOIL Silent Top BGRC. 221.6. Fastest lap of the session. Ooh, number 38, Byron Bassat. That's a nice looking Honda Civic sedan, the EG variant of the Honda Civic. LJ Panligan, the AMSOIL Mitsubishi Lancer number 71 from Mech Automotive or LA Performance. Shout out to Paolo Ayeras. Good luck to all racers. Yeah, you got to be present next time, man. We don't want you missing out, Paolo. Make sure you represent next time. Shout out to everybody from HG Motorsports and everybody from Mojaco's. Good luck, racers from Jules Dial. Good morning to all of you. Great to see your messages up in here. We are live at the Clark International Speedway official FB page. We're also on FB Live over at the Philippine Grand Touring Championships official FB account, and also at the BGRC Bracket and Good Racing Championships official FB page. And live on YouTube, Motorsports PH on YouTube, for the HD version of this broadcast. You just saw Keylor Perez. He's sixth fastest in this time trial session with a time of 230.488. Philippine GT drivers, please get ready. Attention participants for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships, please get ready. You guys are going to be next for checker flagging this session. The AMSOIL Silent Top VGRC time trial wraps up. with a golden rear bumper. And that is Michael Xander Perez, top qualifier in GT1 from B Racing Development, the Honda Integra, rolling out. Yeah, the white car you see over there with the tall wing, that's Honda Integra by Michael Xander Perez of B Racing Development. And there's also Francois Fernandez, the Team Dream Mag. He's from GT2. There he goes, Francois Fernandez and his Honda Civic FD. Part of the mid-pack battles of GT2. There goes one of our top contenders in GT2, Luis Camus of Camus Racing in collab with Team MRC, Team Lois Performance. And of course, leading into the start of round 4 over here today is none other than Will Christian Lucas. We'll see him later on in his yellow Honda Civic from Team Edgeport. There goes our official pace car, the Mazda Philippines official pace car. Track is now open. Let's go. Last call for those participants who need to be on the grid. You would not want to end up starting your race on the pit lane. I'm sure they would not want that, so they got to be on time. Track is now open. Before you run out of time, please bring your cars to the grid right now. You could see, we saw Marky Young, our P1 qualifier on GT3. GT3 is the fastest category for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships from Yokohama by Yokohama Tires Philippines, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fliva. So far in GT3, the battles go like this. Kim Lagman has 107 points after 3 rounds. We have a total of 6 rounds. Yeah, from the halfway mark, Marky Young is around, well, has garnered 55 points in the past 3 rounds. He's been having a very dramatic race in the past weekends that we had for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. 2 rounds at the BRC, the Batangas Racing Circuit, and 1 round at Clark International Speedway. And here goes another high-speed round over here. Clark International Speedway, round number 4. This guy is in the lead, points-wise, after 3 rounds. Kim Lagman. Or, yeah. This is actually Miguel. This is Miguel Lagman, right? Car number 12? Yes, it is the little brother of Kim Lagman, car number 12. He's got 84 points. He's got the second most number of points, leading to round number 4 here after 3 rounds, yes. 84 points for Miguel Lagman. Now we got over here Kyle Colliadas. He's got the 3rd most number of points, 74 points. He's from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. This is his weapon of choice. Car number 8, the Honda Civic EK hatchback. Yeah! You are 3rd, man. P3 in the points after 3 rounds. 2 rounds at the Batangas Racing Circuit. Another round at Clark International Speedway. Right here now, round number 4. Back at it. Another of the high-speed rounds. Clark International Speedway. And this is the man. He is so relaxed. He's got 107 points entering round number 4. Way to go, Mr. Golden Wheel awardee. He goes by the name of Kim Lagman. There he is. He doesn't feel any kind of pressure. He makes it look easy. He's got an awesome team behind him, you know. Two Brothers Racing Team in collab with Edgeport, led by Coach Edgen Diliaco, the champions maker, and of course with Force Speed by Sir Jeffrey De Leon. Now, this is the guy with the most number of points in GT2. 107 points as well. That's for the GT2 category. The mid-pack category, that is Will Christian Lucas from Team Edgeport. He's got a lot of reasons to relax over here as well, but of course, not too complacent, because this guy, who has 89 points, second most number of points in GT2, Luis Campos III, is going to be out to try to win the biggest number of points in the next half of the season. 3 rounds to go. We are now round number 4. We're going to have round 5, and then the final round, round number 6. Now this is Francois Fernandez. He's the third. He's got the third most number of points. 74 points into the season after 3 rounds, after the halfway mark. Francois Fernandez at Team J-Mag doing an exciting job for J-Mag over here to be in the running for top honors in GT2. But of course, Will Christian Lucas clocking in 107 very impressive points. Now we are looking at our top qualifier in GT1, and he also has the most number of points overall. He's got 110 points, man, entering round number 4 after 3 rounds. 110 points garnered by this young driver, Xander Perez of B Racing Development, and his weapon of choice, the Honda Integra Type R, the DC2 variant. And we have over here third most number of points grabbed by this young driver, literally young driver, and he is Mr. Rich Young, driver 777 from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. He is at number 3 so far in the standings. And right up here, he's got 92 points after 3 rounds, representing Crane Cat Trading Services, representing Aglaya, representing RL Motorsports, representing AMS Oil Racing. He goes by the name of Kielka Basal. He has 92 points in the rounds so far here on the 2026 season of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships from Yokohama Tires Philippines, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fleva. They're all using the Yokohama Advan Fleva tires. Shout out to Toby Gonzalez. Good luck to everybody. Good luck to Lance Toon of Banayad Racing, says Toby. Good morning to Marlon D'Aliva. Good morning. Hello to Deb Rosal. What up, Deb? The fast racer from Iloilo. What up, man? Good luck and enjoy racing. I miss the feeling. Yeah, we miss you over here, too. Make sure you come on over next time and flex those muscles when it comes to fast racing straight out of Iloilo. Thank you, Deb, for watching. All those who are watching, make sure you click share for this FB Live broadcast to appear on your wall. We await for the warm-up lap to begin. There's going to be a parade lap, a.k.a. warm-up lap, and then it's going to be 9 laps with a threat of rain. Yeah, according to the weather update, there'll be isolated rains or isolated thunderstorms that could come our way. Today's Sunday here at the Clark area. That could happen around 12 noon. That's around 45% chance of rain. But overall, according to the weather app, it's going to be 90% chances of rain today. According to the specifics, around 12 noon, a 45% chance of rain could happen. Good morning to all of you. Shout out to Isa Reyes Garcia. What up? Here we go. The Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships featuring the Advan Fleva from Yokohama Tires Philippines. They're all rolling out of their grid spots. This is for the warm-up. This is turn 1. That's where they go after turn 1. Elevated sector, a little bit of a banked corner, left-hander. And from there, they go downhill for the corkscrew left and quickly right, looking like a corkscrew. That's why they call it a corkscrew segment. And then the back stretch of the track aftermath of the corkscrew. That's the Porsche stretch. This is where they're going to see the first hairpin of the track left-hander. There goes our pole position guy, Marky Young. 888 from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited with a time of 2:24.070 on yesterday's session. Yeah, qualifying session happened yesterday. Let's see if he could try to get the most number of points today, but he's been having a very dramatic race weekend in the past 3 rounds. Yeah, we're now over here at round number 4. We kicked it off at the BRC for round 1, and round 2 also happened at the BRC. And then round 3, we went here at Clark International Speedway around July, last month, of course. Now, August over here we are. Round number 4, back at Clark International Speedway, featuring the 4.1 kilometer racetrack, fastest racetrack in the Philippines. 18 turns. We're doing the clockwise route. As we can see, this is the aftermath of the Acacia Curve. This is now the big loop. A little bit of a bank is also going on this turn. A huge right-hander for these guys. After the big loop, they get to encounter the double chicane sector. There goes the double chicane. Some of them are already there. They make a right, and then they could jump on the curbs on the left, and then jump on the curbs on the right, and another curb comes to them on the left side to welcome the Audi Sport Arc. That Audi Sport Arc sector is the final turn before the main straight, which requires a lot of respect, especially in case the track gets wet. If a disrespect to preparations come or happen, well, they could end up on either side of the wall on the main straight. The main straight is also the drag strip. On a superbike, you could go more than 300 kilometers per hour on this segment of Clark International Speedway. That's fast. And on a car, of course, it depends on the gears and the ratios you're going to be using and the rev limits that you and the team are going to set to the car. Definitely above 200 kph on the main straight. And it's going to be a drag race to turn 1. Pole position goes to number 888. As you can see, the EG hatchback of Marky Young. He's right there on the left side of the screen. So you can see the red lights will be, which will be turned on one by one on the bottom left of the monitor you're looking at. Number 12, that is Miguel Lagman of TBR Edge Sport in collab with Forest Speed. Red lights on and off we go. 9 laps begin right about now. Let's see who would like to have the big number of points. So look at the drag race over here. 90s Honda Civic versus 00's big Honda Civic. He's got the inside line advantage, Marky Young, but look at the pace. Getting clocked in by the Honda Civic FD of Miguel Lagman. Or that's actually Miguel indeed. Now Kim right at the tail of Marky Young here. Yeah, that is Kim Lagman, the one with the orange and gray combination to the livery. Well, of course, Miguel Lagman has the orange, red, and white combination. So this is Marky, followed by Kim, followed by Carol. 1, 2, and 3. Marky in the red hatchback, the race leader. Building up the pressure. Kim Lagman right there with a huge Civic FD. And making a move to position number 3, Miguel Lagman. Oh, Carol Collantes loses position. Now this is going to be exciting, how he's going to fight back. Yeah, car number 12, that is, of course, Miguel. Carol with a K, position number 4. He's another from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, another of our talented drivers from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. It's a 3-way battle leading to the Acacia Curve right there. You saw Will Christian Lucas's yellow Civic. Yeah, so much action going on. We're definitely on the edge of our seats right here. What a morning, what a Sunday morning, 9:51. There it is. Will Christian Lucas having a battle against Francois Fernandez. This is for the GT2 dogfights. GT2, J-Mag on the race lead. Will Christian Lucas with a good amount of number on his season so far. Cannot afford to, ending up with an incident. But of course, Luis Camus actually is the leader of the pack in GT2. Now for GT3 right over here, Marky Young leads the convoy. Still he defends his pole position spot, his race lead. And you all know Kim Lagman, the Golden Wheel awardee. Yeah, he's very capable of playing this kind of game. He's going to make you feel you got the good amount of pace that he cannot beat and until the final few turns or maybe in the final 3 laps of the race. That's a good tactic. Maybe he got it from, the wise words of Coach Edgen Diliaco. He's definitely a champions maker for something. Oh, there you go. Back to P1. Will Christian Lucas back on the race lead in GT2. Francois gets relegated to he's still at P2. Actually, the one who got relegated was Luis Camus III. He was actually on the lead in that category earlier. While for GT1, we could see Kiel Cabasal's car in front of the Integra of Michael Xander Perez. There it goes. Will Christian Lucas of Team Edge Sport and building up pressure. The J-Mag, as you can see, a huge J-Mag logo going on there. That big Civic. Looking at it over here, size-wise, there's not much size difference, but maybe it is indeed. A lot of people would consider it. The Honda Civic FD is a bigger platform compared to the EKs and the EGs from the 90s. This one's from the 00s, of course. Now, Markey on the inside line advantage preserves position number 1, but the build up of the momentum by Kim Lagmani goes for a side mirror to side mirror look against the race leader, Marky Young. Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited still on P1 right up in here. And, of course, CBR Edgeport 4Speed putting the pressure on the race leader. Guess who's back in the top 3? Carol Colliantes in that red and white EK hatchback, ready to help out teammate Marky Young. Same goes Miguel Lagman over there, close by, making sure Kuya, Big Brother Kim, is ready to be supported. Yeah, 2 of the TBR guys and, of course, 2 of the Mark Young Racing guys right here on the fastest category of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. We call this GT3. These are the ones that are eyeing for the Golden Wheel Award in the Golden Wheel Awards that is going to happen next year in the first quarter of 2027. There they are, drag racing to turn 1. Who is going to be 2026's Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring? 2025 Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring is Kim Lagman. He lost the position to Carol. Oh, a little bit of a nudge on the quarter panel of Carol Colliantes. He ended up facing the opposite direction, as you can see. I'm sure that's going to be investigated, and there's going to be camera footages that need to be submitted, and of course CCTV footages that needed to be reviewed by our race officials at Race Control, right up at the 3rd floor. Still it is Kim at position number 2. Now Miguel Lagman has got position number 3 here. Carol is back to working his way back up to the top 3. Yeah, so far he's been very patient here. I'm sure he's furious that thing had to happen, but, this is how he counters it. He works his way to fight back. He's got the inside line advantage getting into the Acacia Curve here, and he returns to position number 3. Kyle Colliantes, excellent job. Well, Miguel Lagman tried his best to come up with a solution to that hot pursuit by Carol Colliantes in that white and red hatchback. But Miguel Lagman, yeah, as you can see, he's not yet done. He's still responding to what Carol Colliantes is doing over here. Something for the team, something for the points as well. Remember, these guys are in the top 3. Miguel at P3 so far in the championship standings. Carol is 2nd in the championship standings. Or allow me to correct myself. Carol is in 3rd. Miguel is 2nd, and top is Kim Lagman. It's been very hectic for Marky Young, and looking like he is looking for that momentum. Finally, he is getting it. There he goes. Race leader, pole position qualifier, Marky Young. And creating a huge gap here. His race lead has increased to 3.5 seconds now. But the thing is, Kim Lagman doesn't need to worry about this one unless he doesn't end up P2. That's going to be so crucial for Kim Lagman's campaign for 2026. And as you can see, that is not what we want, or for sure some of the teams would not want, but others, they are eyeing for that kind of weather that could come our way. Cloudy, gray skies in the background, expecting rain. 90% chances of rain today, and a 35% chance of rain starting at 12 noon. And it's only 9:57, so there's a probability of a wet race in the afternoon later on. But for now, take a look at the handiwork of Carol Colliantes. You know, it was really a good amount of patience, but oh, something is flapping right at the back of that Honda Civic, and it automatically shredded off. Lightweight modification activated for the Carol Colliantes Honda Civic EK hatchback. Here goes the Honda Civic EG hatchback of our race leader, Marky Young from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. P1 during qualifying, P1 with 6 laps to go. He has the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.6. Kim Lagman's pace so far is 2:18.9. All you Kim Lagman fans, no need to worry. He doesn't feel the need to increase the pace. He just needs to preserve position number 2 on the finish right now. And be better in the afternoon race. Yeah, this is race 1 right now, the morning session of our Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championship. Later on in the afternoon, there'll be race 2 around 2 o'clock. It is going to be scheduled at 2 p.m. where the chances of rain is going to be close to 50%. Look at the amount of clouds in the background. Gray skies all over that segment of the track on that shot by Team Mad Films led by Banjo de Guzman. And there goes the drag race. They go nonstop with the exchanges here. That is Miguel Lagman versus Carol Colliantes. Miguel getting the better of it. Miguel now owns the new purple of the race. The new fastest lap of the race is by Miguel Lagman on that car number 12. Oh, but he loses position to Carol Colliantes once again. Miguel's fastest lap is a 2:14, 2 minutes 14.5. Beautiful job over here by Miguel Lagman. And the most impressive of them all is this young driver, literally young. He goes by the name of Marky Young from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. So impressive since yesterday. His race lead now is around 2.4 seconds against top contender number 1 in the championship standings. We're talking about Kim Lagman, the Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring for season 2025. Amazing stuff right here. Carol returns to position 3. Miguel is back to reworking the impressive maneuver he did a while ago, returning to the top 3. He needs those very important points to preserve his position in the championship standings. And Kim Lagman also needs to continue on finishing on this high level. With chances also, he's still on striking distance. He's going to try to be on striking distance to grab the number 1 spot from Marky Young, that is for sure. Although so far now, ooh, if you're going to look at the time, he was able to become faster. He was able to flex his level of pace, his true pace. Kim Lagman could do 2:14.8 versus the 2:15.9 of Marky Young. Looking like heat soak issues already now being counted by Marky Young. Hopefully that's not gonna be the cause of him losing position number 1. So the gap earlier was more than 2 seconds. Now it is just 1.7 seconds. Whoa! Now 1.1 seconds now is the gap between the race leader, Marky Young, and Kim Lagman. Kim Lagman is doing the chase. 4 laps to go. In 3 laps time, he's going to be on striking distance again. Take a look at this. This gap right now, that's how it looks like. Maybe around less than a second now. Marky Young, P1. Kim Lagman is a guy in that Honda Civic with 4 doors. The Honda Civic with 3 doors. That's our race leader, Marky, the hatchback guy. So far, the previous lap was a 2:16.0 by Marky Young, and Kim McMahon did 2 minutes 14. 2 seconds faster than Marky Young here. No wonder he's at the rear bumper right now, that hatchback. Wow. Masterful driving, getting flexed over here by the Golden Wheel awardee and Grand Touring for 2025 for a very big reason. And no wonder he's got more than 100 points, 107 points in the past 3 rounds over here, because he's capable of doing this. Marky Young defends with all his might. He's going to be selecting the inside line, that's for sure, to cover. Maybe later on. The overtaking spot for Kim Lagman would be on the double chicane, maybe. But so far now, he is so close. He could smell probably the sweat of Marky Young from here. Ooh, so close. I'm sure, yeah, Marky Young is seeing that Honda Civic, the bigger Honda Civic here, is so big on his side view mirrors, rear view mirror, double chicane sector, as you can see. Tapping on the brakes. Definitely Kim Lagman feathering his pace right there. Just a little bit. And he's got a good amount of pace advantage against Marky Young over here. This is where he could prep it up. The final turn to the main straight. But that EG hatchback has got also some good legs on that segment of the track. Here it goes on the main straight. Yeah, Kim Lagman not close enough. Let's see, he's going to try the outside line, the less momentum loss outside line. Trail brakes onto turn 1. Everybody's trail braking onto turn 1 right there. Whoa! Carol Galliano so close to the rear bumper, to the quarter panel of Kim Lagman. They are bunched up right here. This is the fastest segment of the Yokohama Philippine GT3. 2:15. 2:14 actually is the fast lap of the race. 2:14.5. That's courtesy of Miguel Lagman. Oh, wait a minute. Now Cal Gallantes, well, he did a little bit of too late when it comes to braking right there. Is it raining? Looking like it's drizzling now, according to updates we're seeing over here. Some segments of the track are now getting drizzles. Yeah, wipers are on for Kim Lagman, also for Marky Young, Carol Collantes. So P1 for Marky, followed by Kim, followed by Carol. Your top 3 so far. Of course, Miguel right there hanging on. Carol dives on the inside line right there, the Acacia curve. He maintains control of the car this time. Can Kim Lagman respond to return to P2? Oh, let's go. Pull it back, pull it back. There it is. Okay, there you go. We can see it now. Carol Collantes positions himself a very ideal spot for Marky Young. Yep, those are Mark Young racing cars for positions 1 and 2. And TBR Edge Sport 4-speed for positions 3 and 4. Right after this Yokohama Philippine GT, we're going to make way for our Mini Coopers for the Phil Mini Racers pre-final here at round number 4 of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships here at Clark International Speedway. Round number 4 of the FIMO's events here with Marky Young on a beautiful spot, having Carol Collantes behind him. Carol, he is like the Valtteri Bottas to Lewis Hamilton or the Rubens Barrichello to Michael Schumacher. Carol Collantes, excellent in doing that job. He actually becomes very impressive of a driver when track conditions become wet. Ooh, he grabs an opportunity to be at number 1 over here. Carol Collantes. This is for the team. This is for the team. This is what Carol Collantes is doing. This is for the team. Remember, he is at the top 3 of the championship standings. This is also the eye to grab the Golden Wheel Award in Grand Touring for season 2026. With a result like this and something similar also in the afternoon session here around number 4, all throughout the rest of the rounds of season 2026, he's going to be up to bring on the pressure to race leader in the championship standings, Kim Lagman. Kim Lagman is now right there, position number 3. So it's Carol at P1, Marky at P2, and of course, Kim, followed by Miguel, the Lagman brothers, for positions 3 and 4. Yeah, I'm sure Miguel is right over there having some cloud on his thoughts right there, talking to his Kuya. Let's go, Kuya. Let's go chase those Mark Young racing boys. But the thing is, it could be the setup. They were not expecting this early chance of rain. That's why it's a forecast. It's bound to change, and here it is. We were expecting it around 12 noon, but it happened right now, 10 o'clock, 2 hours earlier than expected. But it was a declared 90% chance of rain, 90% chances of rain today. And we got 2 laps remaining up in here. We could see the yellow car of Will Christian Lucas. That means he's number 1 in GT2. And Kielka Basal, another one with a yellow on the livery, is number 1 in GT1. Michael Xander Perez is at position 3 in GT1. All you Michael Xander Perez fans out there, like Esther Dayandante on the comment section. Good luck, Michael Xander. Good luck. God bless. Will Christian Lucas, number 1. You saw that yellow car over there. Number 1 on GT2. And number 1 on GT3, that's Carol Colliantes in the white and red hatchback, EK hatchback. Carol with a K. Carol Shelby Colliantes for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. This is the final lap of the race. The morning race. Race 1. There's going to be another one in the afternoon. Very crucial. Big number of points about to be garnered by Carol Colliantes. If you're going to look at the championship standings, look at the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships official FB page. Yeah, the Philippine Grand Touring Championships FB page update. You'll see there the point standings of these drivers after the half of the season is done. This is the second half now starting. This is round number 4. Clark International Speedway high-speed round, and it's raining. The Advan Fleva. I guess those are the favorite tires of Carol Colliantes when it's raining. Look at how he's performing. Carol Colliantes with a 224.7, while others are stuck on 225s. That's how impressive Carol Colliantes is when it comes to this type of wet weather. We call him now the Rainmaster from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. I'm getting goosebumps over here looking at how this guy has flexed his level of talent here. Magnificent job. Close to getting a big number of points. Biggest of them all versus these very talented drivers on this lineup. Kim Lagman at P3, Miguel Lagman at P4. Marky right there. He needs these numbers of points as well. P2 on the finish right over here for race 1. Get ready for race 2 later on. That's going to be extra exciting, that's for sure, at 2 o'clock later on. Well, for now, let's give the biggest congratulations to Carol Colliantes. Whoa, wait a minute. It is going to be Marky Young getting the bigger points compared to teammate Carol. Was it a decision? Well, so far we can see here Marky Young finished P1 and Carol finished P2. Kim finished P3, Miguel at P4. And now for P1 on GT2. Let's see. Let's wait for the yellow Honda Civic of Will Christian Lucas from Team Edgeport. Another the team's managed by Champions
Carol
Maker.
Colliantes. Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, taking a look at the instant replay courtesy of Mad Films. Yes, indeed, it was Marky Young finishing ahead of Carol Colliantes on that photo finish. Shout out to Leomar Galleria Diamante. What up, man? Happy racing, sir. Hello to Christine Colliantes. Yeah, Mr. Rainmaster, indeed, Carol Colliantes. There he goes. Will Christian Lucas, top finisher in GT2. Very impressive, untouchable in that category. 107 points. Followed by Francois Fernandez and then Luis Camus for 2 and 3 in GT2. Now for GT1, it is Kiel Cabasal finishing ahead of Rich Young. And there goes Michael Xander Perez finishing in the top 3. But based on the computations over here, he has a total of 110 points after the first half of the season. So he doesn't have to commit too much, exert much efforts. He just needs to make sure he finishes the race, gets those numbers of points needed all throughout the rest of the season. He cannot afford a DNF, or else, probably, it could be a Rich Young opportunity, or it could be a Kiel Cabasal opportunity to grab the number 1 spot in GT1. Shout out to Sir Ace San Agustin. Yeah, he's so proud of his handiwork over here. He's one of the guys responsible in making Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited become very competitive against, of course, a hard-to-beat team. We're talking about TBR Edge 4-Speed, the defending champions here. Shout out to Ace San Agustin of Powerhouse Race Specialist. Hello to Team MRD, Team Sambo Motorsports. He's watching all the way from New Mexico. Not in Pampanga, but in the United States of America. Yeah. Hey, what up, man? How you doing over there? Yeah, all the way from New Mexico now. That's his newfound place. He's ready to represent for Team Philippines right there in New Mexico. Let us know, sir. We want to watch what race events you're going to be joining over there. Mr. Ace San Agustin, Powerhouse Race Specialist, straight out of New Mexico, USA. Thank you for the support. Shout out to Carlo Anton Suarez on the comment section. Great drive indeed by Kiel Cabasal. Awesome result, finishing at number 1 in the GT1 battles. Rom M. Lucas saying congratulations to Will Lucas. Yeah, definitely another sensational drive by Will Lucas. Top finisher in GT2. Huge congratulations indeed for Team Edgeport. But of course, they're going to rework everything. They're going to have to be a stronger team because Carol Collante is on with some better plans for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited here on the morning session. Let's see how things are going to unfold in the afternoon. Get ready for it. But first, the Mini Coopers are getting ready to go out, but the rain is getting stronger. As you can see, very visible on the cameras. These are the live footages happening now at Clark International Speedway. Heavy rain. It's going to be the pre-final for round number 4 of the Phil Mini Racers events. We're going to be featuring Luke Punsalan, AJ Sese, Rodney Caballero, Joey Luat, RV Herbacio, Derbs, Jimenez, Ampok Jimenez, June Maliari, and girl racer Kathy Villar, another representative to the champions maker, Coach Edgen Diliaco. She's part of Edge Sport Brand Aid. Kathy Villar, she's going to be right there on the number 7 Mini Cooper. Get ready for it. Shout out to Mark Joseph Canetta. Hello to Roro James Cruz. Roro Cruz, yeah, he's going to make an appearance later on inside that gorgeous Honda Civic FL5. The Type R Honda Civic will make an appearance later on at our Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Presented by Amsoil Racing. Presented by Silent Tire Motorsport. With you through every turn, Silent Tire. And of course, Amsoil. The first synthetics, Amsoil. From the Amsoil Philippines. Amsoil Racing, the first in synthetics. Plus, later on today, we're gonna make way for the Sea Oil Radical Challenge and the United GT Racing Series. United GT, the unique same make battle series, comes your way here today on our FB Live broadcast. The head-to-head battles featuring the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris's, the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86s, the Toyota GT 86s, the Nissan Zeds, the Lotus Elises and Exiges, and the Honda Civic Type Rs, and a lot more will be featured on our United GT Racing Series later on today. Before the lunch break, we're going to make way for that. This is in partnership with Hitachi Philippines, the official distributor
of Tatachi lubricants here in the country. Of course, featuring Tatachi Ultima Racing Oil, trusted and used by the majority of the cars for the United GT Racing Series. For today's grid, get ready for some close quarters battle. Definitely fast cars, a whole lot of wheel-to-wheel action. The United GT Series later on. Same make, same fight, pure racing. That happens at 11:25 or maybe a little bit later. Hopefully we're not going to get much of the rain delay, but looking like, or the way the Mini Coopers are now removing their cars from the to the access to the grid area. Yeah, right from the pit exit, I think they're going to go back to their pit garages with heavier rain. Team AC license sounds are also having their crew members deployed to make sure our sound systems here at Clark International Speedway won't get wet by the rain. Huge shout outs to our camera crew and our track marshals in the middle of the racetracks. Much love going out to you guys out there. Yeah, if you're going to be watching this FB Live, screen record, repost, let them know we're sending out our love to our very hard-working track marshals and our camera crew from Mad Films. You know, braving the rain, braving the hot weather, but for now, they are braving and making sure their equipment won't get wet, or else they're going to get into trouble with the Banjo de Guzman. Yeah. No, they are ready for this type of scenario. They make sure, you know, since it's going to be that type of segment to the season, rains are going to be expected. They're always ready to make sure we can bring you the action, even if it is this, you know, grueling. Look at the amount of raindrops. And looking like we're looking at a very shiny tarmac surface to Clark International Speedway over here. And one thing that I mentioned yesterday, and as noticed as well by experts, you know, if you're going to look at engineers, especially the Americans who brought the Clark Air Base facilities here in the country. You know, Clark International Speedway is, of course, part of Clark Air Base. The American experts back in the day have found this segment of their country very ideal, where the characteristics of the soil becoming, you know, very efficient when it comes to drying up. It doesn't allow water to get stuck stagnant. It usually dries up real quick because of the amount of filtration going on the soil. Maybe it's because of the volcanic ashes over the years from Mount Pinatubo. Yeah, Mount Pinatubo actually, you know, had a lot of history actually of ashes, lava, and with those characteristics, the track could easily dry up compared to other parts of the world, parts of the country. That's why you can expect the track could easily dry up as soon as this isolated rain, isolated thunderstorms are done. You can see some signs of blue in the background. Yeah, some signs of course, cloudy skies, but of course, the blues are fighting their way. Yeah, definitely isolated rain, isolated thunderstorms are the ones we are experiencing. The forecast was expected at 12 noon, but it happened around earlier than 10 o'clock. That's why they call it a forecast. Bound to change. And once the mighty sun could find its way to beam down on the tarmac here, you could expect things to dry up faster because of that characteristic to the soil that they have found here when they decided to let's put Clark Air Base here. You know, especially at Fort Stutzenberg, that's where they started it. First, they discovered, you know, the good amount of grass for the horses back in the day. You know, the Spanish were here, and then the Americans came in, and then they settled on this part of the Philippines in Pampanga. They started that at Fort Stutzenberg. And then they made it into an air base. And from an air base now, it's the largest airport in the country, Clark International Airport. And we're a few kilometers away from it. This is Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the country, high-speed racetrack in the country. And you are on the fourth round. We are here on the fourth round already of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. From Petron with Petron Blaze 100 and Petron XCS. Petron Blaze 100 is the 100 octane fuel from Petron. We're also proudly supported by Grand Tech Solutions Incorporated and Aguila Autoglass. Visit AguilaAutoglass.com. Since 1952, Aguila Autoglass. We'd like to give a huge thanks to Drive It Master Republic, DMR, Quality Apparel since 2013. DMR is Drive It Master Republic. Today we're going to feature the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships presented by AMSOIL and Cylon. Yesterday we had the Track Attack Challenge, also presented by AMSOIL Racing and Cylon Time Motorsport. What up, man? What up, Dan? And as you can see now, the sun is shining. The sun is back to shining to beam down some temperatures on the track to dry it up faster than expected. We are proudly supported by Petron XCS and Petron Blaze 100, our presenters to the Philippine Motorsport Championships. Also brought to you by Drive It Master Republic and AMSOIL Racing. AMSOIL Racing, the first in synthetics. AMSOIL. Silent Tire Motorsport is the official tire of the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Yokohama is the official tire of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships, featuring the Yokohama Advent Feliva. There goes Mini Cooper number 33. That's Ampok Jimenez. He's ready for the rain dance with his Mini Cooper. But of course the track could dry up easily. Yeah, we can see now. Sunny time once again at 10:23 in the morning. Hello to Oliver Australia. Hello to Team Ivan Carapier and everybody from Team Edgeport. Hello to A to Z Motorsports. Everybody from A to Z Motorsports, what's up? You see you guys over here at the comments section. If you've not clicked share just yet, go ahead, do it. Click share right now. We can see here Mini Cooper number 5 by June Maliati from Phil Mini Racers Racing Team. Oliver Australia says good luck to Kathy Villar. Kathy Villar is part of Team Edgeport. She's right there on Mini Cooper number 7. There goes Mini Cooper number 52, Derb Jimenez, and now Mini Cooper number 98, Rodney Caballero. They're ready for the warm-up lap. There goes Lupun Salan. Mini Cooper number 11 from JM Garage. He's our fastest qualifier from yesterday's session with a time of 2 minutes 43.8. 2 minutes 43.8 on a Mini Cooper that is way older than he is. Lupun Salan. How fast can you go in a car that is that old? But of course, they got JM Garage to make sure it's ready to perform all out for season 2026 with these very nice classics. We saw Mini Cooper number 88 of Dr. Joey Luat. Also Mini Cooper number 14 on there now, RV Hervasio. Yeah, Jojo, time to open the access to the grid. Mini Cooper number 33 in pink, Ampok Jimenez. And there goes the Rota Mini Cooper number 7 of Kathy Villar. Behind her is the number 15 JM Garage Mini Cooper of AJ Sessa. Another one of our young drivers here. And of course, Mini Cooper number 5 with the racing stripes going on. June Maliati of Phil Mini Racers Racing Team.
In the orange one, that is Derbs Jimenez. In the red and gray with the yellow wing, number 98, Rodney Caballero. Mini Cooper number 11, Lupin Salan, top qualifier. Joey Luat with the maroon roof. And the Mini Cooper wagon right there. We're going to check his car number so we can give you an update on who's at the wheel. Our Hervasio is right there on the Lego colored Mini Cooper. Team Move Over's very own Arvir Hervasio. Shout out to Lito Macaligar, by the way. Good luck to boy champion JR Gan for later ons. Yeah, we're going to have another for the Sea Oil Radical Challenge. For now, you are watching the pre-final for Phil Mini Racers in round number 4 of the Philippine Motorsport Championships. The Philippine Motorsport Championships is presented by Petron with Petron Blaze 100 and Petron XCS. Petron Blaze 100 is a 100 octane fuel from Petron. Petron Blaze 100. We kicked it off in Batangas back in May. And then round 2 came our way. We also had it at the Batangas Racing Circuit in June. July, we were back here for round 3 at Clark International Speedway. And here we are. The second half of the season starts up for these Phil Mini Racers. Clark International Speedway, 4.189 kilometers, 18 turns, a minimum width of 12 meters. So you have a lot of playground to go elbow to elbow with that opponent that you need to overtake. Of course, we're using the counterclockwise route. And that'll be the day if we're going to do a clockwise. A clockwise run. That's going to be a wonderful idea. I'm giving you suggestions here for your next event, guys. Or are we going to be allowed by the track experts here? You're going to see. Yeah, that's a nice looking, wagon looking Mini Cooper. I got to talk to Sir Phil Golphin about this fantastic looking Mini Cooper. There goes the doctor, Doc Joey Luat, number 88. There goes some of our photographers of the day. Yeah, that is Jerry Santos inside this fantastic looking Mini Cooper. Team Pinhole Racing, the baby driver, Luke Punsalan, fastest qualifier. Yeah, he's on pole over here on this race start. There goes a great lineup of photographers joining us here today. He just had that very important talk with a very impressive, very talented Mr. Matthew Romualdez.
Yeah, you gotta admire Mr. Matthew Romualdez, definitely. He gets to share his knowledge to future photographers of motorsport here in the country. Red lights, you can see at the bottom left. Looking like we're going to have the race start over here now. We're ready for the 5 laps. Loop at P1, AJ Sese at P2, Rodney on the second row with Joey Luat, Kathy on the third row with Javier Hervasio, fourth row, Derbs Jimenez and Ampo Jimenez, and then June Magliari and Jerry Santos on the final row. Off they go. The 5 laps begin now. Lupin Salon, look at him. Alone with a pull away. And, ooh, his closest rival is up there. Suddenly, yeah, he gets really, really close. That's a multicolored Mini Cooper of RV Hervasio of Team Move Over. He's ready to build up the pressure against race leader Luke Punsalan. Now actually grabs the number 1 spot. RV Hervasio and that Lego colored Mini Cooper. And Mini Cooper number 11 returns to the number 1 spot. Luke back at number 1. The baby driver, Mini Cooper number 11, back at the race lead here. Shout out to Myla M. Olivia. Yeah, another of our very talented girl racers, Myla M. Olivia. Hello, Miss Myla. And she says, good luck to Kathy Villar. Hello to Kim Valencia. Good luck, Loop. There goes Loop, giving you the loop. The number 1 spot belongs to him from qualifying, and he preserves his number 1 spot over here after that battle against Javier Hervasio to the number 1 spot. Number 33 here grabs position number 2. That is Ampo Jimenez in the pink Mini Cooper. There goes Mini Cooper number 5, June Magliari right there. Awesome racing stripes. The white with orange and some yellow touches to that racing stripe. There goes a elbow to elbow moment here. Rodney Caballero versus Javier Hervasio. This is for position number 3. Yeah, P1 is Loop in that Mini Cooper with blue and brown or orange. And the pink one's at position number 2. And then the Lego colored Mini Cooper is at P3. And then the orange one with the yellow wing, red and orange, and the one with the yellow spoiler, as they would call it, is at position 4. Now at position 3, and a little bit of a tap happened on there. And he ends up with a lightweight modification, hopefully later on. Hopefully that bumper is going to shred off automatically. There goes the doctor. Joey Luat battling it out with Kathy Villar. Kathy is at the top 5 spot. And Doc Joey Luat is at position number 6 over here. He's working to put pressure on our girl racer to grab the top 5 spot. Or let me say it now, at position number 4 is Kathy Villar. Yeah, we can see RV Hervasio here now, right at the back of June Magliari. There goes our race leader, Luke Punsalan. There goes P2, Ampo Jimenez on the number 33 Mini Cooper, the pink one. And there goes Rodney Caballero at position number 3. And then you're going to see Kathy Villar at position number 4. There it is. Kathy leads the convoy with Dr. Joey Luat behind her, June Magliari, Javier Hervasio, AJ Sese, Derbs Jimenez, and Jerry Santos. Kathy Villar winning that drag race against Doc Joey Luat. Yeah, Dr. Joey Luat in the gray Mini Cooper and the one in the black with a white roof. Number 7 Mini Cooper, that is our girl racer, Kathy Villar, preserving or upgrading herself. From position 6 on race start, now she is at position number 4. Now she's going to have to try to catch the top 3. Luke, Ampok, and Rodney, they are around, well, hectic. It's going to be 15 seconds to catch. Plus with treacherous conditions still. The track is still wet, but these guys know how to dance in the rain. They know how to dance on slippery surfaces like this. Shout out to Dane Sarmiento. Hello to Ace San Agustin. Hello to Owada. The Owada family from Japan come from Lito, Makaligar. Konnichiwa. To the Owada family. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. Thanks for watching. Whoa, making a move over here right now. The Dr. Joey Luat grabs position number 4 away from Kathy Villar. Now, let's take a look how Kathy's going to respond back to that. How she's going to retake it. But look at the amount of pace of Dr. Joey Luat over here. From a 3:06 from the previous lap by Kathy. It was a 3:07 by the doctor. Looking like the lightweight modification happened for car number 5, June Magliari. Yeah, they had a little bit of contact earlier with Arvir Hervasio. He had a little bit of contact with Arvir Hervasio moments ago, and his rear bumper automatically shredded off. Or was it Mini Cooper number 5? We're going to double check which car. Oh, wow. Luke Punsalan is pushing. He is pushing hard. He had a purple on sector 1 and a purple on sector 2 and the fastest lap of the race. 2:44.7 on a still wet Clark International Speedway. Now this is Kathy Villar at the top 5. Behind her is June Magliari. There's also AJ Sessa behind June Magliari. Derb Jimenez after AJ, and then Jerry after Derbs, and then Arvir significantly slowing down. He's now at position 10. Looking like that little nudge caused some problems for Arvir Hervasio's pace. It is actually car number 98, Rodney Caballero, who had the lightweight mod. Yeah, that's a rear bumper, at least some parts of his rear bumper dangling on there. Yeah, it's still not letting go, but a majority of that rear bumper has shredded off of number 98's Mini Cooper here. This is Rodney Caballero. He's inside the top 3 now. His gap going on between him and Ampok Jimenez. Ampok is the P2 racer with 3 laps to go for this Phil Mini Races pre-final. Live here at Clark International Speedway for the 4th round of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships with Petron XCS. Wait a minute! Dramatic situation for Lupun Salan. He had to park his car on that segment of the track, looking like a DNF. He is retiring from the race. I wonder what issues he encountered over here. We would love to find out what happened to Lupun Salan. Our top qualifier, our race leader, is now out of the car. And our new race leader here is Ampok Jimenez, number 33. The pink Mini Cooper is now the race leader, Ampok Jimenez. And the new P2 is Rodney Caballero. The new P3 is Joey Luat. Kathy Villar now is at P4. And a huge gap now. Oh, wait a minute. Kathy is also significantly slowing down. Or, there's that dogfight going on. Kathy versus June. June Magliari is the one in white with the stripe going on, or stripes actually going on in red and orange. He is now at position number 3. Great going. Let's give you the classification update here. You just saw P1, Ampok Jimenez. You just saw Rodney Caballero right there at position number 2. And P3 belongs to the doctor, Joey Luat. P4 is going to be June Magliari, and P5 will be Kathy Villar. Second and the final lap has started. There it goes. That's June Magliotti. There goes Kathy in the top 5. To be followed by AJ Sese. There goes another look at the brand aid Rota Edge Sport. Kathy Villar Weapon. P5 over here overall. AJ Sese on the number 15. The race lead goes to pink. Yeah, all you fans of the color pink and fans of Ampok Jimenez. He gets to grab the race lead here, aka the most number of points on this pre-final for our Phil Mini Racers, featuring the classic Mini Coopers here for the 4th round of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships, live at Clark International Speedway. Aftermath of isolated rain, isolated thunderstorms that happened moments ago around before 10 o'clock. It's already 10:42, and the track is still transitioning to getting dry. The sun getting blocked by a huge amount of clouds once again, looking like we're going to be expecting another segment of rain before the next race begins. We are expecting, according to our schedules over here, another exciting battle coming your way, featuring the Radical PH machines straight out of the UK, available here in the Philippines. The Radical Challenge happens again today, race day Sunday, part of 2 days for round number 4, the start to the second half of the season for the 2026 Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Let's get ready for the Radical Challenge. Competitors for the Radical Challenge, please get ready. There goes a nice look at the brand aid Edge Sport Rota equipped Kathy Villar machinery. There goes the race leader. The final lap begins for P1 driver Ampok Jimenez on this number 33 pink Mini Cooper. Pink is number 1. Ampok Jimenez doing an excellent job for JM Garage right now. He's going to try his best to take this home. You know, this is part of the challenge and the excitement as well for competitions like this, featuring these classic Mini Coopers straight out of the 70s, the 80s, going beyond the laws of engineering as well, is part of the play. It comes into play, of course, you know. Parts break. But of course, they try their best to put on some brand new components to the car and still preserve things that make it classic as it is, making it perform for season 2026. That's a nice looking Mini Cooper wagon. Jerry Santos, Jerry with a J, not with a G. Look at that. He has positioned himself in the top 8. Yeah, he's taking his time. He's making sure we get to notice him. We easily notice a unique looking Mini Cooper just like that. A working man's Mini Cooper on the racetrack. Why not, right? Well, these Mini Coopers were actually choices of a very hard-working man from back in the day. They work so hard during the weekdays, they end up racing on Sundays, and then they go back to selling on Mondays, all the way till Friday. That's how it goes. You actually race on Sunday and sell all throughout the rest of the days of the work week or on work weeks. Number 33, very impressive here. So far, as fastest is 2 minutes 50.230. It may not be the purple of Luke Punsalan. 244.7 was the purple lap of Luke Punsalan, but too bad he had to retire. Yeah, we would love. There goes. You see that? The Mini Cooper of Luke Punsalan. A quick look at his car parked on that segment of the track. Again, we are getting ourselves ready for the Radical Challenge. Attention participants to the Radical Challenge. You guys are going to be next. make way for race number 2 here on a Sunday at round number 4 of the Patron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Here goes our P1 finisher, number 33. Big celebrations for the pink Mini Cooper driver, Paul Jimenez. Congratulations. He would love to grab that. An opportunity to get the most number of points on the pre-final, followed by Rodney Caballero, 98. And P3 goes to the Doctor. Doc Joey Luat right here on this Mini Cooper you're looking at. Mini Cooper number 88. Light gray with maroon on the roof and racing stripes right at the front. Congratulations, Dr. Joey Luat, top 3 finisher. And once again, we need our Radical PH challengers to please get ready. Oh, congratulations also to the rest of our finishers here now. June Malyari taking position number 4. And Kathy Villar takes position number 5. Or actually, that's AJ Sessa at position number 5. Kathy Villar over here grabbing position number 6. Under threat from Derbs Jimenez. Can Derbs push for a photo finish ahead of Kathy Villar? Whoa, side by side. And according to the result over here, ooh, snatching it away from Kathy. Derbs finishes at position number 6 ahead of Kathy Villar by a bumper. Ooh, some dramatic finishes here. Great job by Derbs Jimenez, and of course, awesome push by Kathy Villar. Kept on going despite, I'm sure, she encountered some difficulties with the transition of the weather. And again, like I mentioned, with machinery that is that classic from the 70s or the 80s, it's part of the challenge. And when it comes to Phil Mini racers, competitors here, teams, drivers, they have to be ready for situations that could happen like that, like what also happened to our top qualifier, Luke Punsalan. Heartbreaker, but I'm sure he's going to come back stronger. Same goes to RV Hervasio after colliding, having that situation with Rodney Caballero, right? It was a collision with Rodney Caballero earlier with RV Hervasio that triggered the retirement for RV Hervasio's campaign on this pre-final. Up next, we're going to take you to some featuring some very fast British-bred machines on the Radical Challenge. Coming up next, and we will return with a United GT Racing Series for this FB Live broadcast. But the YouTube broadcast will continue from Motorsports PH, the official YouTube channel. And we're going to have Samuel Carlos Gam taking over for the microphone for the Radical Challenge race up next.
Greetings on a wet yet pleasant Sunday morning here at the Plains of the North, in the city of Clark. This is the Clark International Speedway, and you are tuned in to the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants, the official lubricant partner of the fastest race series in the Philippines. And it's time for round one, race two. And it looks like it's beginning to rain once again. The downpour quite evident on our cameras as the drivers take their positions on the grid. On your screens, we have J.R. Gann, the rookie with a dream start yesterday, securing his first victory in this series. First time driving behind the wheel of that Radical SR1 Gen 3, the championship winning Radical SR1, proving to us that he's got the skills to keep up with the rest of the pack and even bring that championship winning car to the very front. Right next to him is Andre Rodriguez, also yesterday's winner in the SR3 class in that all-green Radical SR3. A wonderful performance from him yesterday, kept it cool and on the track, knowing he's being unchallenged after that incident on turn one. It was a quiet race and yet a fruitful one for Andre Rodriguez from Rodriguez Racing. Flashing his lights there, showing us how ready he is to tackle this course. Vedant Agrawal, V-Car Racing Edge Sport, starting in P3 today. Unfortunately, involved in the incident in turn one at the start of yesterday's race, despite a fantastic start. In fact, Vedant Agrawal had the best start off the line yesterday. Unfortunately, he just missed out on the victory after being involved in that incident, but he's looking to chase the taste of victory once again. Vedant Agrawal locked in and ready to go. Jaime Almario, also involved in yesterday's incident, looking to remedy that in this race. It's a second chance for him and Vedant to get to the finish line, and surely he's going to fight for it. Jaime Almario showing us some love. Great to see a pleasant attitude and a pleasant demeanor despite quite the performance yesterday in the incident. Good to see him back on the grid and ready to go. We got Manu Miranda representing the beautiful island of Cebu. Our Cebuano driver behind the wheel of that number 31 Radical SR1 XXR. Brand new, shipped in very recently. He's going to be happy to get behind the wheel of that car once again. We are a full grid. We got 6 drivers, and this one here, welcoming him back to the grid, made his debut last year. This is Tony Fernando behind the wheel of the 97 Sea Oil Radical SR1 XXR. Had a wonderful performance in the previous season during the last race. Unfortunately, just had some engine issues, but now he's back again, ready to tackle the grid. Our ghost driver, Tony Fernando. Driver number 97, replacing Oy Aquino in the Radical SR1 XXR. It's going to be a rolling start. The weather taking a turn for the worse, but for some drivers, it's a welcome sign. For others, it can be a headache. The great equalizer meets us once again at the start of race 2, round 1 of the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge Philippines. The siren has now been sounded, and all non-essential personnel have entered the pits. Off the main straight as the cars start their engines, ready to follow the safety car around the track to make sure that all those tires are warmed up, all those brakes are in perfect working condition. They're going to need it, especially with the conditions on the tarmac. It is wet. A lot of puddles, very visible, even here from the commentary booth on our screens, captured by our cameras, courtesy of Mad Films, of course. Thank you very much, Mad Films, for the services that you're providing to bring us this race here. This wheel-to-wheel action, bumper-to-bumper, courtesy of our British-manufactured track machines. And off the safety car goes, parade lap. And once the safety car heads into the pits, the drivers are going to be forming a clean 2 columns. And once the lights go out, it's pedal to the metal, foot to the floor, race time. 12-lap sprint in the rain. Weather forecast proving to be 100% accurate. We were expecting rain today, especially in this late morning. You can clearly see on your screens, for those of you who are watching at home, just how heavy the rain is. You can see quite the haze there. Here the cars go now around the corkscrew, making sure that they rehearsed their racing lines. Your 3 drivers in front. J.R. Gan, race winner in the SR1 class, followed by Andre Rodriguez, a race winner in the SR3 class. Vedant Agrawal, kudos to his team and all the members and engineers and mechanics at V-Car Edge Sport Racing, managing to get that car up and running and ready to go in less than 24 hours to ensure that we have a full grid this fine Sunday morning. Race 2, and later on in the afternoon, it's race 3. Bringing you the action live is Sam Carlos here behind the mic, making sure you guys are entertained and up to date with all the happenings on the track as they happen. Jaime Almario, followed by Manu Miranda, swerving left and right there. So is Tony Fernando, making sure that those tires are warm and at the optimal temperature for hard racing. We're going to experience some hard racing for sure. Usually at the start of the race, hopefully not too many heroics into turn 1 at lap 1. This is a 12-lap race, of course. It's a long one. You know what they say, you can't win a race on the first lap. Not, of course, unless you're Max Verstappen. Unfortunately, Max Verstappen not racing with us today. However, we do have a pool of very, very talented racers in front of your screens right now. Once again, it's going to be a rolling start. The safety car checking the conditions of the track as it goes around. And once Indy Villalon in the safety car determines the track safe for racing, he'll head into the pits. And we're going to see some turn 1 action very soon. Here they are now in the last sector of this track. Entering the chicane, already forming their neat lines. Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando already side by side. Sizing each other up, surely. It's going to be a real-life Mexican standoff once the lights go out. Who is going to be brave enough to take turn 1 flat out in these conditions? We shall see. Many of the drivers, of course, victory in their eyes, locked in and ready to go. But it's going to be a long season. Only the second race, and it is about to begin. The lights have now been shown. Once they go off, we go racing. And there we go. Pedal to the metal, on to turn 1 we go. And J.R. Gan comfortable in the lead. Andre Rodriguez, though, on his right side. Jamal Almario keeping it close to J.R. Gan, catching that slipstream, and they survive turn 1. There is Andre Rodriguez moving down to P3 as Jaime Almario is on the attack. J.R. Gan taking care of his tires, knowing they're not warm enough for hard defense, but he's going to be forced to do that either way, because there is Jamal Almario really keeping it on that inside, hitting that apex, trying to find that gap, but J.R. Gan knows his game plan and blocks, closes the door. But here comes Jaime Almario once again, going on the outside this time. J.R. Gan defending, going wide. Andre Rodriguez finding a gap, but not. Oh, a little bit of contact there, and there goes Jamal Almario onto the grass. The car is still running. He's going to get back. Safe join, and off he goes. There goes Jamal Almario, still very much in this race, but he has to keep up now to Tony Fernando. Hard racing here from Jaime Almario. Great defense there from J.R. Gann, really showing us that he can drive this car the way it's meant to be driven. Andre Rodriguez is now on the attack, looking on the inside, and Andre takes the lead from J.R. Gann with a beautiful overtake on the inside of Akasha. A very hard corner to overtake from. But there he goes, does it nice and clean. J.R. Gann also okay to be letting Andre Rodriguez go, knowing that he is not racing with the SR3. But still, we got to give points to Andre Rodriguez for that beautiful overtake. Vedant Agrawal is now being attacked by Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando. The Black Mamba now on defense. Tony Fernando on the inside, though, catches Manu Miranda sleeping. And what a move that was from Tony Fernando in the 97 SR1 XXR. Now he attacks Vedant Agrawal. What a battle we're having here in the midfield. Jamal Almario keeping up as well, managing to catch up to the drivers in front of him. Andre Rodriguez comfortable in the lead and crosses the start-finish line to begin the next lap. Here we have Vedant Agrawal on your screens on the defense against Tony Fernando. Tony Fernando keeping close enough to catch that slipstream, or rather moves out of the way for Manu Miranda, who's racing hard against Jamal Almario, and Jamal Almario with a double overtake gets a perfect exit out of the last corner of this course, and he's now the one attacking Vedant Agrawal. Vedant having to defend against the driver who he was involved with in the incident yesterday, and Jamal Almario takes the lead as Vedant Agrawal goes too wide in the entry of the corkscrew, and there goes Almario. Now free to attack J.R. Gann, who's built a substantial lead in front. Andre Rodriguez, though, still very much comfortable in the lead. 2:21.616 his lap time. Fastest driver on the track. It's purple numbers for him on your screens. And now Vedant Agrawal on the defense once again. He's going to have to find some moment of magic to be able to catch up to Jamal Almario, who managed to get himself into P3 after that little incident with J.R. Gann in the first lap. What a recovery from Jaime Almario in that beautiful Radical SR1. There they go, racing here now on the way to Akasha. Almario already almost close enough to go on the attack against J.R. Gann. The three drivers at the back. Vedant Agrawal having to check still more of this race like a shakedown for him after the repairs were made from yesterday's incident. Could it be causing some performance issues? We shall see as the race continues, but he's fighting hard. There goes Vedant Agrawal in the Black Mamba SR1 XXR. Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda. Manu Miranda on the attack and on the defense, having to split his mind into two places at once, trying to find that gap that he can take advantage of against Vedant Agrawal. Have to say, good defense though from Vedant, keeping Manu and Tony Fernando at bay as they now begin the next lap. 10 laps to go in this race. 2 laps have gone by. Your race leaders very much comfortable in the front. It's a different story for the racers in the midfield. Vedant Agrawal taking the outside, going for the conventional racing line here into turn 1. Here is Andre Rodriguez now in the all green, still by himself in the front. Comfortable race for him, and it looks like the weather has improved. The rain has now died down as Andre Rodriguez continues on in his lead. And now we have a battle in front of us between Almario and Gann. J.R. Gann now having to defend. This is who he has to defend. The one challenging him from behind. Going very wide there is Almario, trying to push a switcheroo move. Not close enough for it. So he goes on again for another shot as they drive through the back straight into Acacia corner. Could he be on the attack once again? Yes, he is. Going wide. Keeping it close, bumper to bumper between him and J.R. Gan. J.R. Gan having to defend hard now. There goes Almario, already side by side in front of him as they enter the hairpin. Hard racing between these two drivers. Goes for the switcheroo. It doesn't stick. Oh, yes, it does. There is Jamal Almario. Second chance at that battle, and he takes it and wins it. And now moving into P2 is Jaime Almario. J.R. Gan now going to have to attack. It's Avi Racing versus Motul here between Almario and Gan. With 9 laps to go, here they are crossing the start-finish line once again. And it looks like Almario has developed quite the gap between him and his rival in the Motul SR1. What's the rookie gonna do? We shall see as they enter another lap into turn 1. Here's Vedant Agrawal keeping it on the track and still on the defense against Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando. P4 for Vedant Agrawal, 2:25.856 his lap time. Andre Rodriguez, the fastest driver still, very much in front, 2:11.772. All purple numbers for Andre Rodriguez as the laps go by. That Radical SR3 proving to be quite the beast. Oh, we see some moves here from Tony Fernando, really dicing it up now. Great battle between him and Manu Miranda, the two of them trading places as the laps go by. It's just back and forth between the two of them. Looks like they have their own little race as well at the back. Tony Fernando in the 97 versus Manu Miranda in SR1 number 31. Both of them attacking and defending, with Vedant Agrawal having to defend now against Tony Fernando, and he knows that Tony Fernando has the skills to put to use. And Manu Miranda now making another move on Tony Fernando, gets a better exit off the corkscrew. What a wonderful move there from Manu Miranda to retake that position from Tony Fernando. It's just back and forth between these two drivers. Vedant Agrawal can say thank you very much. You guys can fight there behind. I'm going to try and push and pull away from you guys as best as I can. And there goes the Black Mamba with quite the gap now between him and Manu Miranda. What's Manu Miranda going to do? Taking a wider line and the hairpin there into the final sector, sliding a little bit as they cross the puddles in the middle. But now the battle is between Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda. Into the chicane, the final sector for these two drivers. Jamal Almario still very much in P2. J.R. Gan in P3 as this lap starts. Manu Miranda in P4. Or rather, Vedant Agrawal in P4. Manu Miranda in P5. And Tony Fernando in P6. 8 laps to go in this race. What an interesting race, too, we are witnessing here at the Clark International Speedway for the 2026 COI Radical Challenge. Close enough for a move, Tony Fernando. Let's see what he does. Takes the inside line. And now Manu Miranda has to defend. Will Tony Fernando make it stick? Yes, he does. Into turn 1. What an overtake from Tony Fernando. These two really going at it at the back. What an interesting race we're having to see here at the back of the grid between these three drivers. Vedant Agrawal once again has to take advantage of the two drivers fighting behind him and build a substantial gap. He knows he can, just needs to find an answer around the conditions that the track provides. It is a very wet track, or rather not as wet as it was at the start, but look at this. Here comes Manu Miranda once again, driver number 31, really going at it against Tony Fernando, trading places as the laps go by. We get at least 2 or 3 overtakes per lap between these two drivers. They're really giving us a show at the back. Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda behind the wheel of a Radical SR1 XXR. These two drivers, Manu Miranda having had the chance to drive an SR1 only at the start of this weekend, and he's driving it like he knows what he's doing, because he definitely does, driving it like an expert, surely. And Tony Fernando as well joined us last year at the last race, and here he is once again in the second race of the first round. Just to shake things up, Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda really showing us some skill between the two of them as they dice it out at the back of the grid. Andre Rodriguez still very much in the lead. Jaime Almario in P2. J.R. Gann still not close enough for a move. And Jaime Almario really driving like somebody else. 2:15.203. But J.R. Gann is just a second behind, closing that gap substantially. With 7 laps to go, we could see another battle between P2 and P3. Andre Rodriguez, all he has to do is keep hold of this lead and keep that SR3 on the track. I do believe he has the wet tires on, which are going to be detrimental for him as the track continues to dry. But here we have again Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda battling again at the back. Manu Miranda gets a better exit out the last corner, and he's going to be able to take the position away from Tony Fernando. What a move again into turn 1. Vedant Agrawal just keeping an eye on his side mirrors, making sure that the drivers behind him don't get too close for a move. Not the race that Vedant Agrawal was hoping for, but still very much in it. And still in a good position. He holds P3 in his class, P4 overall. But the drivers to watch out for is Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda really duking it out at the back. Big improvement though from Vedant Agrawal, 2:23.449 during the race. And to think the car has just been rebuilt after yesterday's incident, but still pushing as much performance as he can out of that car. After this, we still have one more race later in the afternoon, in the hour of 3. There you can see in the last sector is Jaime Almario and J.R. Gann. Almost close enough for a battle. We're going to focus on that once that happens. But right now, it's Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando. Here's Jaime Almario with 6 laps to go. Very much in the lead in his class. P2 overall, driver number 25 with a 2:16.001 that last lap. And J.R. Gann with a 2:15, this time a second faster than Jaime Almario. J.R. Gann, the rookie, your race winner yesterday, now currently in P3, battling it with Jaime Almario. A bigger gap now between Vedant Agrawal and Manu Miranda. Manu Miranda also with a bigger gap against Tony Fernando. There's Vedant Agrawal. Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda. Or rather, Manu Miranda with a bigger gap now against Tony Fernando. There's Tony Fernando heading into the pits, wondering what's going on with the SR1. We're hoping to see he gets out again. However, that's a good sign for both Vedant Agrawal and Manu Miranda. That's one less problem to worry about. And now both of them can now attack and defend against each other. All by his lonesome here on your screens, or rather not. There goes J.R. Gann chasing down Jaime Almario with 6 laps to go. We could witness another battle between these two drivers. Both of them made contact at the first lap, with Jaime Almario spinning out, but manages to keep that car running. Heads back into the grid and takes the position away from J.R. Gann. What a drive he's having, Jaime Almario. 100 times better. All he has to do now is to keep it in. and finish this race, capitalize on the maximum points that he can get in his class. Currently in the lead in the SR1 class now is this driver here on your screens, Jaime Almario, crossing the start-finish line once again to start the next one. 5 laps to go in this race. We're almost done. And we're almost out of time for J.R. Gan to get a move in on Jaime Almario. Now it's Manu Miranda and Vedanta Agrawal on your screens in the final sector. Gonna have a battle here. Manu Miranda trying to find an opening against Vedanta Agrawal in the Black Mamba SR1 XXR. Here they are now. Final sector. Once again on the main straight. Flying by is driver number 79, Vedant Agrawal. J.R. Gan still in P2, 214.3 against Jaime Almario's 214.9. And look, it looks like that is Manu Miranda also heading back into the pits. That's 2 drivers now in the pits. Tony Fernando still not heading out. Could be the same kind of story for Manu Miranda. So that leaves us with 4 drivers live on the track and 1 less problem for Vedanta Agrawal to worry about. He now has the space and time to catch up to the drivers in front. Here's Andre Rodriguez. Looks like another victory on the horizon for him with 4 laps to go. Just needs to keep that car on the track and finish the race strong. Right behind him is Jaime Almario and J.R. Gan not far behind him. Looks like we're going to see part 3 of their battle here in this race, the second race of the first round of the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge Philippines in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants. And now here they go. To start the next lap, we could see a battle between the 2 of them in a lap or so. Almost there. J.R. Gan running out of time. He needs to snatch that position away from Jaime Almario, a completely different driver today compared to yesterday. Calm and composed and absolutely dominating. However, J.R. Gan very much still in this fight. And Jaime Almario knows it. Has to keep his eye on that rear view mirror to ensure that he gets to defend properly against J.R. Gan. Once again, a battle is coming, a storm is brewing, and these 2 drivers are your culprits for that. There we go. We're keeping our eyes locked on to these 2 drivers fighting for P2. Jaime Almario braking a little bit earlier than J.R. Gan. J.R. Gan already close enough in the lap or so, but pulling away now is Jaime Almario. Better on the straight line, but J.R. Gan manages to capitalize on his ability to take those corners cleanly and efficiently, and that's a substantial gap closed between the 2 of them. 4 laps to go in this race, and the battles aren't done yet. Fighting for P2 is driver number 17, J.R. Gan, versus Avi Racing's Jaime Almario. Final sector now, into the chicane. Both of them keeping it still in the middle as there are some puddles on the sides of the track. However, they can both attack the apexes of the chicane to get a better line and to carry better speed that they can utilize on the final corner and down to the main straight. Ooh, sliding there a little bit is Jaime Almario. It's going to cost him a bit of time and an advantage to J.R. Gan for that matter. Here they are now once again into turn 1. Jaime Almario building a bigger gap. But that gap is slowly closing as the laps go by. through the corkscrew. That thing a trap when it is slippery. Good for the drivers now that it has begun to dry. They can take the ideal racing line now through the corkscrew and into sector 2 they go. Jaime Almario doing his best to brake as late as he can, carry as much speed as he can around the hairpin. And J.R. Gan is following suit. Both of them taking the wider line, going for the late apex here on the following hairpin. Both of them get a good exit out, and that gap maintains that distance. Into Acacia now. J.R. Gan with a 209.445. Jaime Almario with a 209.678. Both of them in the 209s. With J.R. Gan being the fastest driver of the race as of now with 3 laps to go. Only tenths of a second separating the two drivers. That gap may look substantial, but on paper, it's pretty close. Into the final sector, once again, Jaime Almario versus J.R. Gan. 2 laps to go. J.R. Gan running out of time to think of a move. Both of them carrying their speed very well through the final sector. It's the last corner now, and another lap for these two. Still a little wet, some puddles, especially on the exit of the final corner. Both those drivers need to keep it safe. The track is more dry now, but not completely dry yet. So aquaplaning still very much a threat that they need to mitigate as they continue on. 2 laps to go in this race. J.R. Gan with a 207.507. Still the fastest driver of the race so far. Jaime Almario not far behind in terms of lap time. Only a tenth of a second separating the both of them. Just how close are they racing? It's that close. Only a tenth of a second separating the two drivers you see on your screens right now. J.R. Gan looking for a move on the inside. This could be his last few chances to get a move on Jaime Almario. Almario now has to defend. Here into Acacia they go. Almario closing the door on J.R. Gan. That's going to cost him some time though. And he's going to lose some speed. Not the place you want to be to lose some speed. To the hairpin. Gan close enough for a move. Almario now on the defense. He's got to keep this lead in order to get the maximum points. Through the chicane. Oh, sliding a bit there. He can feel the pressure now. He's still in the position. However, that gap has substantially closed down. They're now bumper to bumper. J.R. Gan could practically smell the fumes coming out of the exhaust of Jaime Almario's Radical SR1. Once again, it's an SR1 Gen 3 versus the brand new, or rather both of them are SR1 Gen 3. So equal machinery for two drivers here. J.R. Gan with a 206.053. Both of them just getting quicker and quicker. Andre Rodriguez alone and unchallenged in the front as the two drivers behind him are a million miles away and battling it out. Vedanta Agraval still trying his best to catch up to the two drivers, but they're in a world of their own. Jaime Almario and J.R. Gan still fighting. Round the hairpin, both of them going for the late apex, but straying just a bit wide. Here they are now in the follow-up hairpin. J.R. Gan looking for a move on the inside. Almario really closing the door, bumper to bumper once again. This is the last lap of the race. It's all to play for now between these two drivers. They're giving us a show. Both of them touching the puddles on the inside line into Acacia. We could see a move once again between Almario and Gan. Gan going on the inside once again. Almario raising his hand. Both of them. Almario not happy with that move. They may have had a bit of contact there. It's the last lap. And Almario doing very well to defend. Andre Rodriguez, though, P1 for him. Crosses the line. Checkered flag for Andre Rodriguez. It's another victory for the driver in the SR3. But all eyes are locked into this battle for P2. It's still not over. Last chance for JR Gan. Last chance to defend for Jaime Almario, who is going to win it. And it looks like it's going to be Almario all the way. SR1 winner, Jaime Almario, with a beautiful battle between him and your finisher in P3, the rookie driver number 17, JR Gan. What a show. What a race between the two SR1 drivers. And there's Vedant Agrawal after a wonderful and valiant defense against the two drivers behind him, Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando. He can now rest assured that P4 is secured. That's points for him and his team. Missed out on the points yesterday, but this time they're scoring some points. Vedant Agrawal of V-Car Edge Sport Racing can now rest easy knowing that this race is in the bag. Points secured. That's a win in my book. And looks like it's going to be a win for his team as well as they enter the next race later this afternoon with their best foot forward. Vedant Agrawal crossing the finish line, greeting that checkered flag with a smile. And that's it for Race 2, Round 1 of the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants, the official lubricant partner of the fastest race series in the country. JR Gan, your fastest driver, with a 204.998. That's going to be an extra point for him. He's going to love that. And coming up next is the United GT Race 1. Going to pass the microphone back to Tom Alvarez. You can catch it live on the Clark International Speedway Facebook page. Thank you very much for joining us. Once again, this is Sam Carlos. Looking forward to seeing you guys once again later this afternoon for Race 3.
Here we go. No, this is not the footage from the MMDA Command Center. These are the footages going on live at Clark International Speedway on a beautiful Sunday. Well, despite some on and off rain, we've been getting isolated rain, isolated thunderstorms here in this segment of the country as, well, based on the weather forecast, I can see the HG Motorsports boys. What's up, guys? LJ, Gav, and Alan
What up, Gabe? Yeah, what up? Let's all get ready. Shout out to Warren Quaresma. I'm sure it's going to be more affordable than your favorite expensive coffee. Hello to Rebecca Villar. Yeah, well, Kathy Villar will be back later on for the race final for the Philippine racers right here at the Philippine Motorsport Championships. But for now, we're going to make way for the United GT Racing Series in partnership with Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi Oils, Totachi Lubricants, featuring Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, trusted and used for the United GT Racing Series. Get ready for some very expensive track weaponry. Plenty of wheel-to-wheel action, of course. These are super fast cars, I tell you. The United GT Racing Series, this is the unique same make battle series. You're going to see head-to-head awesome battles, that's for sure. Featuring some of the Philippines' fastest performance cars. As you can see, we got the 370Zs. You can see the Lotus Elise right here. The blue one. Or is that an Exige? We're going to double check. Shout out to Rafi Rabbit. What up, man? Saying good luck to fellow M2 boys. You can see the FL5 Type R rolling out. The 370Z also rolling out. Another 370, and that's a Subaru BRZ. Having a chat with one of our track marshals. Yeah, we have some Gazoo Racing Supras, Gazoo Racing Yaris's, Gazoo Racing 86s, GT 86s. As mentioned, Nissan Zs, some Lotus cars, Honda Type Rs, and a lot more in partnership with Totachi Philippines. The United GT Racing Series live at Clark International Speedway. Shout out to our friends from the Donut Garage, Napat 18. Also, huge thank yous to Ceramic Pro, Team Fair Lady Z, GR Supra Club PH, Lotus Manila, powered by your friends here at the United GT Racing Series, M2PH, shout out to all of you. Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, Nissan Philippines, FTW Elite 100. It's going to be the chance for these guys to add themselves up to that prestigious list, the Elite 100. Shout out to our friends from E Auto Parts LLC, Ceramic Pro, 86BRZ Club. Hello to all of you. Members of Club Fair Lady Z Manila. Hello. Great to see you guys. Oh, beautiful M2. Number 126. That is Edric Chan. You can see the blue Supra. This is going to be 7 laps for these guys here. They're divided into groups. Beautiful Gazoo Racing Supra. In blue, that's our official car for the United GT Racing Series. Let's see who is at the wheel of it. Oh, it's Iggy Is. Yeah, Easy Ligaya, our official pace car driver. The man behind Full Throttle Weekend. Definitely, it's going to be a Full Throttle Weekend featuring the United GT Racing Series cars. Here goes one of them.
Car number 870. This is Lino Gatchalian, part of the M2 class. Beautiful M2. There you go. Carbon fibers on the side mirror. And look at the offset of those rear tires. Those rear tires definitely are wider. And now number 20. Is this number 24 or number 88? We're going to double check. This is the FL5. This is either Ryan Kenneth Gamara or Kerwin Lau. What up, man? Good luck. Duct tape equipped. Carbon fiber equipped. 777. This is none other than Brian Neil Alejandro, part of the super class of our United GT Racing Series. Oh, the FK8. Ooh, Honda Civic Type R FK8. It says it's number 140. This is Ryan Kenneth Gamara. Good luck, Ryan Kenneth. Number 77 is Lorenzo Cuscio on his BRZ. There goes the number 81 GR Yaris of RB Jacinto. Number 559 GT86. That's Dennis Gascon. The Lotus. Number 121. Carlos Naidas. The yellow Supra. Number 9 of none other than Jay Militante. Good luck, man. Great to see you up in here. And another car, number 9. The Gazoo Racing, number 9. I can say also Gazoo Racing, number 14. That's Mark Lewis Belmonte. Number 88, the FL5. That's that could also be Paulo Knockham. There goes Gel Nabat and his white Lotus. Beautiful to look at. This is the United GT Race Series in partnership with Hitachi Philippines. Shout out to Mark Joseph Caneta on the comment section. Hello to everybody from Cab Speed Italia Premio, Shedworks, Sis Rosie, and one of the Shedworks guys looking like is a part of this one as well. Roro Cruz on the number 24. Honda Civic FL5, the Type R. There they are on the Porsche stretch. And then another hairpin comes their way. As you can see at the top right of your screens, this is going to be 7 laps. And good for them. Track is drying up as advertised, as observed by from way, way back. Right after the Spanish left the country, when the Americans were here, they realized there's something to the soil that makes it dry up quickly. And there goes the evidence. The track dries up quickly. It's got a natural funneling system to the water to be channeled to go under the soil quickly. Or that maybe it's the quality of the soil. A great convoy we're looking at over here. United GT Racing Series featuring groups 1 and 2. Group 1 features Jay Militante on a Supra, Mark Lewis Belmonte on a Gazoo Racing Yaris, Paulo Medina on a Supra as well, Gel Nabat on a Lotus, Alvin Salido on a BRZ or an 86, Roro Cruz on an FL5 Type R, John Kamikawa on an 86, Lorenzo Cusha on a BRZ. Christopher Coe on an 86, GT86. Arnel Carlos on a Gazoo Racing Yaris. Carlos Naidas on a Lotus Exige. Edward Chan on the M2. There goes one of our Lotus cars. There goes a lot of our 370Zs. Another of our BRZs 86s. There's Ryan Kenneth Gamara on a Type R. Kerwin Lau is also on a Type R. Brian Neil Alejandro is on one of the fast Gazoo Racing Supras. Lino Gachalian is on another of the M2s. Lino Gachalian. For Group 2, we are going to see Saint David in a Nissan Z. Saint David, yeah. Julian Diego on one of the 86 or BRZs we have in the competition. Mark Nang C will be on the other M2. Zachary Jacinto on a Gazoo Racing Yaris. Ivor Encarnacion on a Nissan Z. Pio Pascuala on an 86 or a BRZ. And Paolo Nocam on a Type R. Arvin Del Fonzo on that Blue Lotus. Joshua Guevara on one of the 86s BRZs here. Of course, Paul Kuzi on one of the BRZs 86s competition cars. RB Jacinto on one of the Gazoo Racing Yarises. Timothy John Ong on a Nissan Z. Darwin Aquino on another of our 86 BRZ cars. Joriel Cruz, another of our 86 BRZ drivers. AJ Pena on another other Gazoo Racing Yarises. Dennis Gascon, another of our 86 BRZ drivers. And Clarence Villafuerte in one of the Fair Ladies, another of our Nissan Zs. All right, on the grid. A great number of cars extending up to close to the Audi Sport Art. They are ready for lights out. They just completed the parade lap. It's going to be seven laps in partnership with Totachi, featuring Totachi Ultima Racing Oil. This is the United GT Racing Series live here at Clark International Speedway, and lights out, full throttle mode. There you go. Okay, you can easily spot Carlos Naida's Exige in yellow and white. They call him Banana Man. The one in the white Lotus is Gel Nava. The one in the blue Lotus is Arvin Delfonso. They go for it. These guys are capable of doing 2-minute lows. The fastest so far is Lino Gachilian, and then according to the records we have over here, with a time of 2:02.2 on his M2. Let's see what the Gazoo Racing Super Boys could actually achieve. There goes Lino Gachilian, our fastest in Group 1. Fastest overall, according to the record I have over here. 2 minutes, 02.2 capable. But we all know the Gazoo Racing Super could do 159s. At the hands of Angelo Magtoto. Let's see how close the Gazoo Racing Super Boys can do. Going 2-minute lows. Brian Neil Alejandro could do a 2:08 on a Gazoo Racing Supra 777. Roro Cruz is the fastest Type R competitor here. He's got the fastest Honda Civic FL5. And, of course, Christopher Coe has got the fastest GT86. There he goes. The one with the Totachi logo on the door. That is Christopher Coe at the Donut Garage. Finding spots to upgrade his position. Weaving through traffic. They almost occupied the segment of the grid close to the curve. Actually, right on the curve. Onto the final turn before the main straight. That's the amount of numbers they got regarding the big support participating in this very exciting leg of the United GT Race Series.
from Totachi. Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi Oils, Totachi Lubricants, featuring Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, the trusted and used brand for this grid, the United GT Racing Series. And just like that, lap 1 done. 2 minutes of it. 0.10. 2 minutes 10 actually by Lino Gatchalian on the 870 Beamer M2. With the absence of Rafi Rabe. Yeah, he's alone right over there to put up those big numbers, those very impressive lap times on a BMW M2. Blue BRZ, yellow and white Lotus Exige, and another the Gazoo Racing cars. So far, fastest in the Supra category is Brian Neil Alejandro with the 777 Supra. You'll see him there. He's right there stuck in traffic somewhere, but managing, clocking in at 2 minutes 14.4. There he goes. Fastest in the Supra category. Fastest in the Lotus category is that yellow car here. That is Carlos Naidas, a.k.a. Banana Man. But a lot of his seat time happened yesterday. He is so comfortable putting on a 221. But that yellow Lotus is actually capable of doing faster. 2 minutes 12. Now this is the fastest in the Type R category. Roro Cruz, number 88. Capable of doing 210s. Looking like there's drizzle again going on. We're getting some rain once again. FL5 Type R from Honda. Gazoo Racing Supra from Toyota. On to the elevated sector of the track over here. A little bit of a tilt on that corner on a left-hander, and then they go for another left-hander and a quick right-hander on that core extrude sector. Downhill. And they approach the Porsche stretch here now. There goes a look at the backside of the Porsche stretch. There goes the Porsche REC over there, and then they prepare for a left-hander. Hairpin. They brake hard. Reaching around. Oh, there goes the rain. Very visible on the camera. Heading to turn 1. I'm sure driving adjustments are going to be made. Wipers are activated, as you can see. Aftermath of the corkscrew. Take a look at those Gazoo Racing Supras and Yaris's. The GR Yaris, you know, those little all-wheel drive, 1.6 liter 3-cylinder machines. Another of our fast Gazoo Racing Supras, number 17. That is Paulo Medina. Capable of doing 215s, but in the rain over here, he's getting harassed by a BRZ. I wonder whose BRZ is this. You're going to have to get a closer look at his race number. He's definitely elevating his position up in here. And then gets on with the battle with an all-wheel drive. Gazoo Racing Yaris. Ooh! The Yaris was aquaplaning right there a little bit, but regaining control. I'm sure he got a little bit nervous on there. Suddenly he became a passenger. Yeah, there are those scenarios when you feel you're aquaplaning and you end up becoming a passenger. There goes one of our HKS liveried machines here. On to the double chicane they go. We want to know the number for that Gazoo Racing Yaris. He's definitely making a good amount of pace. Could it be that's Mark Lewis Bamonte? He's capable of doing 214s. But the rain goes wilder than expected. Starting to become cats and dogs up in here. And this is the dreaded final turn before the main straight. That requires a good amount of respect. A disrespect could end up a visit or a hello to the barriers on the side. A tire barrier, or maybe on the pit wall. There they are, the drag race onto the main straight. On the dry, they definitely could push above 200 kph. Look at the amount of conditions, challenging conditions that they have to go through. They're built for this. They have prepared for situations like this. On a high-speed track, you are watching it from the fastest racetrack in the country. This is Clark International Speedway. Ooh, that fair lady is creating good level of pace. Ivor Encarnacion on the number 21 Nissan Z, the 370Z Nismo edition. Yeah, speaking of the Zeds, let's see who got the fastest in the Nissan category here. There goes Gazoo Racing number 81 facing the opposite direction. I'm sure he's going to be able to recover. That car is built for rally racing as well. It's got a very high-tech all-wheel drive system. I'm sure he's just finding the right time to get out of there, or else that sector of the track is going to remain yellow until he is recovered. Right at the very front is Lino Gatchalian on the M2. There he goes, Lino on the 870. His previous lap is a 235.7 on this treacherous, wet condition. Now you know, Reffy, how fast can you drive on the wet? 235.767 according to Lino Gatchalian, our race leader on this M2. Beamer M2 by Lino Gatchalian. Very impressive driving by Lino over here. Look at his wipers. Doing some wiper things wildly as rain gets harder here. And there goes the fastest Supra, the 777 Supra. That is Brian Neil Alejandro. He's running third overall, capable of 232s in the wet, 232.5, while Roro Cruz is in front of him. The FL5 Type R of Roro Cruz, he's capable of doing 236 mids in the wet. So this Supra could get elevated to position number 2 overall. Well, right now, he's been elevated to position number 2. Roro Cruz, yeah, right here, that's Roro Cruz. He's now P3 overall, still number 1 in the Type R class. But the rest of the Type R drivers up in here, Paulo Nocom is also in one of the Type Rs and on this United GT Racing category. There's also Ryan Kenneth Gamara, Kerwin Lau, another of our Honda Civic Type R drivers. There's an FK8 on the lineup as well, by the way. The predecessor to this FL5. Top Type R, Roro Cruz. Number 1 in the 86 category, of course, Christopher Coe. On the number 86, Christopher Coe has a 242.8. With the track looking like it's going to be transitioning to dry once again. Or we're still getting some drizzles, but not as hard as moments ago. Top of the Lotus category. Still it is Carlos Naidas, the yellow Lotus, found at position number 4. Overall, look at this guy. Roro Cruz. Number 1 in the Type R class. Look at the amount of water spray. That goes to show the amount of wetness they are encountering over here. There goes our number one driver in the Lotus category, Carlos Naidas, number 121. They call him Banana Man. So impressive. In the wet, it's a 2:49 for him. 2:49 mids. His previous lap was 2 minutes 49.480. Fastest in the Gazoo Racing Areas category is Arnel Carlos. Oh, the FK8 is stuck onto turn 1. There's also a red Gazoo Racing Areas stuck right there on turn 1. That's how it looks like after you encounter the downhill segment of the track, the corkscrew, en route to the first hairpin of the track. Yeah, Brian Devanley's getting closer to Lino. The gap is 0.9 of a second. We're going to get to that in just a little while, but first we're going to give you car number 29 over here. John Kamikawa running P2 in the 86 BRZ category. So far, he's been doing 248 low, 248.3 from the previous lap. You got that right, Rafi Rabbit. Great observation. Now here's, well, Roro Cruz, who's around 15 seconds away from Brian Alejandro Supra and Lino Gatchalian's M2. Looking like there's some delicious battle going on, delicious looking dogfight going on between Lino Gatchalian and Brian Neil Alejandro. We're going to get to that as soon as we find him. Oh, looking like we're red flagging the race. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that's them. Lino Gatchalian and Brian Neil Alejandro chasing up each other, but we are waving the red flag now. The track is getting too wet for us to proceed with the rest of the session. Well, a good demonstration, bravery by these guys. A lot of them kept to their level of pace. A lot of them discovered the limits of the grip available and the limit of grip or traction available by the system that could be handled by what was given by the engineers from Toyota, BMW, Lotus, Nissan. It says here, as you can see at the top right, it screens 2 laps to go. They could easily come up with those fast runs if only the rain did not happen that wildly. Some of them are on the pits. I could see Carlos Naidas already on the pits. But so far, more than 50% of the race, he's at the number 1 spot in the Lotus category. Carlos Naidas 121 with a 249.4, a best of 218.3. His most previous lap was a 249.4 in this type of wet Clark International Speedway. Lino Gatchalian wraps it up with a 247.5. That's his most recent wet lap. And Brian Neil Alejandro was on hot pursuit in that Supra, trying to get close to this M2 over here. Right behind him was Brian Neil Alejandro, who was actually on a 239.4 before you red flagged the race. Passes in the Nissan Z, looking like it's Saint David. Yeah, the fastest in the Nissan category. Congratulations on that. Second fastest in the Nissan category, Clarence Villafuerte. $30 cars for the United GT Racing Series in partnership with Totachi.
Totachi Philippines, distributor of Totachi Ultima Racing Oil. Their high-level racing oil, Totachi Ultima. Yeah, too bad I had to put a halt to the exciting battles that we were looking forward to. Well, experience all throughout the 7 laps of it, but yeah, things got a little bit too wild rain-wise. But great job by the rest of the grid being able to come up with some of the best runs in a very tricky track situation. Yeah, we're going to let you in on the official winners of race 1 right there, based on the schedule for the rest of the day. We're going to have our quick lunch break, and then we will proceed with the bracket race for the BGRC, and then the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships Race 2 will come your way as well, followed by our Phil Mini Racers, and these guys are going to be back later on in the afternoon. At 3:45, they're scheduled to have race 2. We are scheduled to have race 2 at 3:45 for the United GT Race Series in partnership with Totachi. Magnificent machines right there. The best of the Gazoo racing cars, the Yaris's, the Supras, the BRZ 86s, and of course the Hondas right there with the Type Rs. Shout out to Jeff Sardalia. JEP. What's up? And Rebecca Rebby Villar, don't you worry. Kathy Villar and the rest of our Mini Cooper drivers are going to make an appearance once again later on. That is scheduled around 2:40. 2:40 in the afternoon. Time right now is 12:10, the lunch hour. Definitely we're going to have our lunch break. And at 1 o'clock, we will resume with the AMSOIL Silent Tire Bracket Race. Get ready for it. Fantastic job by our team of drivers. A great number of drivers. 30 of those high-performance cars for the United GT Racing Series in partnership with Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi Oils and Lubricants, distributor of Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, the trusted and used brand for our United GT Racing Series participants. Huge shout out to Roy Eusebio. He's here today. And congrats to the top finishers of the different categories we spotted. So it is Lino Gatchalian, unbeatable in the M2 class on the number 870 Beamer M2. And of course, fastest in the Supra category is a 777. Gazoo Racing Supra, Brian Neil Alejandro. Number 1 in the Type R class, unbeatable in the Type R class. Rosano Cruz right there on the number 24. And top of the 86 category, guess who? Christopher Coe of the Donor Garage on the number 86 GT86. Top of the Nissan Zeds. We're going to let you know later on. 10. That's Kenneth Bernardo. Kenneth Bernardo, another one from Cabanatuan Auto Club in collab with RL Motorsports. Another one prepped by Ron Lucero. That car number 10, capable of doing 2:16, 2 minutes 16.7. Leo Candava, he was able to do 2:28. 2:28.7 is his fastest. Leo Candava, Team MRC, Team Lewis Performance. Earlier, Uncle Edwin Rodriguez of Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. We saw him and his Honda Civic FB. He ends up 5th fastest off of that session with a time of 2 minutes 15. 2 minutes 15.6. Just right behind Roro Cruz. Roro Cruz 88. That's one of the Honda Civic FL5 Type Rs from Shedworks Cab Speed. He is 4th fastest in that time trial session with a time of 209.279. The top 3 goes Angelo Magtoto fastest, 2nd, Mark Savino, 3rd, Manuel Chua. Let's go, batch 2. Batch 2 drivers are lining up for our AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC. AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC batch 2 time trial session. Ooh, we could see a Hyundai Accent. In front of it, it's a Mitsubishi Lancer. In front of that Mitsubishi Lancer is another Mitsubishi Lancer number 71. In front of that Mitsubishi Lancer, oh. We're going to double check later on. We could see some Yaris's, a lot of Yaris's. Very nice. And of course, a lot of Honda Civics. Shout out to Amazing G. Good luck, racers. Shout out to Rose Marie Perolina. Good luck to Mark Francis Tanlu. Shout out to Beej. Good morning from us here at Clark International Speedway. We are proudly brought to you by Aguila Auto Glass. Visit AguilaAutoGlass.com. Aguila Auto Glass since 1952. Here we go. As you can see, we're now opening the track. Track is now open for the time trial session for batch 2. Batch 2 for the BGRC Bracket and Grid Racing Championships presented by AMSOIL Racing and Silent Tire Motorsport. The first in synthetics, AMSOIL. And Silent Tire Motorsport. With you through every turn, Silent Tire. The AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC time trial session. Earlier was for batch 1. Now it is for batch 2. And previous to this, we had the United GT time trial session. Yes, we're going to have the United GT races today. The United GT Racing Series, a unique same make battle series where you get to see head-to-head action featuring some of the Philippines' fastest performance cars, the Gazoo Racing Supras, the Yaris's, the Gazoo Racing Yaris's, the Gazoo Racing 86s and the GT 86s. Also, we're going to feature some Nissan Zeds, Lotuses, the Lotus cars, the Honda Type Rs, and a whole lot more. In partnership with Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi Lubricants, featuring Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, trusted and used by the majority of the cars on today's grid for the United GT Racing Series. Get ready for those. It's going to happen later on before the lunch break. We're going to have the first race of the day for the United GT Series. Same make, same fight, pure racing. A whole lot of close quarters racing. Definitely fast cars.
a lot of wheel-to-wheel moments. Get ready for that later on today as well. It's scheduled at around 11:25 Philippine Standard Time. Time right now is 9:15. Yeah, get ready for the United GT Racing Series. Race 1 happens later on at 11:25. But for now, you get a closer look of a great lineup of Toyotas, Hondas for batch 2 of our BGRC time trial session. Here goes Taffy. And oh, there goes Luis Moreno and his Mitsubishi Lancer. There goes LJ Van Ligan and his Mitsubishi Lancer. So 2 white Mitsubishi Lancers are here. And there's another one from the previous generation. See that white Mitsubishi Lancer you see? Looking like, according to the list we see here, now we're going to double check who that is, who's on the other Mitsubishi Lancer or the third Mitsubishi Lancer on the lineup. This is the drifting Yaris of 311 Auto Spa by Jeward Policarpio. Yesterday's sessions featured him going sideways in the different sectors of the track. You could actually screen record and repost it and have fun watching it. Jeward Policarpio right there in that white Yaris with the 1118 number on the front door. Plus a great number of more Toyotas. Plenty more of those Toyotas in the lineup today. Marcus Young, Jamil Lacuna, Gav Quintos, LJ Panligan, Earl Ampano, Martin Lu, Alan Escoto. Keylord Perez is the other guy in that previous generation Mitsubishi Lancer. They call it the Eggy Lancer Itlog. And Luis Moreno is in that Pizza Pie Mitsubishi Lancer. LJ Mutok is in one of the Yaris. MC De Leon, Brian Basa, Jerwin Hawson. This is Jerwin Hawson on your screens in his yellow hatchback, EK hatchback. And Mark Sakilabon is also on this lineup. Jackson Garlejo, also part of this. Look at that, it's a Honda Civic EF. And a nice livery to that Toyota Yaris. Huge shout outs to the team of Alan Escoto. Yeah, it's Alan Escoto's team getting these awesome designs to these liveries possible for especially the HG Motorsports cars. That's Alan Escoto in that maroon Toyota Vios. You saw that on the right side of your screen. You're going to see that at the bottom of your screens in just a little while. Now that's Earl Ampano, number 61. Keylord Perez on the Mitsubishi Lancer. And on the Honda Civic EF, we'll find out who that is once again, according to what we see here on our timing screen. Shout out to Jules. Jules Dial, good morning. Thanks for joining us. 9:18 in the morning on a sunny Sunday. Yes, these are live videos happening here at Pampanga, Clark, Pampanga, where you could find Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the country. It could allow superbikes to run more than 300 kph on the main straight, above 250 kilometers per hour on the back stretch. That's really fast. If you're on a superbike, yeah. So you can just imagine these cars and some of the supercars we are going to be seeing here as well from the United GT Series. Shout out to Team Go Factory. Good morning. Have a safe race, everyone. Says Go Factory, straight out of the FB Live comment section.
There goes a look at Luis Moreno, sim racing champion Luis Moreno and his Mitsubishi Lancer number 16. So far, he's been doing 2 minutes 42.9 is his fastest. 2 minutes 42.9. A little bit of a lean on that turn. This is actually the second hairpin. This is now the backstretch leading to the Acacia Curve, leading to the TGR heavy braking zone, left-hander. Shout out to Berman Diaz Verador. Good morning. Good luck to LJ Panlican and Keylord Perez. And everybody from LA Performance. Shout outs to Byron Maurice. Good luck as well. Hello to Ricardo Orarute, become legendary. Good morning. Yeah. After this one, we're going to make way for the first race of the day, the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. But for now, we're going to allow our bracket and grid racing championships participants to clock in very important time trial runs. This is going to be the determinant of their positions on the grid race. And this is where they calculate what nominated laps they need to submit to the timing team here at Clark International Speedway for the bracket race. Yeah, in bracket racing, you have to submit your nominated lap, the amount of time or that certain lap that you know you could easily avoid overrunning. Yeah, you would not want to be going faster than your nominated lap. That could easily mean it's going to be a breakout, and you don't want to end up with a breakout. That's what bracket racing is all about. HG Motorsports in full force. See a lot of those Yaris's with the Motul logo? That's them. Also, Team J Mag are all out over here. They have a good amount of participants as well representing Team J Mag. We're looking at car number 19. That's Raihan Iftikhar, another one from Team J Mag, as mentioned. Shout out to Lito Macaligar. What up, Lito? Good luck to JR Gan. Boy champion JR Gan. Shout out to Sir Dennis. Ooh, good morning, Sir Dennis. LJ Panlican has a purple. Yeah, that means he has the fastest lap of this session. This is batch 2 of the Amsoil Silent Top BGRC. 221.6. Fastest lap of the session. Ooh, number 38, Byron Bassat. That's a nice looking Honda Civic sedan, the EG variant of the Honda Civic. LJ Panligan, the Amsoil Mitsubishi Lancer number 71 from Mech Automotive or LA Performance. Shout out to Paolo Ayeras. Good luck to all racers. Yeah, you got to be present next time, man. We don't want you missing out, Paolo. Make sure you represent next time. Shout out to everybody from HG Motorsports and everybody from Mojaco's. Good luck, racers from Jules Dial. Good morning to all of you. Great to see your messages up in here. We are live at the Clark International Speedway official FB page. We're also on FB Live over at the Philippine Grand Touring Championships official FB account, and also at the BGRC Bracket and Good Racing Championships official FB page. And live on YouTube, Motorsports PH on YouTube, for the HD version of this broadcast. You just saw Keylor Perez. He's sixth fastest in this time trial session with a time of 230.488. Philippine GT drivers, please get ready. Attention participants for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships, please get ready. You guys are going to be next for checkered flagging this session. The Amsoil Silent Type VGRC time trial wraps up. Contenders in GT2, Luis Camus of Camus Racing in collab with Team MRC, Team Lois Performance. And of course, leading into the start of round 4 over here today is none other than Will Christian Lucas. We'll see him later on in his yellow Honda Civic from Team Edgeport. There goes our official pace car, the Mazda Philippines official pace car. Track is now open. Let's go. Last call for those participants who need to be on the grid. You would not want to end up starting your race on the pit lane. I'm sure they would not want that, so they got to be on time. Track is now open. Before you run out of time, please bring your cars to the grid right now. You could see, we saw Marky Young, our P1 qualifier on GT3. GT3 is the fastest category for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships from Yokohama by Yokohama Tires Philippines, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fliva. So far in GT3, the battles go like this. Kim Lagman has 107 points after 3 rounds. We have a total of 6 rounds. Yeah, from the halfway mark, Marky Young is around, well, has garnered 55 points in the past 3 rounds. He's been having a very dramatic race in the past weekends that we had for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. 2 rounds at the BRC, the Batangas Racing Circuit, and 1 round at Clark International Speedway. And here goes another high-speed round over here.
Clark International Speedway, round number 4. This guy is in the lead, points-wise, after 3 rounds. Kim Lagman.
Yeah. This is actually Miguel. This is Miguel Lagman, right? Car number 12? Yes, it is the little brother of Kim Lagman. Car number 12. He's got 84 points. He's got the second most number of points, leading to round number 4 here after 3 rounds, yes. 84 points for Miguel Lagman. Now we got over here Carl Colladas. He's got the third most number of points, 74 points. He's from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. This is his weapon of choice. Car number 8, the Honda Civic EK hatchback. Yeah, you are third, man. P3 in the points after 3 rounds. 2 rounds at the Batangas Racing Circuit, another round at Clark International Speedway. Right here now, round number 4, back at it, another of the high-speed rounds, Clark International Speedway. And this is the man. He is so relaxed. He's got 107 points entering round number 4. Way to go, Mr. Golden Wheel awardee. He goes by the name of Kim Lagman. There he is. He doesn't feel any kind of pressure. He makes it look easy. He's got an awesome team behind him, you know. Two Brothers Racing Team in collab with Ed Sport, led by Coach Edgen Diliaco, the champions maker, and of course with Force Speed by Sir Jeffrey De Leon. Now, this is the guy with the most number of points in GT2. 107 points as well. That's for the GT2 category. The mid-pack category, that is Will Christian Lucas from Team Ed Sport. He's got a lot of reasons to relax over here as well, but of course, not too complacent, because this guy, who has 89 points, second most number of points in GT2. Luis Campos III is going to be out to try to win the biggest number of points in the next half of the season. 3 rounds to go. We are now round number 4. We're going to have round 5, and then the final round, round number 6. Now this is Francois Fernandez. He's the third. He's got the third most number of points, 74 points into the season after 3 rounds, after the halfway mark. Francois Fernandez at Team J-Mag doing an exciting job for J-Mag over here to be in the running for top honors in GT2. But of course, Will Christian Lucas clocking in 107 very impressive points. Now, we are looking at our top qualifier in GT1, and he also has the most number of points overall. He's got 110 points, man, entering round number 4 after 3 rounds. 110 points garnered by this young driver, Xander Perez of B Racing Development, and his weapon of choice, the Honda Integra Type R, the DC2 variant. And we have over here third most number of points grabbed by this young driver, literally young driver, and he is Mr. Rich Young, driver 777 from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. He is at number 3 so far in the standings. And right up here, he's got 92 points after 3 rounds, representing Crane Cat Trading Services, representing Aglaya, representing RL Motorsports, representing AMSOIL Racing. He goes by the name of Kiel Cabasal. He has 92 points in the rounds so far here on the 2026 season of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. From Yokohama Tires Philippines, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fleeva. They're all using the Yokohama Advan Fleeva tires. Shout out to Toby Gonzalez. Good luck to everybody. Good luck to Lance Toon, the Banayad Racing, says Toby. Good morning to Marlon D'Aliva. Good morning. Hello to Deb Rosal. What up, Deb? The fast racer from Iloilo. What up, man? Good luck and enjoy racing. I miss the feeling. Yeah, we miss you over here, too. Make sure you come on over next time and flex those muscles when it comes to fast racing straight out of Iloilo.
Thank you, Deb, for watching. All those who are watching, make sure you click share for this FB Live broadcast to appear on your wall. We await for the warm-up lap to begin. There's going to be a parade lap, a.k.a. warm-up lap, and then it's going to be 9 laps with a threat of rain? Yeah, according to the weather update, there'll be isolated rains or isolated thunderstorms that could come our way. Today's Sunday here at the Clark area. That could happen around 12 noon. That's around 45% chance of rain. But overall, according to the weather app, it's going to be 90% chances of rain today. According to the specifics, around 12 noon, a 45% chance of rain could happen. Good morning to all of you. Shout out to Issa Reyes Garcia. What up? Here we go. The Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships featuring the Advan Fliva from Yokohama Tires Philippines. They're all rolling out of their grid spots. This is for the warm-up. This is turn 1. That's where they go after turn 1. Elevated sector, a little bit of a banked corner, left-hander. And from there, they go downhill for the corkscrew left and quickly right, looking like a corkscrew. That's why they call it a corkscrew segment. And then the back stretch of the track aftermath of the corkscrew. That's the Porsche stretch. This is where they're going to see the first hairpin of the track. Left-hander. There goes our pole position guy, Marky Young. 888 from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited with a time of 2:24.070 on yesterday's session. Yeah, qualifying session happened yesterday. Let's see if he could try to get the most number of points today, but he's been having a very dramatic race weekend in the past 3 rounds. Yeah, we're now over here at round number 4. We kicked it off at the BRC for round 1, and round 2 also happened at the BRC. And then round 3, we went here at Clark International Speedway around July, last month, of course. Now, August over here we are. Round number 4, back at Clark International Speedway, featuring the 4.1 kilometer racetrack, fastest racetrack in the Philippines. 18 turns. We're doing the clockwise route. As we can see, this is the aftermath of the Acacia Curve. This is now the big loop. A little bit of a bank is also going on this turn. A huge right-hander for these guys. After the big loop, they get to encounter the double chicane sector. There goes the double chicane. Some of them are already there. They make a right, and then they could jump on the curbs on the left, and then jump on the curbs on the right, and another curb comes to them on the left side to welcome the Audi Sport Arc. That Audi Sport Arc sector is the final turn before the main straight, which requires a lot of respect, especially in case the track gets wet. If a disrespect to preparations come or happen, well, they could end up on either side of the wall on the main straight. The main straight is also the drag strip. On a superbike, you could go more than 300 kilometers per hour on this segment of Clark International Speedway. That's fast. And on a car, of course, it depends on the gears and the ratios you're going to be using and the rev limits that you and the team are going to set to the car. Definitely above 200 kph on the main straight. And it's going to be a drag race to turn 1. Pole position goes to number 888. As you can see, the EG hatchback of Marky Young. He's right there on the left side of the screen. So you can see the red lights will be, which will be turned on one by one on the bottom left of the monitor you're looking at. Number 12, that is Miguel Lagman of TBR Edge Sport in collab with Forest Speed. Red lights on and off we go. 9 laps begin right about now. Let's see who would like to have the big number of points. So look at the drag race over here. 90s Honda Civic versus 00's big Honda Civic. He's got the inside line advantage, Marky Young, but look at the pace getting clocked in by the Honda Civic FD of Miguel Lagman. Or that's actually Miguel indeed. Now Kim right at the tail of Marky Young here. Yeah, that is Kim Lagman, the one with the orange and gray combination to the livery. Well, of course, Miguel Lagman has the orange, red, and white combination. So this is Marky, followed by Kim, followed by Carol. 1, 2, and 3. Marky in the red hatchback, the race leader. Building up the pressure. Kim Lagman right there with a huge Civic FD. And making a move to position number 3, Miguel Lagman. Oh, Carol Collantes loses position. Now this is going to be exciting, how he's going to fight back. Yeah, car number 12, that is, of course, Miguel. Carol with a K, position number 4. He's another from Mark Young Racing, Cars Unlimited, another of our talented drivers from Mark Young Racing, Cars Unlimited. It's a 3-way battle leading to the Acacia Curve right there. You saw Will Christian Lucas's yellow Civic. Yeah, so much action going on. We're definitely on the edge of our seats right here. What a morning, what a Sunday morning, 9:51. There it is. Will Christian Lucas having a battle against Francois Fernandez. This is for the GT2 dogfights. GT2, J-Mag on the race lead. Will Christian Lucas with a good amount of number on his season so far. Cannot afford, ending up with an incident. But of course, Luis Camus actually is the leader of the pack in GT2. Now for GT3 right over here, Marky Young leads the convoy. Still he defends his pole position spot, his race lead. And you all know Kim Lagman, the Golden Wheel awardee. Yeah, he's very capable of playing this kind of game. He's going to make you feel you got the good amount of pace that he cannot beat and until the final few turns or maybe in the final 3 laps of the race. That's a good tactic. Maybe he got it from, the wise words of Coach Edgen Diliaco. He's definitely a champions maker for something. Oh, there you go. Back to P1. Will Christian Lucas back on the race lead in GT2. Francois gets relegated to P. Well, he's still at P2. Actually, the one who got relegated was Luis Campos III. He was actually on the lead in that category earlier. While for GT1, we could see Kiel Cabasal's car in front of the Integra of Michael Xander Perez. There it goes. Will Christian Lucas of Team Edge Sport and building up pressure. The J-Mag, as you can see, a huge J-Mag logo going on there. That big Civic. Looking at it over here, size-wise, there's not much size difference, but maybe it is indeed. A lot of people would consider it. The Honda Civic FD is a bigger platform compared to the EKs and the EGs from the 90s. This one's from the 00s, of course. Now, Marky on the inside line advantage preserves position number 1, but the build up of the momentum by Kim Lagman. He goes for a side mirror to side mirror look against the race leader, Marky Young. Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited still on P1 right up in here. And of course, CBR Edgeport 4Speed putting the pressure on the race leader. Guess who's back in the top 3? Carol Collantes in that red and white EK hatchback, ready to help out teammate Marky Young. Same goes Miguel Lagman over there, close by, making sure Kuya, Big Brother Kim, is ready to be supported. Yeah, 2 of the TBR guys, and of course 2 of the Mark Young Racing guys right here on the fastest category of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. We call this GT3. These are the ones that are eyeing for the Golden Wheel Award in the Golden Wheel Awards that is going to happen next year in the first quarter of 2027. There they are, drag racing to turn 1. Who is going to be 2026's Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring? 2025 Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring is Kim Lagman. He lost the position to Carol. Oh, a little bit of a nudge on the quarter panel of Carol Colliantes. He ended up facing the opposite direction, as you can see. I'm sure that's going to be investigated, and there's going to be camera footages that need to be submitted, and of course CCTV footages that needed to be reviewed by our race officials at race control, right up at the third floor. Still, it is Kim at position number 2. Now Miguel Lagman has got position number 3 here. Carol is back to working his way back up to the top 3. Yeah, so far he's been very patient here. I'm sure he's furious that thing had to happen, but, you know, this is how he counters it. He works his way to fight back. He's got the inside line advantage getting into the Acacia curve here, and he returns to position number 3. Carol Colliantes, excellent job. Well, Miguel Lagman tried his best to come up with a solution to that hot pursuit by Carol Colliantes in that white and red hatchback. But Miguel Lagman, yeah, as you can see, he's not yet done. He's still responding to what Carol Colliantes is doing over here. Something for the team, something for the points as well. Remember, these guys are in the top 3. Miguel at P3 so far in the championship standings. Carol is second in the championship standings. Or allow me to correct myself. Carol is in 3rd. Miguel is 2nd. And top is Kim Lagman. It's been very hectic for Marky Young, and looking like he is looking for that momentum. Finally, he is getting it. There he goes. Race leader, pole position qualifier, Marky Young. And creating a huge gap here. His race lead has increased to 3.5 seconds now. But the thing is, Kim Lagman doesn't need to worry about this one unless he doesn't end up P2. That's going to be so crucial for Kim Lagman's campaign for 2026. And as you can see, that is not what we want, or for sure some of the teams would not want, but others, they are eyeing for that kind of weather that could come our way. Cloudy, gray skies in the background, expecting rain. 90% chances of rain today, and a 35% chance of rain starting at 12 noon. And it's only 9:57, so there's a probability of a wet race in the afternoon later on. But for now, take a look at the handiwork of Carol Colliantes. You know, it was really a good amount of patience, but oh, something is flapping right at the back of that Honda Civic, and it automatically shredded off. Lightweight modification activated for the Carol Colliantes Honda Civic EK hatchback. Here goes the Honda Civic EG hatchback of our race leader, Marky Young from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. P1 during qualifying, P1 with 6 laps to go. He has the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.6. Kim Lagman's pace so far is 2:18.9. All you Kim Lagman fans, no need to worry. He doesn't feel the need to increase the pace. He just needs to preserve position number 2 on the finish right now and rework, be better in the afternoon race. Yeah, this is race 1 right now, the morning session of our Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championship. Later on in the afternoon, there'll be race 2 around 2 o'clock. It is going to be scheduled at 2 p.m., where the chances of rain is going to be close to 50%. Look at the amount of clouds in the background. Gray skies all over that segment of the track on that shot by Team Mad Films led by Banjo de Guzman. And there goes the drag race. They go nonstop with the exchanges here. That is Miguel Lagman versus Carol Colliantes. Miguel getting the better of it. Miguel now owns the new purple of the race. The new fastest lap of the race is by Miguel Lagman on that car number 12. Oh, but he loses position to Carol Colliantes once again. Miguel's fastest lap is a 2:14, 2 minutes 14.5. Beautiful job over here by Miguel Lagman. And the most impressive of them all is this young driver, literally young, He goes by the name of Marky Young from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. So impressive since yesterday. His race lead now is around 2.4 seconds against top contender number 1 in the championship standings. We're talking about Kim Lagman, the Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring for season 2025. Amazing stuff right here. Carroll returns to position 3. Miguel is back to reworking the impressive maneuver he did a while ago, returning to the top 3. He needs those very important points to preserve his position in the championship standings. And Kim Lagman also needs to continue on finishing on this high level. With chances also, he's still on striking distance. He's going to try to be on striking distance to grab the number 1 spot from Marky Young, that is for sure. Although so far now, if you're going to look at the time, he was able to become faster. He was able to flex his level of pace, his true pace. Kim Lagman could do 214.8 versus the 215.9 of Marky Young. Looking like heat soak issues already now being countered by Marky Young. Hopefully that's not gonna be the cause of him losing position number 1. So the gap earlier was more than 2 seconds. Now it is just 1.7 seconds. Whoa! Now 1.1 seconds now is the gap between the race leader, Marky Young, and Kim Lagman. Kim Lagman is doing the chase. 4 laps to go. In 3 laps time, he's going to be on striking distance again. Take a look at this. This gap right now, that's how it looks like. Maybe around less than a second now. Marky Young, P1. Kim Lagman is a guy in that Honda Civic with 4 doors. The Honda Civic with 3 doors, that's our race leader, Marky Young, the hatchback guy. So far, the previous lap was a 2:16.0 by Marky Young, and Kim Lagman did 2 minutes 14. 2 seconds faster than Marky Young here. No wonder he's at the rear bumper right now, that hatchback. Wow. Masterful driving, getting flexed over here by the Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring for 2025 for a very big reason. And no wonder he's got more than 100 points, 107 points in the past 3 rounds over here, because he's capable of doing this. Marky Young defends with all his might. He's going to be selecting the inside line, that's for sure, to cover. Maybe later on. The overtaking spot for Kim Lagman would be on the double chicane, maybe. But so far now, he is so close. He could smell probably the sweat of Marky Young from here. Ooh, so close. I'm sure Marky Young is seeing that Honda Civic, the bigger Honda Civic here, is so big on his side view mirrors, rear view mirror, double chicane sector, as you can see. Tapping on the brakes. Definitely Kim Lagman feathering his pace right there. Just a little bit. And he's got a good amount of pace advantage against Marky Young over here. This is where he could wrap it up. Yeah. Shout out to all of you watching. We are ready for the bracket race. Presented by AMSOIL Racing, the first in synthetics AMSOIL from AMSOIL Philippines, and Silent Tire Motorsport with you through every turn. Silent Tire. Part of round number 4 for the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships with Petron XCS and Petron Blaze 100. Also brought to you by Drive Fit Master Republic, DMR. See their awesome logo on the bottom right of your screens. Of course, AMSOIL Racing is our official lubricant sponsor for the Philippine Motorsport Championships. AMSOIL and Silent Tire is the official tire of the Bracket at Grid Racing Championships. Silent Tire Motorsport. Yokohama, the official tire of the Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Grand Tech Solutions Incorporated, provider of our LED screens here at Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the country. FEMOS 2026 is also brought to you by Aguila Auto Glass. Visit aguilaautoglass.com. Bracket racing is all about this. They are positioned strategically on a properly computed sector of the track, depending on their certain bracket. Shout out to Cheska Briones saying hello to Nino Chua. Hello to Keith Kayanan. Good luck to Team J Mag from Keith Kayanan. Lionel Almera. Shout out to Boss AC. Ellie DeLuz on the comment section says, let's go for P1. Mannix says, good afternoon to Team Cebu and Team Dash Racing. Great to see you guys at the comment section. Ellie DeLuz one more time says hello to J Mag, Team J Mag. Let's go. Uncle Edwin Rodriguez was on your screens a few moments ago. We have a great lineup of Hondas, Toyotas. The Yaris's are here. And off they go. And this is going to be one of those very satisfying types of races. In bracket racing, you work your way up through traffic to end up in the top 3. Yeah, we saw Uncle Edwin Rodriguez moments ago. And now there goes the RL Motorsport Civic. There's also the Stuart Policarpio Yaris from 1118 Auto Spa. There's the AMSOIL Racing Civic. The Ron Lucero prepared Honda Civic. The Honda Civic EK. That could either be Kiel Cavasal at the wheel or Mr. Ron Lucero himself. Shout out to Tito Edwin from Mateo Bulseco Serrano on the comment section. There goes one of our HG Motorsports guys in the Yaris and in the yellow Civic EK. That's Jerwin Hassan. Taffy kicking up some of the stagnant water on that sector of the track. This is the backstretch leading to the Acacia Curve. This is batch 1 of the bracket race. Batch 2, you guys are going to be next. Batch 2, please line up. Batch 2. Please line up now, okay? Still the clues, the hints of strong rain from moments ago. It's been on and off for those who just tuned in, those who just joined us. These are the live footages from Clark International Speedway. You saw number 99 moments ago. That's Jamil Lacuna of Motul SRPH, Sim Racing PH, HG Motorsports. One of our very consistent HG Motorsports representatives. Have a good contingent, a great lineup of drivers, which includes Alan Escoto, Gab Quintos, LJ Mutuk. Mark Tanlu is also part of the lineup. George Policarpio, there he goes. The drifting Yaris by George Policarpio from 1118 Auto Spa. There goes the battle. EK versus EK, hatchback versus sedan. Right behind it is the forest-fed Yaris of Dominic Bond. Squeezes himself in on the inside line, as you can see. Finds space, grabs it, protects it, sneaks up for position upgrade. Position upgrades, actually. Yeah, he was able to cover a lot of spots on that move. Mission accomplished on that sector of the bunch. And he's going to have to work his way to find the ones who actually started their race on the grid moments ago. Shout out to Jeffrey Carillo. And good luck to Jay Militante, boss Jay Militante. Yeah, he's part of the United GT Race Series. He's going to make an appearance later on. Mr. ACG on your screens on that Honda Civic hatchback. And right behind it is the Mitsubishi Lancer, the Amsoil Mitsubishi Lancer of LJ Panligan. Tarlac gets represented by that Mitsubishi Lancer driver. Now we return to looking at Dominic Bond right there real quick. This is a shot of the Acacia Curve. These guys are fast. Ooh, Gav Quintos squeezes in on the left side of Jerwin Hawson. Jerwin Hawson was quick to reacting, as you have noticed. Jerwin in that yellow car. And suddenly, alongside him is that silver and pink Yaris they call Taffy by Gav Quintos. This is what it's all about, finding that opportunity to be right at the very front after working your way through traffic. No Job Autocraft, 1118 Auto Spa, George Policarpio, continuing to find the very front of this battle. Civic EKs are the same generation, look at that. Earl Lampano in the gray one. And Mr. Cabasal on the white one, Gio Cabasal of RL Motorsports, in collab with 4Play, in collab with Golf Lounge, versus a Good Sam driver, Earl Lampano. And there goes Gav Quintos getting in the scene, ready to do battle with those Civics. Yeah, the one with the Motul logo, the hatchback, the bulky looking hatchback, that's a Toyota Yaris from the 00s. Competing against the 90s, late 90s Honda Civics. And getting sandwiched right there, the 1118 Auto Spa Yaris. On this dogfight, we're looking at Civic from the mid-90s versus Lancer, also from the mid-90s. Mr. ACG, number 55 on your screens. AC Gutierrez leading the way. Jerwin Hassan in yellow, LJ Panligan in that Amsoil Racing Mitsubishi Lancer. Look at that, elbow to elbow moment heading to the Acacia Curve. The TGR curve. The Lancer gets the better of that situation. Looking like that Lancer's got a good amount of pace here today. Hopefully it's not exceeding its official dial-in according to the list I have over here. He's part of Group 4, LJ Panlican, with a nominated lap. Let's see what's his nominated time. Yeah, his nominated lap is a 2 minutes 20 for that Mitsubishi Lancer. Shout out to Offering Mutuk. Good luck to LJ Mutuk. LJ is in one of the Yarises here, the Toyota Yarises from the 00s. Looking like he's on the red one. The white one you just saw is George Policarpio. This one now, Gio Cabasal, followed by Gav Quintos. Gio on the number 62 Civic. And then Gav, and then Mr. ACG, AC Gutierrez. No, this is a three-way battle. Gio Cabasal in that white Civic EK. The hatchback on the inside line is AC Gutierrez. Grabs position upgrades there. Nice quintet, the five-sum. Civic, Yaris, Lancer, Civic. It's all about these 00s and 90s cars. Glorified JDM machines for a very wonderful reason, a very good engineering reason. These are some of the most reliable ones, and parts are very much available, and with the amount of R&D done all over the world for these cars, they could tune it, prepare it for race events like this. You are watching the AMSOIL Racing Silent Time Motorsport Bracket and Grid Racing Championships for the Patron Philippine Motorsport events of 2026. We are now on the second half of the season. This is the start of the second half.
Very impressive move right there by LJ Panligan. Gets a position upgrade there. We would love to see.
As a Mitsubishi Lancer fan, I love that one. Yeah, way to go, LJ Panligan. He's got to do very impressive runs over here. He's got the AMSOIL Racing logo going on his front door. Now we got over here number 32, Leo Candava of Team MRC, Team Leo's Performance. Right behind him, chasing him up, number 22, Angelo Magtoto, a.k.a. the fastest Gazoo Racing Supra in the country. His nominated time is a 158.3. 158.3. He's not going to be allowed to exceed that. Gav Quintos looking for space behind Gio Cabasal's Honda Civic, AMSOIL Honda Civic versus the silver Yaris they call Taffy, with some pink on it. And LJ Panligan's Mitsubishi Lancer running away. We can see Uncle Edwin Rodriguez on the horizon, about to create space for himself here. Uncle Edwin Rowe of Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. And looking like this is the final lap. Let's see. Let's hope Angelo Magtoto is going to be able to find a way to overtake these fast 00s and 90s cars. Gav Quintos sandwiched between Honda Civic EKs here. Gio Cabasal in front of him. Earl Ampano behind him. Earl in that dark gray Honda Civic EK. Ooh, making a move. Another rock up on the Twin Boys. That's looking like Kenneth Bernardo. That's Kenneth Bernardo making a move in the hatchback with the white hatchback, actually, with a tall carbon fiber wing. Making a move on Earl Ampano. Next mission is going to be the Gav Quintos Yaris, but Gav quicks to shut the door on that Civic. And Angelo Magtoto also finds the inside line. Waits for an opportunity to allow Earl Ampano to pass, and then puts on the throttle. You got to be so impressed the way he negotiates, weaving through traffic, that huge amount of traffic in front of him. And right on his tail is Uncle Edwin Rodriguez, who can see his Honda Civic FD with a checkered flag on the livery. Shout out to Abigail DeQuino. Shout out to all the track marshals, timekeepers, and the rest of the staff. And there goes the checkered flag for George Policarpio, finishing at number 1. And number 2, will it be the Lancer or will it be Angelo Magtoto Supra? And more finishers right up in here. Oh yeah, the rest of the finishers are here actually at the front. 6 cylinders versus 4 cylinders and a 158 capability for that Supra. The Lancer of LJ could do 2 minutes 20. But you saw how it started earlier, right? They were strategically positioned on selected spots on the track. Abigail, what up, Abigail? Hello to Ryan Rivera and to the rest of the marshals. Yeah, shout out to our very hard-working track marshals. Ryan Rivera and the gang, the boys of Pasig City and the boys of Pampanga here. We have some of our locals helping us out when it comes to becoming some of the angels on the racetrack, a.k.a. our track marshals. And to the rest of the staff, hello to all of you, according to Abigail over here on the comment section. There goes another of our finishers from Team J-Mag. Another of our Cabanatuan boys taking the checkered flag, and that's a wrap for batch 1 of our bracket race. Batch 2 coming up. There goes the rest of our batch 2. We could see Marcus Young's, what was that? Marcus Young or LJ Mutok? Looking like that's LJ Mutok and his red Yaris. We're going to have to double check. And that's the Honda Civic EF. There goes Mr. Camus of Camus Racing. We see here, sir. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for waving on the camera. Hello to Hans Barano on the comments. What up, Hans? Thanks for watching. There goes Luis Moreno's number 16 Mitsubishi Lancer. He represents Sim Racing PH and Motul HG Motorsports. Yeah, as you can see, Luis Moreno, our sim racing champion, has got the Monza logo behind his Mitsubishi Lancer. Now, I want to know who's driving that Honda Civic EF. Let's double check our list over here. That's Gilbert Orpilia of Team Speed Limits. Honda Civic FD, Honda Civic EK, Toyota Corolla. FD number 18, that's Jaxa Garlejo. Great job putting the car number at the back. Mark Sakilaban on the number 13 Toyota Corolla. What's the number on that black EK? Shout out to Oliver Australia. Hello, Jojo Roldan. Birthday celebrator for August. Happy birthday, Sir Jojo. AKA the gatekeeper. Track is now open. This is for batch number 2 of our bracket racers, presented by AMSOIL Racing and Silent Tire Motorsport. Batch 2 bracket race about to start. Track is now open. Oh, there goes Jay Militante. We just saw Jay Militante on camera. They're the driver of that yellow Supra for the United GT Racing Series. What up, Mr. Jay Militante? Yeah, watch out for him. He's going to be driving that yellow Supra on the United GT Race Series in just a little while. That is scheduled as well for the afternoon session. We had the morning session. There's also going to be an afternoon session for our United GT Racing Series participants. Shout out to Marco Del Mundo. Good luck to Team J-Mag. Good luck to Cabanatuan Auto Club. Hello to Matt Barry Pumaren. Good luck to Francis T. All for the comments. If you've not clicked share just yet, go ahead and do it. Now we can see over here a Hyundai Accent rolling out. That's Jasmine Dupo of LA Performance. It says here on my list on a Hyundai Accent. It's Jasmine, a girl racer. Very nice. We have our female competitor here, Jasmine Dupo from La Performance. LA Performance. Hello to Arvs Kayako and everybody. Yeah, Arvs is saying hello to Kuya J Militante. Drive safe and God bless. Yes, he's going to make an appearance later on. Watch out for that yellow Supra. Honda Civic EG Sedan. Mitsubishi Lancer. from the late 90s. They call that a pizza pie Lancer. Honda Civic EK from J-Mag. Honda Civic FD, the Patron Honda Civic FD. They are ready for the battle. Here at Clark International Speedway, this is a 4.189 kilometer racetrack. We have 18 turns for today's round number 4 of the BGRC Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Counterclockwise is how we do it here at Clark International Speedway. On some segments of the track, it may look like it's not counterclockwise, but from the start-finish line, it's a counterclockwise direction. So the Toyota Corolla, Mr. Sakilabon right up there from Wrench on Wheels. And then he's gonna have on his right side mirror the Honda Civic FD of J-Mag, the Patron Honda Civic FD of Team J-Mag. We're gonna see his car number later on, don't you worry. We're gonna recognize him accordingly. Hello to Warren Miranda. What up, man? We see you here at the comments. Warren says good luck to Byron Maurice. Hyundai Accent. Number 82. Jasmine is her name. Jasmine Dupo of the race team they call La Performance. No, LA Performance. Maybe that's diesel powered, maybe that's gas powered. You know, the Hyundai Accent has got those variants. It could either have a gas engine or a diesel engine. If it's a diesel powered one, usually it would have a turbocharger, which is going to be a whole lot of fun to drive. You know, a turbocharger could easily give you a good amount of torque, and you'd love to have a good amount of torque on events like this. Lets you go up to speed against these VTECs, VVTIs, and Myvex. We got some Myvex here too. It's a Mitsubishi Lancers. Of course, the VTECs for the Hondas, the VVTIs for the Toyotas. Jasmine, one of our brand new drivers here. She's right there on that maroon Hyundai Accent. It's going to be her first time to try out bracket racing. This is proudly presented to you by AMSOIL Racing. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, AMSOIL. With Silent Tire Motorsport, with you through every turn, Silent Tire. The AMSOIL Silent Bracket Race. They give their nominated laps. The Hyundai Accent Jasmine has a 2 minutes 55.000 nominated lap. Shout out to Kids Patriarcha. Saying good luck to Francis Tanlu. And Kits is watching all the way from Zaraga, Iloilo. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, Kits. Make sure you've already clicked share for this FB Live broadcast to appear on your wall. Do not forget that, guys. All those who are watching, if you've already left a comment, make sure you've already clicked share. And you can click share as many times as you can. Put it on your wall, put it on your stories, put it on the DMs of your friends. Shout out to Rosemarie Berolina. Good luck to Mark Francis Tanlu, a.k.a. Golden Wheel Awardee in bracket racing. Mark Francis Tanlu of Motul SRPH HG Motorsports. He is right there somewhere. He is car number 38 on a Toyota Yaris. Mark Tanlu, the bracket race champion of 2025. Golden Wheel Awardee, Mark Tanlu. Paging Kenneth Bernardo. Kenneth Bernardo, you are needed at the timing room, 3rd floor.
Paging Kenneth Bernardo. Paging Kenneth Bernardo. We need you to be at the timing room, 3rd floor. Okay, Kenneth? Let's go, bro. Shout out to Mary Jane Adatu. Good luck to all the racers here. Bracket race for batch 2 here at Clark International Speedway on the start of the second half of season 2026 for the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. We are ready to let them roll out. Here we go. Who's going to be our top 3 for batch 2? There goes the Honda Civic EF of Gilbert Orpilia. Yeah, it's so easy to recognize him. He's the only Honda Civic EF driver up in here. Thank you so much, Gilbert, for allowing us to enjoy looking at that Honda Civic EF, representing Team Speed Limits. Great camera work over here by Team Mad Films, led by Vanjo de Guzman. It allows us to see different sectors of the track where these races begin their race, depending on the group they belong to. Shout out to Ayla Portugal. Ayla says hello to Kuya J Militante. What up, Kuya J Militante? I have a lot of fans here on FB Live. J-Mag Honda Civic FD, J-Mag Honda Civic EK in black, and one of our Honda Civic EGs right here in sedan form. The number 18 car, that is Jackson Garlejo. The number 16 car, that is Luis Moreno's white Mitsubishi Lancer. Yeah, car number 16. Shout out to Berman J. Virador. What up, man? Berman Diaz Virador says good luck to LJ Panligan, Keylord Perez, Byron Maurice. Stay safe from the land of Pili Nuts, Sorsogon City. Thanks for watching all the way from Sorsogon. Berman Diaz Virador. Jeffrey Carrillo. What up, man? Car number 18. Looking like he's got good amount of cleaner air compared to everybody else here. Number 19, defending his spot. That's Raihan Iftikhar. He's from Team J-Mag. There he goes in one of the J-Mag Honda Civic EK sedans. Number 23 right there. We saw that LJ Mutuk, actually number 25, that Red Yaris. That's LJ Mutuk of Motul SRPH HG Motorsports. Right behind him is the Vios of Alan Escoto. Another one from HG Motorsports, Team O'Toole, Team Sim Racing PH. Ow! Elbow to elbow moment up in here. Another of those silver. This time that's silver and red. We're gonna have to double check who that is. On to the hairpin after the Porsche stretch. And that's number 39, actually. That's Martin Liu, a.k.a. the Bracket Racing Golden Wheel awardee from season 2025 from last year. He's the defending champion. Close by Nicolo Ramos, a J-Mac of Antuanado Club in that huge Civic behind him. Now, EG versus EK battle. Raihan Iftikhar and that black EK getting chased up really, really closely by driver number 38, Byron Maurice Bassat of LA Performance, Team Mech Central. Raihan Iftikhar continues to defend as Byron Maurice tries to retake that position. They're all doing these multitasking stuff while avoiding breaking out. That's what bracket racing is all about. They have submitted their nominated laps to the timing team right at the 3rd floor. Shout out to Warren Miranda. Good luck to Keylord Perez, the lover boy, one of our Mitsubishi Lancer drivers. There goes car number 18, Jackson Garlejo, enjoying clean air. Same goes Raihan Iftikhar here. Oh, wait a minute. Byron now has overtaken Raihan Iftikhar. Byron 38, his nominated lap, aka his dial-in, is a 2:35, 2 minutes 35. While Raihan Iftikhar, what is the dial-in for Raihan Iftikhar? Well, it's a 2:35 as well. So this one's a nice battle to look at, yeah? Byron versus Raihan. Raihan in the black car, and in the dark gray car is Byron. They have the same nominated lap. Off of the same group, Group 7. But since it meant they started on the same sector of the track. This is Mark Tanlu right now, battling it out with Honda Civic number 90, Nicolo Ramos. Nicolo in the 4-door sedan, and Mark Tanlu in that 5-door hatchback. And there goes Luis Moreno in that white Mitsubishi Lancer. Suddenly he sees these guys approaching him. Yeah, no other choice but to create space for these guys now. Nicolo Ramos. Look at how fast that I don't know if it's got a K series or it's got the R series engine on it. Look at how it pulls away on the back stretch, heading to the Acacia curve. Still it is Byron ahead of Raihan Iftikhar. That's a good position for Byron Maurice Bassett of LA Performance in the Honda ESI. Now this is car number 25, as you can see on your screens. That is none other than LJ Mutak, another one of our Motul Sim Racing PH HG Motorsports boys. Right behind that LJ Mutak Yaris is Marcus Young. Marcus is working his way up, weaving, finding that window to overtake LJ Mutak. Red versus red, Yaris versus Yaris, and also shadowing the line of Marcus Young right there is Alan Escoto. Another nice look at Jack Sorgarlejo. How many to go? Team J-Mag well represented over the HG Motorsports convoy versus the J-Mag representatives. We got a lot of wolf packs up in here. Ooh, they're so close to each other. Mark Tanler almost shuts the door on Nicolo Ramos right there. That was almost contact, but you know, they were able to avoid it. So quick to avoiding it. That was good. And we saw some of one of the Mitsubishi Lancer drivers we have in the competition, Keylord Perez. Yeah, in the mix of those Toyotas and Hondas. And also one of our Corolla drivers up in the scene, Mark Sakilaban of Wrench on Wheels. Mr. Loverboy, Keylord Perez, where is he? For now, this is Honda Civic FB. Alongside the wheels of Alan Escoto. Alan takes the outside line. That's a longer route, bro. But it's going to give him good preparation for his next move on the next hairpin. He overtakes teammate Mark Tanlu here. Mark Tanlu in that hatchback. Alan Escoto in that maroon Vios. LJ Mutak almost overcooks that corner. Mr. Sakilavan in the Corolla was so quick to reacting, and Nicolo Ramos now finds himself on a drag race. Heading to the Acacia curve here. Nicolo in the bigger car, the Honda Civic FD versus the red LJ Mutak Yaris. He's got the inside line. LJ's going to defend his spot. No, look at that Honda Civic FD taking it from the outside line. But LJ still could take this position for HG Motorsports Sim Racing VHG Motul versus Team J-Mag, Team CW. Let's see that battle. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Still it is a Honda Civic FD winning against the Toyota Yaris right there. So it is J-Mag followed by HG Motorsports and another HG Motorsports Yaris. Two Yaris chasing up a Honda Civic FD. Ooh, Keylord Perez on his Mitsubishi Lancer deciding to go for a lightweight modification. He is removing his bumper. Maybe he's got a James Bond button right there, so he can remove his bumper.
No, that's not allowed, actually. On scrutineering, that's not going to be allowed. Shout out to SB Militante. Yeah, Jay Militante is going to be back later on. Don't you worry. Last two laps begin now. Great drama, hecticness. Byron still gets to find a way to run away from Raihan Iftikhar. Raihan realizes, I'm not going to get carried away. I don't want to end up with a breakout. And these guys are being monitored. Of course, we have our transponders reporting their lap times to the timing room, and they're not allowed to exceed their nominated laps. Nominated laps are 158, 159. Well, for this group, batch 2 actually, they got 2 minutes 30s, 2 minutes 35s. Most of them actually had those dial-ins or nominated laps. The Honda Civic FD now is under threat from LJ Mutuk. LJ Mutuk is on hot pursuit on the number 25. LJ, let's find out in that red Yaris, what is his official nominated lap time? He is on a 2:30 against Nicolo Ramos. Nicolo Ramos, let's see. His official dial-in. What is it? It's also a 2:30, 2 minutes 30. Now Mitsubishi Lander drives on the inside line. Corolla versus Lancer. How about that on the Acacia curve? Corolla, wrench on wheels. Mark Sakilabon. Keylord Perez on the number 72 Mitsubishi Lancer. So close to the Corolla. Right behind them, the Toyota Yaris. The younger of the cars we see here. Well, that Toyota Corolla is off on the mid-00s, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually early 00s. That's a year 2000 Corolla by Mark Sakilabon. And that Lancer is from the mid-90s. Early 90s to mid-90s. This is a mid-00s Honda Civic FD by Jackson Galero. He starts his last lap now. Final lap of the race begins now. This is Bracket Racing, presented by Amsoil Racing, presented by Silent Time Motorsport, part of our Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Round number 4, AKA started the second half of the season. We're back over here at the high speed, fastest track in the Philippines, Clark International Speedway. Shout outs to our friends from BRC, the Batangas Racing Circuit. Yeah, we had the first 2 rounds at the Batangas Racing Circuit. The third round happened here at Clark International Speedway, and right over here now, the 4th round, back at it, another of our high-speed legs. This is going to be now the battle of the 00s cars. Honda Civic from the mid-00s versus Toyota Yaris from the mid-00s. Nicolo Ramos shutting the door on LJ Mutuk. Nicolo in the gray car, LJ in the red car, Mark Tanlo in that Yaris behind the red of LJ. And there's also Raihan Iftikhar, Alan Escoto in the mix. Raihan in the black Civic, and in the maroon Vios, that is Alan Escoto. We're having a wonderful party here. The bracket race of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. This is for batch 2, by the way. There goes our girl racer, Jasmine Dubo, in the red maroon Hyundai Accent. Getting chased up by Byron over here, Byron Maurice. They are teammates, actually. They're both from La Performance. Ooh, Jasmine goes sideways a little bit. She makes her Hyundai Accent drift. And she realizes she needed to create space for those faster boys on her right side. On the double chicane they go. They're close now to wrapping it up. Within this final lap of it. Hello to Cherilyn Mutuk. Good luck, bro. LJ Mutuk from Cherry Lynn from the comment section. Hello to Jefferson and Carnation. Don't forget to click share for this FB Live broadcast to appear on your FB wall. Here they are on the checkered flag moment. Congratulations to these finishers. Official results shall be announced later on before the day ends. Looking like it's number 18. Getting most impressive here, Dexter Garlejo of Team J-Mac. Hopefully he did not break out from his official nominated lap. That's going to be the goal. No breakouts. That Corolla is on full send heading to the final turn to the main straight. Yeah, shout outs to those who are going to be joining us in the future big event that awaits all of us here at Clark International Speedway. We're talking about CFO's, the Clark International Festival of Speed. We have a lot of these budding talents on their reflective vests. They just had the wonderful session with the very talented, internationally renowned Matthew Romualdez, who has been sharing his talent when it comes to motorsport photography. And you can see some of them, at least 4 of them here right now. We saw a lot of them earlier on the white tent at the top of your screens. Oh, there goes the rest of them. They look like they're minions on their green vests. But these are some of those highly anticipated future of Philippine Motorsports photography to succeed the ranks, or maybe equal or follow the footsteps of legendary internationally renowned photographer Matthew Romualdez, who's been on with sessions with these guys, allowing them to enjoy some of the high-tech gadgetry Matthew Romualdez has got his hands on. Huge thanks to our friends from Sony for providing these high-tech equipment for them to be able to have a taste of only here at Clark International Speedway in preparation for our CFO's events for 2026, the Clark International Festival of Speed. I could see LJ Bunlikan. What up, LJ? LJ, my man. I don't think I'm being heard over there, but yeah, please let him know I said hi. Coming up, we are going to make way for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Get ready for race number 2 of the highly anticipated battle for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Second race of the day. Earlier, it was action-packed, full of drama for the morning session. There goes our pole position racer, 888 Marky Young, getting ready. Oh, there goes a Honda Civic EF crossing the main straight. Hopefully he did not break out. That's Gilbert Orpilia and his Honda Civic EF. See that? He's on his cool down lap now. Let's go. Yokohama Philippine GT participants, please line up. Marky Young of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Car number 888, a.k.a. pole position driver. On GT3 is where he belongs. That's the fastest category of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. The goal is to have that trophy, the Golden Wheel Award trophy in Grand Touring. At the end of the season, we're going to find out who's going to get the most number of points, who'll be awarded the 2026 Golden Wheel Awardee in Grand Touring. The previous trophy was given to Kim Lagman of TBR Edgeport for Speed. Kim Lagman. For now, we're seeing the Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited racers. That's Kyle Collianes in the EK with the red tailgate. While in the white EK, that is 777. That's Rich Young on the 777 car.
And we can see here now there is B Racing Development. The Honda Integra Type R. That's a tight car because it's a Type R, as they would say in that song back in the day. Let's go, Yokohama Philippine GT participants. Please line up. Attention, Yokohama Philippine GT participants. Please line up. Let's go. At top of the leaderboard in the category GT1 is the driver of that Honda Integra. That's Michael Xander Perez. And he's got the most number of points compared to our GT3 number one guy, GT2 number one guy. And Kim Lagman has got 107 points in GT3. Will Christian Lucas, there he goes in the yellow Honda Civic EK. He also has 107 points after 3 rounds of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. But the Integra of B Racing Development's Michael Xander Perez, he's got 110 points. Oliver Australia enjoyed the exchanges we saw. Yaris versus FD. The 00's weaponry. Yeah. The Toyota Yaris from the mid-00s versus the Honda Civic FD from the mid-00s. Shout out to Michael Marfil. Good luck to Team Ferrari. Yeah, so far the pace is not as something to look forward to. There goes one of the Cabasals. Is that Gio or is that Kiel? That looks like it's Kiel. What up, Kiel? Kiel Cabasal. And Gio is rolling out. Oh, actually, Kiel is rolling out. So Gio is right here on walking. So good luck to Kiel of RL Aglaya Amsoil Racing. There goes our official pace car, the Mazda Philippines pace car. And here we go. Start of the second half of the season for these guys. The Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. We are at round number 4. The first 3 rounds we see Marky Young, who's been having very dramatic race weekends, car troubles, as well, giving him a tall order when it comes to trying to chase number 1 driver in GT3. We're talking about car number 19, Kim Lagman, and TBR Edgewood 4-Speed. They have the most number of points heading to this round, round number 4. It was a promising result in the morning session, in case you missed it out. It was a very strong number 1 finish for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited by Carol Collianes and Marky Young. And on the finish line, there was a photo ahead of Carol Collianes' finish by Marky Young. Photo finish. Hi to Anita Garcia. Good luck to Francis. Great to see you guys here at the comments. Do not forget to click share for this FB Live broadcast. Hello to Keith Kian and congrats to Nicola Ramos for the Ghost Surf 50. Hello to Randolph De Leon. Cheers to my fellow racing photographers. Shoot from the heart, y'all, says Randolph De Leon. Marky Young on your screens. Shout out to Revy. Revy, what up? Hello to everybody from Mini Parts Manila, from the Painter. Good luck, Marky.
Pole position is his hard work. This is the result of it from yesterday's qualifying session. Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Marky Young. He's going to try to be in the hundreds as well after this weekend or heading to the remainder of the season. Carol Colliantes in the top 3 of most number of points in the GT3 category. He has 74 points after 3 rounds of race season 2026. There goes their team manager. There goes Sir Jeffrey De Leon in the background. Having a great workout today. Sir Jeffrey De Leon of Team 4 Speed. TBR Edgeport Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring. The award-winning Kim Lagman, 107 points. Look at that dominance, man. This guy makes it look easy. And consistency is what they flex up in here. 107 points. The only guy in the 100 mark in GT3. This is the second best driver on the lineup based on points gathered. He's got 84 points, taking him to the second to the top spot in the championship standings. He goes by the name of Miguel Lagman, the younger brother of our Golden Wheel awardee, Kim Lagman. Now we take a look at the top dog, top driver from GT2, the mid-pack category. He also has 107 points, the very impressive Will Lucas. He's got his roots from the Philippine Motorsports Karting Academy. And, of course, under the helm of Coach Edgen Diliaco, the champions maker. And now this is Francois Fernandez from Team J-Mag. He is at position number 3 in the championship standings for GT2. He's got 74 points right after 3 rounds of this Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championship. And number 77, this is Luis Camus III, the Team MRC Camus Racing Project. 89 points for the 3rd generation Luis Camus. There he goes. He's having his, he's drinking golf. I wonder what's in that flask. 89 points. He's close to bringing the battle to Will Lucas. So watch out for Luis Camus later on. Getting really, really close to put pressure on Will Lucas. And right over here now, we go for our GT1 guys. Pole position. Or actually, he is running second best in the championship standings. 92 points for Kielka Basal of Team RL Aglaya. Team Amsoil Racing. Yeah, you just saw right there. Rich Young. Rich Young is in the top 3 in GT1. Who's number 1 in GT1? Well, you're going to see him later on. For now, this is Rich Young. 70 points for the Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited driver, who also has his roots from the Philippine Motorsports Karting Academy. Proud products of the Philippine Motorsports Karting Academy. And here goes the top guy. Nope, it's not JR Gone. It's the guy inside the car. 110 points. Well, JR Gone is also one of our talented teenage drivers. There goes Xander Perez at 110 points. That's bigger than the points garnered so far by Golden Wheel awardee Kim Lagman. GT1 number 1 is that Integra Type R of Michael Xander Perez. Car number 88. Nice look at the taillights of the cars. So you'd be recognizing them from later on's 9-lap battle. We await for the warm-up lap. And we can see more of our photographers who are enjoying an awesome privilege of enjoying sessions right here at Clark International Speedway, the renowned Clark International Speedway, aka the fastest racetrack, FIA certified here in the Philippines. 4.189 kilometers, 18 turns, counterclockwise from here. 9 laps coming your way, presented by Yokohama Tires Philippines, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fleeva. Right here at the Philippine Motorsports event, the FIMOS 2026 Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships from Petron Blaze 100 and Petron XCS. Petron Blaze 100 is the 100 octane fuel from Petron. Petron Blaze 100. See their logo at the bottom right of your screens? There it is, Petron XCS and then Petron Blaze 100. We're going to have a warm-up, don't you worry, a parade lap. Engine on placard gets posted. Turn the engine on, guys. Ladies and gents, they're going to be turning on their engines. Gentlemen, start your engines. Some of the famous words in motorsport all over the world. You say those words. And we're going to be ready for some high adrenaline experiences for these drivers, for the team members, and for all of us here watching. Don't forget to click reshare, repost as many times as possible. The magnificent drivers of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships for GT3, the fastest category, down to the mid-pack category, GT2, followed by GT1. Hello to Loida Adriano. Loida says, good luck to Xander. Michael Xander Perez, 88. He got good support from J.R. Gunn, one of our fast radical challenge drivers. J.R. Gunn, who's also on his teenage years, starting really, really early and very impressive results. I'm sure the parents were so proud, letting them start at a young age. Good luck to RL Motorsports. Shout outs to Pauline Lucero from Rowie Lucero. And RL Motorsports is represented by Kiel Cabasal. You're going to see his Honda Civic later on. Kiel is going to compete against Michael Xander Perez. Kiel now has 92 points. He's a guy who could get super close to the top spot, occupied by Michael Xander Perez. And speaking of the top spot, on this race start, the top spot goes to Marky Young. And the top finish in race 1 in the morning sessions a few hours ago belonged to Marky Young. It went to Marky Young of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. There he goes at the very top of your screen on the right side now. Done with the 50 mark, 100 mark. That's where they brake on the heavy braking zone they call Acacia Curve. It's a renowned corner here at Clark International Speedway. It allows them to stretch, well, if you're on a super bike, 240 plus kilometers per hour before you brake heavily on that zone. And that is the banked zone, the big loop, banked corner. They just wrapped it up, and now they're heading to the double chicane sector. They could opt to jump on the curbs on the left and the curbs on the right, and another on the left side, opening them up to the final sector before the main straight.
There goes the convoy for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Ready for the 9 laps of the afternoon session. How are the results going to be? Will rain come into play once again? With the looks of it, it could happen anytime. Cloudy skies all over. See that? And it's only 2 o'clock. It looks like it's 5:59, but it's 2:06 p.m. The cameras are not lying. It's really cloudy up in here. You cannot see a shadow because there's no hot sun beaming down on the track, but like what we have explained as what the Americans back in the day have discovered when they had the Clark Air Base up in here, the soil has a way of letting the track dry up faster than usual. Red lights at the bottom left of your screens. We're going to turn it on one by one. When we shut down those red lights, they step on the throttle, feather it for traction control. The traction control is their right foot. And up they go. Marky Young. And he's got Carol Colliades supposedly on his side. But look at Kim Lagman over here with a huge advantage. Looking like he's going to get P1 over here from this point on. What a brilliant move by Kim Lagman. So impressive, surprising Marky Young suddenly realizing, oh man, I need more power. For sure he's going to have a chat with the rest of the guys at the team. You got to give me more power compared to the power that they have on that Kim Lagman machine. Of course, they are on restrictor rules compliance here at the Philippine GT. There's going to be post-race procedure to inspect if things are followed according to the rules to avoid penalties. And there you go. So far now, Kim Lagman, impressive to the drag race right there on lights out. Maybe he's a former drag racer. Well, maybe he's been joining a lot of those NDRC events. Oh, this is now the battle for the #1 spot in GT2. Will in yellow, red. Well, that's Luis. Luis Camus loses the position against Will Christian Lucas, but we have plenty of time for him to make a comeback here to return to the #1 spot against Will Christian Lucas here. It's going to be so crucial that Luis gets the better of the situation against Will Christian Lucas. Will has been in dominance mode on the GT2 category. There he goes on the #3 car. Will Christian Lucas has got a nice anime-looking livery going on to his rear door. Car #3. Huge shout-outs to Coach Edgen Diliaco. He's the man behind the preparation to the car, the coaching to Will Christian Lucas, and it has gotten him to the top of GT2, the mid-pack battles here at the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Take a look at this. Taking on the task to challenge the race leader, Kim Lagman on the #19 in that orange Honda Civic and some grays going on and some reds going on it. Getting chased up by Carol Colliades. Carol on the red and white hatchback. He takes on the task, taking over from Marky Young. Marky Young is also now under pressure from Miguel Lagman. Miguel Lagman is doing his thing to try to distract Marky Young to join in on a striking distance convoy with Carol Colliades to put Kim Lagman out of the race lead. But the previous lap was a 2:18.6 versus the rest of the pack who are doing 2:19s and 2:20s and so on. So with this good level of pace by Kim Lagman, he's going to remain untouchable. He's going to remain #1 in the championship standings and en route for another Golden Wheel Award in Grand Touring. Will Christian Lucas still ahead of everybody else right there on GT2. On GT1, who's at #1? Rich Young. Rich Young, 777 of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. He's leading the pack of drivers against Kielka Basal and Michael Xander Perez on that category.
But so far now, for sure, computations have been done by the team with half of the season already done and 110 points going to Michael Xander Perez. Looking like he does not have to put too much pressure on himself. He just needs to keep finishing the race. That's how it goes when you got the strategy dialed in with consistency right at the start of the season. You get that kind of benefit. 777, that's Mark Young Racing. The Mark Young Racing driver they call Rich Young.
Followed by Kielka Basal of RL Aglaya.
Amsoil Racing in a Honda Civic with golden accents to the back of it. Getting chased up by the Integra of Michael Xander Perez. Now another lap done. And here it goes. Looking like Carol Colliatis is preparing. But the separation happens courtesy of Kim Lagman. He does not want to have a drag race with Carol Colliatis. There goes Francois Fernandez, followed by Will Christian Lucas. So it's actually Francois Fernandez ahead of Will Christian Lucas in the GT2 battles. And that's Kiel getting chased up by Michael Xander Perez. They're trying to get close to Rich Young. Rich Young has the number one spot still when it comes to P1 finish. The P1 finish they would like to eye for on GT1. Take a look at this. We got a new number one going to Carol Colliatis. Smart Young Racing Cars Unlimited is back at number one. This time, courtesy of Carol Shelby Colliatis. Wow. He owns a purple lap previous to this. He has set the bar to 2:14.6. Impressive job by Carol Colliatis here. He's going to be defending, doing this kind of thing for the next 7 laps. You do not count out Kim Lagman in that big orange Honda Civic FD behind that little hatchback. EK of Carol Colliatis on the inside line. Not available for Miguel Lagman right there. That could have been a great move, but it's not going to be beautiful. I tell you, if they actually try to break the rules of physics on that sector of the track. It's a heavy braking zone, and you are got to be aware if there'll be space available, if the cars in front of you will notice you, or if they will not shut the door on you. Carol Colliatis leading the convoy here, followed by Kim Lagman, followed by Marky Young, and then Miguel Lagman, the GT3 competitors. The highest level of competition in the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships here. This is going to be so crucial for those teams who are doing the catch-up. Carol Colliatis is one of those, but he's got the privilege of being in the top 3 of the championship standings. This is going to be his opportunity with an excellent finish on the morning session hours ago. And the result we're looking at right now, or looking like Kim Lagman is having issues with the car. He's not on his usual pace. Previous lap was a 2:16. Marky Young is now doing 2:15s. There it is. There goes the result. I just mentioned their level of pace. That is what is happening right now to Kim Lagman. I think he's looking at his laptop. Hopefully there's no sign that says danger to Manifold, the way Paul Walker has seen it in that movie, right? Speaking of which, you know, there's the anniversary going on for Fast and Furious. The reason why we're fans of motorsport is also because of that movie. Shout out to the late, the great Paul Walker and all you fans of Paul Walker. Hopefully not such a situation is going on for Kim Lagman. Maybe he's trying to put us on a very dramatic situation here. Later on, he's going to go on hot pursuit. Remember, he was able to clock in some fast laps earlier compared to Carol and Marky. But now the Mark Young Racing guys are on 1 and 2. Looking like they're going to do a simulation of how things happened in the morning sessions hours ago. Shout out to Jerks Medina. Good luck to Sir Carol Colliatis. Carol at P1. Rich Young at P1 getting the pressure on Will Christian Lucas. But they're from different categories, by the way. Rich Young belongs to GT1. That white Honda Civic EK. The yellow EK sedan is from GT2. Now, where is Francois Fernandez? Francois is way ahead. A good amount of pace by Francois Fernandez. He's out to get the biggest number of points up in here. As you can see now, getting closer on striking distance, Kim Lagman. He would like to have that return to P2 and then challenge Carol Collantes to the race lead once again. Remember, we saw a very impressive start by Kim Lagman on lights out, but now he is preparing to attack. As you can see, he's looking for that window. Where will Marky Young open the door, or will there be a door that'll be available for him to enter to retake a position onto the main straight? That EG hatchback has got good amount of power and an inside line advantage. But, ooh, yeah, still good defensive strategy by Marky Young. And an awesome level of pressure getting built up over here by the Golden Wheel awardee and granting Kim Lagman, number 19, 107 points in the bag by him in the past 3 rounds. You are now watching round number 4, 5 laps to go, second race of the day, featuring the Yokohama Advan Flevas. They're all on the Yokohama Advan Flevas. Equal amount of grip, courtesy of those tires. It boils down to suspension setting by the teams. This is the GT3 battle. Yeah, Marky Young actually has, let's see, let's double check his number of points now heading in here. He's got 55 points versus the 107 points of Kim Lagman. Kim in the orange and gray car, Marky in that little hatchback. The red car you see there. Ahead of those big Honda Civics. Ooh, getting challenged for P2. Yeah, I'm sure he saw that. Maybe they had a little bit of a eye contact. Yeah, I see you. I see you coming over. You're on my door. Let me shut it. That's what Marky Young probably is thinking. The older Honda Civic against the younger Honda Civic. Well, the younger driver versus the older driver at the same time. Well, of course, Kim Lagman's got more experience with a younger car. Marky Young, younger age, older car. And that hatchback is from the 90s. That Civic by Kim Lagman from the mid-2000s. Still, it is a Cal Collantes lead. Safe right there. Oh, now here we go. Side mirror to side mirror battle. Marky Young versus Kim Lagman. Inside line still belongs to Marky Young. He's going to have the chance to preserve it. There goes the answer. Oh! All the while, I thought, Kim Lagman will be able to grab a switchback chance, but nice lane choices by Marky Young. But 4 laps to go. That means Kim Lagman is going to have a lot of time to try to distract Marky into making a mistake. But so far, he's been very effective in defending his position. So far, no clues of drizzle. No clues of drizzle. No clues of drizzle just yet. Still at number 1 on GT2 is Francois Fernandez. And number 1 on GT1. As we could see right up in here, Rich Young. Rich Young 777, number 1 in the GT1 battles. Against... Ooh, they are again... They had the opportunity again to look eye to eye on that moment. Marky and Kim. Marky Young from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited on that hatchback. And then Kim Lagman on that TBR. Two Brothers Racing in collaboration with Edge Sport by Coach Edgen DeLiaco and Force Speed by Sir Jeffrey DeLeon. And who is that guy in the orange, red, and white Honda Civic behind Kim Lagman? That is his little brother, Kim Lagman's little brother, Miguel Lagman, who is P2 in the championship standings with 84 points. But for now, he finds himself at position number 4 on this battle. Race 2 battle. Let's see, it's going to be another incredible result. The way we see it for Carol Collantes, there he goes. Take a look at this now. Preparing for a slingshot move is Kim Lagman, hiding on the slipstream of the hatchback of Marky Young. He tries to go for an inside line move, but Marky safely tucks that hatchback on the apex, so close to the apex to shut the door on a Kim Lagman effort. Very nicely done, Marky Young. And we also love looking at that relentless attack approach by Kim Lagman over here. He's going to have another attack here. He's going to try to outbreak Marky Young on the outside, but that's a longer route usually. With a careful selection of the racing line, Marky Young so intelligent in choosing his defensive moves here. And you do not count out Kim Lagman's surprise moves up in it. There's a huge reason why he is Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring. Here he goes. They're going to go eye to eye once again on a drag race heading to the Acacia Curve. Who's going to break much later? But the inside line advantage is going to go against the Marky Young Honda Civic hatchback. But the answer goes, there it is. There's the answer. The inside line advantage works like a charm as predicted on that approach to the track. But Kim Lagman not giving up, continues on the full send on a striking zone maneuver. Great driving over here by Kim Lagman. He's not letting go of his striking distance, aka DRS zone in Formula One. If there's a drag reduction system zone or overtake mode, yeah, definitely Kim Lagman is within range for overtake mode. And this guy keeping it clean from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. You saw that. Red and white. Carol Callianis on Civic EK hatchback. There he is. Another lap done. Running away from the rest of the pack. Ready to bring in the biggest number of points from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. 74 points from here. Where is he going to be at? Well, according to the point systems we have here, P1 finishes will give 20 points. Yeah, earlier he finished P2, so he got around 10 points. On race 1, you got 10 points if you finish P2 on race 1. On race 2, if you finish P2, you get 15 points. You make the computations. 20 points go to the champion of race 1 and race 2. Wait a minute. The gap is getting bigger now between Marky Young and Kim Lagman. Looking like he's back to his laptop. Kim Lagman resetting, making sure he gets to delete danger to manifold. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, they're not allowed to have a laptop inside the car. It's not ideal. That laptop's going to move around, that's for sure. Look at that. Look at that amount of gap by Callianis here. Great job in putting on a sensational drive from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Same goes Marky Young over here doing a brilliant job defending position number 2. And Kim Lagman non-stop with a cracking job putting pressure on Marky right here. And Miguel also close by, waiting for an opportunity to grab. Yeah. He's going to try it. He's going to get it as soon as it opens up. So far he's allowing his Kuya Kim Lagman right there. Kuya Kim. Yeah, Kim Lagman in the orange, red, and gray. Miguel in the red, orange, and white. And right in front of those Honda Civic FDs and TBR Sport Speed is Marky Young. And right in front of Marky Young is Carol Callianis. Yeah, this is the last lap of the race. Final lap begins now with Marky Young. Question is he going away from Marky Young for him to be able to allow Marky Young to get those number of points to try to catch up? That's what the team strategy is all about. They're doing a little bit of a McLaren type of thing. You know? A Lando Norris and then a Piastri approach to things. Mr. Brown probably gets the decision going. Yeah, it's also a nice strategy to allow Marky Young to get into the challenge and to steal, or to be in the top three, to try to dislodge the TBR brothers from the top three of the championship standings, heading to the second half of the season here. Three rounds to go. This one included, so 2 rounds right after this. According to our schedule, we're going to be back to the Batangas Racing Circuit after this round. And we're going to wrap up the season here at Clark International Speedway in October! Oh! They are smoking up their tires, locking up their brakes. So close to some very serious incident right now. That's going to be investigated. There was contact. Wow, Marky Young did not give it up. He squeezed himself in. Kim Lemon decides, okay, you're going to have it. Yeah, so far he thinks good job on the decision. He's got 107 points anyway. Marky's got 55. And with his P2 finish up in here, will it be enough? Yeah, for Kim Lemon over here, he's going to get 15 points from race 1 and 12 points right here at race 2. Here for the current round number 4. And P1 goes to this guy. Carol Collates, top finisher. Here at race number 2. The Yokohama Philippine Grand Championship, followed by Marky Young, followed by Kim Lemon, and GT3 top 4 finishers. But those are provisional results. Find out later the official. The announcements will be made at the podium stage. Join us then. Before the day ends, we're going to have the official results announcements. Shout out to Ruben Valero, spot on the comment section. And there goes Rich Young. He's out to come up with a P1 finish, or can Kielko steal the spotlight on Rich Young over here? Kielko Basal is closing the tail of that hatchback. Francois Fernandez as well is about to secure a top spot finish in GT2 away from Will Christian Lucas. But of course, Will has got a huge advantage of 107 points heading into this 4th round. There goes Francois Fernandez. Congratulations on the P1 finish. 10 goes Rich Young. P1 for GT1. P1 for GT2 on courtesy of Francois Fernandez. Congrats. And a close by P2 finish for GT1 by Kielko Basal from RL Aglaya Amsoil Racing. And there goes Luis Camus. There goes Michael Xander Perez, followed by Will Christian Lucas. A mix of GT1 and GT2 finishers. Official results shall be given right at the podium stage. Stick around. Shout out to John CV Media. Solid indeed. Great battles by these guys. Hype is real when it comes to this level of competition. This is the Philippine Grand Touring Championships presented by Yokohama, featuring the Yokohama Advan Fliva by Yokohama Tires Philippines. Hello to Marita Sambo. Congratulations, Team Young, Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Simone Medina says congrats, Team Young, Mark Young Racing. Brilliant results. Magnificent driving by the gentlemen from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Sensational driving by Carol Collates. Biggest number of points on race 2. And also, great job by Mark Young, but hopefully that's not going to be much of a serious factor. You saw them smoking up their tires when they locked up their brakes early on the right side corner. That's the Acacia curve, the Toyota Gazoo Racing curve. Fantastic action. We love looking at it. A marvelous race indeed. Rain factor did not happen. Unlike in the morning sessions earlier, every time there's a race in the middle of the laps we're doing, it rains. Congratulations to Carol Collates on garnering the most number of points. Or will it be, based on the computations we see here, we're going to see if it's going to be Marky Young finishing at the top of the podium here around number 4? Or will it be Kyle Collantes occupying the highest point of the podium in the awarding ceremonies later on? Join us then. That'll happen late in the afternoon. Philippine Standard Time is 2:31. This is the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships from Petron Blaze 100 and Petron XCS. Edgar Allan Collantes says hats off to you, Carol Collantes, for a sensational performance. Proudest father ever, Edgar Allan Collantes. Right on the comment section. Yeah, every very talented motorsport athlete, you would have a very supportive dad. A Nicholas Hamilton, a yours Verstappen, right behind you. That's how it goes in the world of motorsport. There's a lot of father and son bonding that goes on race weekends here at the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships and a lot of our motorsport events here in the Philippines and, of course, all over the world, right? Alvin Collantes on the comment section says, Kuya Carol Collantes, congratulations. I've not done the math just yet, but it's going to be a surprise for you to find out later on who's going to take the top of the podium result here at round number 4 of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships, part of the festivities of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Also coming up, we're going to have the Mini Coopers. Get ready for it. We're also going to make way for the Radical Challenge and then the United GT Race Series. Get ready for the United GT Race Series. Phil Mini, let's go. Track is now open. Phil Mini Racers, track is now open. Let's go. There goes JoJo, the gatekeeper. Yeah, you know, remember the movie Thor? Yeah, he's like the guy over there, the gatekeeper. He makes sure access to the grid is available, that pit exit. And once again, some of our future pride of Philippine Motorsports photography. There they are in those vests. They just enjoyed some very important sessions with renowned photographer Matthew Romualdez and an opportunity to get their hands on some of the most expensive gear when it comes to motorsports photography. Only here at Clark International Speedway in preparation of the Clark International Festival of Speed happening this October. That's October 17 to 18 here at Clark International Speedway. Mark your calendars. It's the biggest motorsport event on 4 wheels here in the country. CFO's Clark International Festival of Speed, October 17 to 18, 2026. Randy Mitra, happy birthday, bro. Paging. Oh, wait a minute. There's no name to this. Is this Christian? Christian de los Santos. Please proceed to the Secretariat. Christian de los Santos. Christian de los Santos. Please proceed to the Secretariat, okay? Something is looking for you. Shout out to HCZ Motorsports. Congratulations to our top finishers. Exciting results coming your way on the podium. Make sure you stick around to find out. There's going to be post-race procedures, investigations on some of the incidents. There goes the Will Christian Lucas Honda Civic, yellow Civic from Edgeport Racing Team. And the Mini Coopers are out. Coming right up, Philippine Racers, as you can see the top left of your screen, the race final for round number 4 of our Philippine Racers. For the Philippine Racers, by the Philippine Racers. Here at Clark International Speedway. Another of our segments for the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. You are now enjoying the start of the second half of the race season 2026. It all started back in May and June. We were at the Batangas Racing Circuit. July, we were here at Clark International Speedway a few weeks ago. And here at round number 4, back at it. Another of the high-speed rounds for these awesome late 60s and 70s Mini Coopers. There goes baby driver Luke Punsalan. There goes Jeffrey of Mad Films. He's going to give us a closer look at some of our competitors here on the race final for round number 4 for our Philippine Racers event here at Clark International Speedway for the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Let's take a look at our girl racer, Kathy Villar. The drifting Mini Cooper from Brand 8 Inc. Ed Sport. There goes very lovely Kathy Villar. Her Brand 8 helmet. The number 7 on the side, rolling on Rota wheels. There goes one of our youngest drivers, Luke Punsalan from JM Garage, aka baby driver from Pinhole Racing. Luke is known to clock in purples. There he goes. Good luck, Luke. Yeah. A lot of heart for the race. That car is way older than he is. These are 70s Mini Coopers, some of them from the late 60s. Shout out to Amazon G saying, let's go, Miss Kathy. Good luck, Miss Kathy Villar. This is Isoy 98, a.k.a. Rodney Caballero. Yeah, watch out for that guy. Sir Rodney. A car with a yellow tall wing. It's got that tall spoiler going on right there. And this is the doctor, Dr. 88, Doc Joey Luat. Very nice looking classic Mini Cooper. Doc Joey visualizing. Yeah, that's how you do it. Visualize. Good luck, sir. Yeah. He's going to try to remember those rev range, remembering where he's going to shift. Number 33, Ampon Jimenez, pole position driver for this race start. The final here today at round number 4. Amazing says, let's go, number 98. You are my idol. You can see the red lights at the bottom left of your screen. I wonder what's on the placard. It was 1 minute earlier to race start. Oh, it's the engine on sign. Lady and gents, start your engines. And our track marshals get out of the way. Red lights illuminate one by one. When we shut it down, they go full throttle. Here it is. Smoking his tires off of the get-go.
That is number 33. That is Ampok Jimenez on that pink Mini Cooper. Chasing him close by AJ Sessa in that British green Mini Cooper. At position number 2 now, that's AJ Sessa. Followed by, that's Ampok Jimenez, 33. At the race lead, and looking like Esoy is at position number 3 here. Ooh, losing position number 1 to AJ Sessa. Wow, AJ Sessa now the new race leader, putting Ampok Jimenez at position number 2. Luke Punsalan, the baby driver, now at position 3. Roddy Caballero at position number 4. Dr. Joey Luat, number 88, at position 5. And they are heading to the Porsche stretch on to hairpin number 1. One of the many turns we have over here. A total of 18 turns here at Clark International Speedway. 18. 4.189 kilometers. These Mini Coopers could do 2 minutes 40 or 2 minutes 0.4. Let's find out. Well, we're going to give you the timing screen later on. Timing screen updates in just a little bit. For now, P2 gets defended by Ampok Jimenez against the younger, faster Luke Punsalan. Based on the records we see here, Luke could clock in some of the fastest, if not the fastest lap of the Phil Mini Racers events. That number 11 baby driver Mini Cooper has got a lot of muscle, and you'll find out why. Let's see if the hype will be, well, backed with the way he could drive over here now after getting into an incident. He had to retire in the morning sessions earlier. Hopefully they were able to fix the bug that bit that car to a DNF. Yeah, there it is. He's made the move. He's now at position number 2. Luke Punsalan, his next mission, he's going to chase AJ Sessa in that British green Mini Cooper right at the very front. AJ Sessa at position number 1. So far, yeah, the rivalry has gone to that point. AJ versus Loop. That's a multicolored, Lego-colored Mini Cooper of Arvir Hervasio. Team move over. Luke Punsalan, there he goes. Arvir Hervasio, Rodney Caballero, Joey Luat. That's for positions 3, 4, and 5. Right in front of them, AJ Sessa getting chased up closely. Yeah. There you go. Luke Punsalan breaks. There goes car number 5, June Magliari. Right at the elevated sector. They go a little bit diagonal on that. There's a tilt to that curve. Same goes to this corkscrew curve. Onto the aftermath of the corkscrew. Here we go. You gotta love the colors on that. Members, reminds you of Lego. Arvir Hervasio. His name team, the name of his team is actually Move Over. But looking like Rodney Caballero is gonna mention those words to him. Move over. Allow me to grab that position. Here they go. Some side to side action here now. Arvir Hervasio gets the better of that situation against Rodney Caballero. Back to the position he's been protecting. And now for the number 1 spot, here it is, AJ Sessa. Right behind him, Luke Punsalan. Number 15, JM Garage, British Green, Mini Cooper, AJ Sessa. Look at Luke taking the outside line here. He is prepping an attack. And that's how it looks like. There he goes. Sweeps into the outside line. Onto the double chicane. Where is he going to complete the move? Chicane time. To the left, to the right. Onto another one. It might be the overtaking maneuver. Well, looking like this is a yellow sector. They're not allowed to overtake just yet. The pink Mini Cooper is stuck on that segment. Looking like problems for Sir Ampo Jimenez on the number 33. Here it goes. Do not blink an eye. There's going to be a battle brewing up in here. An overtaking gets presented over here for Lupon Salan, moves from the right to the left, and they go eye to eye and says goodbye to this AJ Sessa spot. That's what Lupon Salan is saying over. But AJ's not yet done. He goes to the outside line. He's going to try and approach a less momentum loss approach. He could go for a switchback shot. But no, that gap getting bigger real quick by Lupon Salan. Definitely, he's got a lot of pace going on that. Orange and baby blue Mini Cooper number 11. Lupon Salan, the baby driver, back at number 1. Back to how he would usually do it in the past several rounds of this Phil Mini Racer. So impressive. He's on to another mega drive over here. Lupon Salan. He spells it as L-U-P. JM Garage's very own baby driver. AJ Sessa has got no response right now to this onslaught by the one and only Lupon Salan. Completing his mission. He's back to enjoying very clean air at the very front of the pack. Number 14 here, Javier Vasho, team move over. Looking like Ronnie Caballero was able to complete the mission of uttering those words to him. But right now, his mission is not yet done. He's going to be continuing with the tasks of the day. Racing is all about defending, all about position upgrades as well. Doc Joey Luat is in that light gray and maroon Mini Cooper number 88. Kim Valencia says, let's go, Loop. Loop on the race lead. We are now looking at our position 3, 4, and 5 cars. These Mini Coopers for Phil Mini Racers. There goes position 6 driver, June Miliari. Too bad, looking like it's a retirement for Ampo Jimenez. Let's see later on if the pink Mini Cooper was able to rejoin the race. For now, the battle continues to build up over here for an advantage coming his way for the doctor. Dr. Joey Luat on the number 88 Mini Cooper. Getting close to the tail of the Arvir Vasho multicolored, the Lego colored Mini Cooper. They're going to be on the yellow zone. It means there's going to be no overtaking available for Doc Joey Luat on that segment of the track. Lupon Salan, P1. AJ Sessa behind him for position number 2. Still it is a yellow sector. Still it is Ampo Jimenez stuck. His pink Mini Cooper stuck right there. Is you see it right there now? Now they're done with the yellow zone. Full green, ready for the maneuver. Can Doc Joey Luat do it? Arvir Vasho has got a bigger engine, 1,275 cc, compared to the 998 cc engine of Doc Joey Luat. This is for the overall spot. Can Doc Joey Luat do something about it? Yeah, that's a P4 for the number 14 car, the one with a yellow tailgate. And right behind it, it's a P5 for Doc Joey Luat and a P6 for that Mini Cooper with a race stripe right at the tailgate. That's, of course, June Magliotti on Mini Cooper number 5 at position number 6. Lupon Salan has clocked in at 2 minutes 30, by the way, in case you want to know. 2 minutes 30 on a 70s Mini Cooper. Can your engineers do that? These guys at JM Garage, Move Over, Ed Sport, Phil Mini Racers could do it. In 2026, these Mini Coopers could perform like this. The way these cars have performed from back in the day, a working man's car on weekdays and a track weapon on weekends. The way these younger drivers now are doing it here in the Philippines in year 2026. Phil Mini Racers, part of the Petron Philippine Motorsports Championships. And later on, don't forget, speaking of British made, we are going to have the Radical Challenge coming up as well. Yeah, the British made track-focused weapons are going to come at ya.
for some of the fastest laps. They could clock in right here at Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the Philippines. Those British-made radicals could go above 300 on the main straight, close to 300 on the backstretch. That's how fast those cars are. What's the rev range? Around 1,200 RPM. They could rev up to 12,000 RPM, by the way. Oh, that's a fine-looking Mini Cooper wagon by Jerry Santos. Yeah, and that red Mini Cooper number 77. Jerry with a J. It says here 3 laps to go according to the timing screen. Things should be intensified by here for Doc Joey Luat. He's got to come up with a more aggressive attack now. He's got to try to get closer to the more powerful car of number 14 driver Arvir Hervasio. Arvir continues to reserve position number 4, which is actually the number 1 spot in the 1,275 category. Doc Joey Luat looking like he's going to run out of time over here. But that's the anticipation that we want to see now. We want him to continue with that pursuit. Let's see what onslaught he could actually come up with against a very impressive strategy getting deployed over here by Arvir Hervasio. He's been very brilliant in choosing those racing lines to not allow the number 88 Mini Cooper to overtake him. Yeah, even if he tries to overtake Arvir Hervasio over here, Rodney Caballero, who's running P3 in the 998 category, is around a huge amount of double digits seconds ahead of him. This is JM Garage number 15. He goes by the name of AJ Sese. He is poised to finish second to the top at the podium. We'll find out. The official results will be announced later on at the podium stage. He had an awesome result as well on the pre-final. This is the race final here on this 4th race weekend for the Philippine Racers for season 2026. Isoy is his name. Rodney Caballero is how he's called on his birth certificate. He's at the top 3 spot. That's going to be a very promising result for Rodney Caballero. All you Rodney Caballero fans, get ready to come up with huge celebrations. And of course, the most impressive of them all is right there at the very front. He just started his second to the final lap of the race. We're talking about Luke Punsalan, the owner of the fastest lap of the race, the owner of the fastest Mini Cooper on this grid, Mini Cooper number 11. Oh, too bad Ampo Jimenez is still stuck on there. Still, it is a yellow zone on this section of the track. No overtaking on this segment of the track where the yellow flags get waved at. Those are some of the many rules of motorsport. That's why it's a type of discipline. It requires a lot of seat time, understanding, and it gives you very good training. That's why it is believed that a good, healthy amount of motorsport enthusiasts could easily equate to a very healthy driving community. Yeah, because they have more disciplined drivers when they have to drive on the streets. They don't need to speed up. They have the satisfaction of the itch of speed on the track, a controlled environment like right over here. One of the many racetracks we have in the country. Clark International Speedway, Batangas Racing Circuit, Carmona Racetrack, Palawan International Circuit, and right here, right where we are at, this is the fastest of them all. One of our FIA certified facilities here in the country. The FIA is, of course, the International Motorsports governing body that has been helping out countries all over the world continue to improve regulations in motorsport. And this guy has been keeping the regulation going for car number 11 of JM Garage. He goes by the name of LUP Punsalan. Loop, the unbeatable Loop and his closest rival, AJ Sesse. The 1 and 2 finishers here. That's how it looks like. They're about to start the final lap of the race. And right after this, according to our schedule, we're going to make way for the Radical Challenge, and then to be followed by the United GT Race Series, and then the Amsoil Silent Tire Grid Race. Phil Mini Racers right after our action-packed, full of drama Yokohama Philippine GT that happened moments ago. Here it goes. Luke Punsalan establishing dominance. Unbeatable. Owner of the fastest lap of the race. Race lead of 10.6 seconds. And biggest number of points for sure in the championship standings in the past half of the season. What a start to the second half of his race season. Luke Punsalan, I'm sure his parents are going to be super proud. And of course, the owners of these Mini Coopers here are going to be so proud of how these machines continue to impress all of us in year 2026. Straight out of the 70s, straight out of the late 60s, these cars are still at it. Move over, number 14. Arvir Hervasio, top of the 1,275 category, competing against Kathy Villar, competing against Jerry Santos. Kathy Villar is in the run for a P2 finish in the 1,275 category. Kathy Villar is at number 7 overall, but at number 2 in the 1,275 category. He's right there somewhere, number 7 Mini Cooper. Now this is the race leader on his way to have the big celebrations once again for Luke Punsalan. You know, he's been very impressive at the Batangas racing circuit for the past first, second rounds of the season. And on the third round here at Clark International Speedway, right here now, the fourth round, he's doing his thing, keeping the momentum going. Another brilliant drive for a sensational result for Mr. L.U.P. Punsalan. You call him Loop, okay? Loop, a.k.a. Baby Driver. I guess that's his favorite movie. But Baby Driver actually was driving a Subaru on that movie. Or maybe he also drives a Subaru on weekdays. But on weekends, he flexes the muscles of these very impressive machines made out of Great Britain, maintained by Filipino engineers over here now from JM Garage, driven by a very impressive young Filipino driver, Luke Punsalan, on the way to another huge celebration on the checkered flag for a dominant finish. Number 1 spot for the number 11 Baby Driver. Congratulations, Luke. He celebrates right there, waves his hand on the window. Checkered flag for the number 1 finisher. Fastest lap of the race belongs to him. There goes AJ Sessa, P2 finisher in the 998 category, P2 finisher overall. That's around 10.7 seconds later. I told you, dominance by Luke Punsalan. Here goes our P3 finisher, Isoy 98, Roddy Caballero. The 998 Mini Cooper, number 98 as well. Yeah, 998 is the size of their engine, by the way, sub 1 liter. That's the amount of technology Great Britain was able to come up with back in the late 60s to the 70s. And there goes Team Move Over's very own Javier Basho for the P1 finish in the 1,275cc category. Followed by Doc Joey Luat. Congrats on the checkered flag moment. And here goes Sir June Maliari. P6 overall for June Maliari right here. Mini Cooper number 5. But too bad he did not turn on those Terminator-looking headlights. Checkered flag for another of our classic Mini Coopers here. Great job by these engineers preserving these babies. And here goes Kathy Villar's baby, car number 7. The Ed Sport Brand A Mini Cooper rolling on rotas. The number 7 Mini Cooper takes the P2 finish in the 1,275 category. We're going to see her at the podium later on. Make sure you celebrate with her. join us at the podium stage before the day ends. Next up, another of our finishers here, Derbs Jimenez and this orange Mini Cooper number 52. There goes Jerry Santos, our P3 finisher in the 1,275 category. The Mini Cooper wagon, flexing his hard-working man's Mini Cooper. And congratulations, Mini Cooper number 52. You gotta love the color. The orange Mini Cooper of Derbs Jimenez takes also the checkered flag. Fastest lap for him of 2:51.2. It's going to be all about enjoying the moments, the experience. After a hectic, stressful work week, you go to racetracks on weekends like this and enjoy the moments. Like for Jerry Santos here, he's also going to be joining us on the podium later on for the number 3 spot in the 1,275 category. Beautiful Mini Cooper wagon. These are cars with engines at the front wheel drive. Lightweight proposition allows it to become an ideal weapon on weekends like here at Clark International Speedway today, Sunday, day number 2 of the Petron Philippine Motorsports Championships for round number 4, start of the second half of the season. There's going to be the next round happening at the Batangas Racing Circuit in September, and in October we wrap up the season back here at Clark International Speedway with the Clark International Festival of Speed, along with that October event. The biggest motorsport event on 4 wheels in the country happens this October here at Clark International Speedway. CFOS 2026, Clark International Festival of Speed. Watch out for that. And join us for the podium celebrations later on for the official results of the Yokohama Philippine GT and the Phil Mini Racers. But of course, we're not yet done. Yeah, the rest of the racers are going to be coming out. United GT Racing will come your way. Amsoil Silent Tire Grid Racing will come your way right after the Radical Challenge. And it's going to be Samuel Carlos, our former student jock from Monster RX-9 3.1, taking over for the microphone GAM takeover. I'll be back later on for more of the festivities right here. Round number 4 of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships from Petron XCS and Petron Blaze 100. The 100 octane fuel from Petron.
Greetings once again from the lovely plains of the north in the wonderful city of Clark. This is the Clark International Speedway. Sam Carlos behind the mic bringing you the action live here at the Clark International Speedway for the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants, the official lubricant partner of the fastest race series in the Philippines. This is round 1, race 3. The last race for this series this fine weekend, and it looks like the weather has taken a turn for the better. The track seems damp but not too wet. Good to see that the puddles have cleared, and now we can go wheel-to-wheel racing even harder. And the drivers won't hold back any longer, knowing that this is the last race for their weekend. Andre Rodriguez, can he make it a hat trick of victories today? We shall see, but he's ready and starting in P1 once again. Jaime Almario, not the greatest start to the weekend, but had a fantastic race in race 2, taking the victory after a lovely battle between him and the rookie driver number 17, J.R. Gann. Consistently showing us the love. Jaime Almario ready to go again one last time. Let's see if he can make it 2 wins today. And here's the rookie driver in the Motul SR1. That is J.R. Gann, driver number 17, showing his teeth all weekend long. He can really fight it out there on the track despite his calm demeanor off the track. He's got some skills to pay the bills for sure. That is J.R. Gann. Excited to see him battle out again with the drivers in front of him and behind. And here's Vedant Agrawal. Not the greatest start of the weekend. However, securing P1 in qualifying, but crashing out in P2 after an incident, and manages to get the car back running overnight and finish the race in this morning's event, race 2. Vedant Agrawal is going to be looking to snatch a win this time. And here he is once again, driver number 31, car number 31, Manu Miranda. A lot of the fans from Cebu showing love on the social media to this driver here, making the most of the opportunity to get behind the wheel of the Radical SR1 XXR. So shout out to our fans in Cebu watching live. Your driver is shining bright today. And here is the ghost driver, Tony Fernando, ready to duke it out. Him and Manu Miranda were really fighting it out at the back in the last race, and it looks like they're going to be doing it again. Starting from the back is driver number 97, Tony Fernando. Raced with us for the first time last year during the final round in the last race, and now he's doing it again this year for the first round to really show us what it takes to get behind the wheel of the Radical SR1 XXR. And look, a lovely show of fanmanship here for Tony Fernando, making sure that they get their photos taken before the race starts. What a popular driver that guy is. Tony Fernando waving hi to the cameras, ready to go racing. What a superstar. Let's see him shine throughout this race. 12 laps once again to determine who takes all the points for the weekend. This is going to be one race to watch out for. The siren has been sounded. All non-essential personnel are now being asked to step out of the main straight and back into the pit area and to the paddocks and to the grandstands to be able to enjoy what is surely going to be an action-packed race. Last race for this round. Last race for the Radicals this afternoon. Let's see who stands on top at the end of it all. Will it be Andre Rodriguez again to secure a hat trick of victories? Or will it be Jaime Almario? Get 2 out of 3 for him. And of course, could it be J.R. Gann, who could also take 2 wins by the end of this weekend? Or will it be Vedant Agrawal securing his first victory in the Radical SR1 in the Sea Oil Radical Challenge. Will it be Manu Miranda or Tony Fernando? Both drivers really fighting it out to secure proper positions for maximum points. Will they be able to get lucky and snatch a win away from the other drivers in front of them? We shall see. Indy Villalon behind the wheel of the safety car, a beautiful Alfa Romeo. They're going to be leading the pack all around the Clark International Speedway. Head into the pits, and once it does, we go racing, starting with a rolling start. And off goes the safety car, and so do the Radicals. What a better way to top the afternoon. Nothing better than to top it with some fast racing, wheel-to-wheel action between these drivers here. And off they go, warming up their tires, making sure their brakes are functioning at 100%, and making sure all systems are go for what is the last race of the weekend for the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants. Andre Rodriguez with a hand at the trophy already after securing 2 victories. He needs one more to complete the set for this weekend. Jaime Almario looking for another one after redeeming himself in the second race. J.R. Gann looking for revenge after his position was snatched away by Jaime Almario in the previous race. Can J.R. Gann push himself once again to the top of the list? Vedant Agrawal as well. He knows what victory feels like, and he wants more. And these conditions are definitely matching what he wants for this race. A dry track, more dry than it was a while ago, and that's going to be a big plus. More confidence for Vedant to take corners more precisely and more efficiently to propel that Black Mamba SR1 XXR of V-Car Edge Sport Racing to the top of the list. And of course, Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando, the 2 rivals at the back. Beautiful racing, beautiful controlled overtakes, and a perfect presentation of professionalism between the 2 drivers as they were racing at the back. Let's hope they can finish this race and stand on that podium as well. The atmosphere is tense. The sky is still gloomy, but the track is most definitely alive, and it's going to be alive now with the roaring sound of 6 Radical engines flying through the main straight. It's time to wake you up from your afternoon siesta, because we're about to go racing here at the Clark International Speedway. Round 1, race 3. The safety car has now entered the pits, or is about to enter the pits. The drivers are now taking their positions. 2 neat columns. Once the lights go out, they are putting that foot down. Pedal to the metal, flat out, once the lights go out, and we're going to see it on our screens. There we go. Lights are shining red, and once they go dark, we go racing here at the Clark International Speedway. And what a start that is for Jaime Almario. Gets himself into P1. Vedant Agrawal with a great start as well, now in P2. J.R. Gann moving in on the inside to secure P3. And Andre Rodriguez falls 3 places, now sits in P4, and it's Vedant Agrawal in the lead after turn 1. What a move from Vedant Agrawal on the outside of the high-speed corner, turn 1, into the corkscrew, and he now finds himself leading the race. Jaime Almario definitely has his sights set on overtaking the Black Mamba. But he's got to keep his eyes on his mirrors as well, because J.R. Gann, the rival that he faced in the previous race, is just behind him, bumper to bumper. In fact, I do think Jaime Almario needs to focus more on defense. Ooh, Vedanta Agrawal touching a little bit of water. Looks like the track is not completely dry. A lot of stagnant water on the side, especially on the runoff areas. And they're going to need to avoid that in order to keep that car settled and avoid spinning out. And Vedanta Agrawal still leading this race. 12 laps to go. He needs to secure this to get his first win in the Sea Oil Radical Challenge, but it's going to be a long 12 laps. And Jaime Almario already closing the gap between him and his rival in front. J.R. Gann opting to take an easier way. Breathe easier before he attacks later on in this race. Surely he can do it. And Andre Rodriguez is going to have to focus now on pushing that SR3, this time in dry conditions. I do believe the first time we've experienced dry conditions during a race for this series all weekend long. Andre Rodriguez definitely flying in the rain. Can he fly during the dry sections of this track? This dry track is definitely proving to be a different platform for him to drive on. And it looks like Vedanta Agrawal still very much in the lead. Starts the next lap. In front. Oh, Vedanta Agrawal going sideways into turn one. The pressure from Jaime Almario proving to be too much for him. And the lead goes back to Jaime Almario. The question is now, can Vedanta Agrawal get his car up and running and ready to go again back into the track so he can chase them down? That's one racer out of the race for now. Not sure if it's for good. We're going to see. Vedanta Agrawal, though, the fastest driver of the on the track right now with a 202.743. Jaime Almario now has the space and the time to beat that. And it looks like Almario is now in the lead. And it looks like the race is settling down at the moment, still unsure of what's going on with Vedanta Agrawal. However, the race continues, and Jaime Almario is now in front. J.R. Gann in P2. And look at that, Tony Fernando in P3. Keeping up with the race leaders. J.R. Gann now has to focus on defending against the 97 Sea Oil SR1 of Tony Fernando. Vedanta Agrawal all the way back now, and I do believe the safety car is going to be sent out. The marshals have released the yellow flags, and the safety car is going to be sent out. No overtaking allowed during this time in any of the sectors where the yellow flags are waving. And looks like this race is going to have to continue on in safety car conditions as of now. Not entirely sure, couldn't see from our cameras how bad the incident was with Vedanta Agrawal. But if the safety car has been sent out, we can only hope for the best. But as it stands, Vedanta Agrawal is not in the race. Jaime Almario in front, J.R. Gann in P2, Tony Fernando in P3, Andre Rodriguez losing 3 places, moves to P4, and Manu Miranda is in P5. 5 racers lining up behind the safety car, and this is going to be advantageous for J.R. Gann. Once the safety car goes in, he's close enough now to battle it out with Jaime Almario, who before the safety car was sent out was able to build a substantial gap between the driver, between himself and the driver behind him. But this can be very advantageous for the rookie, who will definitely be spending this time now to recover and weigh his options to figure out how he's going to attack the race leader. As for Almario, it's going to be about maintaining the temperatures in his car, making sure that everything is operating at the optimum level. And of course, needs to add some defense into the mix. Looks like this race is settling down now. The first time the safety car has had to be called out here at the first round of the 2026 CR Radical Challenge. First time this season. And the drivers keeping it nice and clean and neat. And I do believe Andre Rodriguez is in the pits. Went back to the pits, taking advantage of the safety car to have a check on his Radical SR3. Right now, it's the Radical SR1s out on track. Looks like there's going to be one more lap around with the safety car. And once that's done, we go racing once again. And it's going to be a restart. The drivers really keeping it close, maintaining that regulation speed. And I'm sure their teams are communicating with them now. For the drivers who do have communication systems in their SR1s, they're going to be receiving some very important instructions because this is a totally different race now that the safety car has been released. No more gaps between the drivers. It's just as good as starting all over again. And looks like Jaime Almario has a ladder to climb. And so does JR Gan from another point of view. Jaime Almario, a very experienced driver. Learned a lot of his expertise in driving from his time in karting. Multi-race winner this one. And so is JR Gan and of course Tony Fernando as well. Manu Miranda right behind Tony Fernando. And I do believe the driver in the number 31 all-white Radical SR1 XXR is going to be battling it out with the ghost driver Tony Fernando once that safety car heads in. There, Andre Rodriguez trying to catch up to the rest of the pack. Back out now on the track. As everything seems to be settling down. But you can feel the tension. The drivers are really playing mind games now for sure. Trying to calculate how to attack, how to defend. Which line to take. Taking note as well of the mistakes that the driver in front of them are making to be able to take advantage if there are any mistakes. Tony Fernando, though, keeping it nice and cool. You can see him dancing around the track, making sure that everything is in optimal level. And so is Manu Miranda. Here they are once again in Acacia. Unfortunate, though, for Vedant Agraval. And looks like he's out of this race. Hoping he's okay and safe. We didn't see his car as the cameras panned through the section where he spun off, so we are hoping that they managed to get it out off the track and the driver is okay. But the show must go on, and these are your actors. Once again, Jaime Almario in P1. P2 is taken by JR Gan. Tony Fernando in P3 and Manu Miranda in P4. Andre Rodriguez, after a quick trip to the pits, is now in P5, and he's going to continue this race from the back and to fight his way back to the front. For the SR3 can definitely do that, especially on the main straight. Has this straight line speed. I do believe Andre Rodriguez's SR3 is the only 1500cc SR3 in the Philippines. SR3 XXR. And the green flags are about to wave in just a few moments. The safety car has gone into the pits. Once the green flags wave, we go racing once again. And here are your drivers flying by the main straight. What a great start. A great restart for Jaime Almario. And it looks like JR Gan was just a tenth of a second too slow on the accelerator. Now has to catch up once again. But that is a pretty even gap between the two drivers. Now we add Tony Fernando to the mix. inching closer and closer to the two drivers in front. Andre Rodriguez overtaking Manu Miranda at the restart. Andre Rodriguez moves a position up now. P5, or rather P4 for Andre Rodriguez. Manu Miranda moves down to P5. Jaime Almario still in front, and J.R. Gann is looking to find a way around him. Looks like this is going to be it, and it is! J.R. Gann with a spectacular move, catching Jaime Almario sleeping, and takes it from the inside. Almario is not going to like that. He's going on the inside again to try the same move on J.R. Gann, but it doesn't stick. What a defense from the rookie. The rookie really fighting hard now. They're wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, almost touching. But they're keeping it clean. What a move from J.R. Gann to steal that lead away from Jaime Almario. Looks like we're going to see another fight between these two drivers. Tony Fernando taking his time, keeping himself away from that heated battle in front of him. Has to play a tactical game right now. However, Andre Rodriguez in the SR3 is just behind him and moving in fast into the last corner to start the next lap, crossing the start-finish line. This is the order. J.R. Gann in front, Jaime Almario in P2. P3 is Tony Fernando. Andre Rodriguez with the fastest lap of the race so far. Moving to P4, Manu Miranda. Driver number 31 in P5, but keeping it close to the rest of the pack. No one is getting left behind. J.R. Gann leading the pack. Jaime Almario trying to find a way around this time. The safety car proving to be the advantage for J.R. Gann. Driver number 17, definitely need to look out for him the rest of the season after the performance that he's putting up this first round. It's been like that all weekend long for the driver in the Motul SR1. And Jaime Almario taking his time, still 7 laps to go. However, the roles are now reversed. In the previous race, it was Almario who led. This time, it's J.R. Gann. Looks like a rivalry is brewing between these two drivers. Gann exiting Acacia onto the following hairpin. Almario looking for an opportunity. J.R. Gann giving him none of it. Andre Rodriguez already inching closer and closer. Gets past Tony Fernando and now moves into P3. But all eyes are focused on the drivers in front. Both of them not far behind in terms of lap time. 2:411 for J.R. Gann, 2:01.329 for Jaime Almario. About a second and a tenth of a second behind. And that's a gap that can mean a lot, especially here when these cars are reaching almost 200 kilometers or more than 200 kilometers even as they pass down the main straight. Looks like there's a substantial gap now between Gann and Almario. Almario now has to defend against Andre Rodriguez. Not the best of starts for Andre Rodriguez and Rodriguez Racing, but he's fighting hard to get that position back from the two drivers in the SR1s in front of him. And the race is now settled down after the safety car returned to the pits. And now it looks like J.R. Gann can run away with it, getting a better exit out of that corner to propel himself further. However, in terms of lap times, they're almost equal. J.R. Gann with a 1:59.027 and Almario also in a 1:59.388, just 0.3 of a second behind the driver in front. Andre Rodriguez with a 1:58.621, a second faster than Almario. Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda keeping it in the 2-minute mark. Pretty even gap now between the three drivers you see on your screen. That's Jaime Almario, Andre Rodriguez, and Tony Fernando. Tony Fernando inching pretty close to Andre Rodriguez. Manu Miranda getting left behind. J.R. Gann running away with it. 6 laps to go. We're halfway through the race. And as it stands, J.R. Gann is still in front. Will it be 2 out of 3 for Team Modal? Or will it be 2 out of 3 for Team Avi Racing? Andre Rodriguez with a move against Jaime Almario. And he manages to get it done in turn 1. Andre Rodriguez now moves up once again into P2. Almario going to try and take advantage of the slipstream in front of him. If he can manage to be able to slingshot him past Rodriguez and onto the attack once again to J.R. Gann. However, he needs to get it done before the main straight because Rodriguez has the advantage there. J.R. Gann says thank you very much to the two drivers who are battling it out behind him. 158.446 now his lap time. What a race J.R. Gann is having. Cool and calculated, calm and controlled is definitely the way to go. There's Manu Miranda now. And Tony Fernando. Manu Miranda managing to get an overtake on Tony Fernando while we were watching that race between Rodriguez and Almario. And it looks like another battle is brewing between the two drivers at the back. Tony Fernando versus Manu Miranda. It's the Ghost Rider versus the driver from Cebu. Who is going to stand on top with 5 laps to go? I want to see this happen. It's 31 versus 97. There's J.R. Gann crossing the start-finish line, followed by Andre Rodriguez, followed by Almario. Now it's Manu Miranda versus Tony Fernando, part 2. And it looks like Tony Fernando with an advantage from the slipstream, opting not to take it though, and to stay behind, keep himself pocketed at the rear of Manu Miranda, looking for a better opportunity. Maybe it's this one as they exit the corkscrew. Let's hope they don't mess up the exit. Clean and beautiful from the two drivers at the back. What a show we are getting from Manu Miranda and Tony Fernando. Tony Fernando really not liking it that he was overtaken. He's doing his best to keep it close and find that gap that he can capitalize on against Manu Miranda. There's Tony Fernando, as I was saying, uses the slipstream, slingshots himself past his rival in the number 31 SR1, and now Tony Fernando moves up to P5. What a move from Tony Fernando. Smart and calculated. Manu Miranda gonna try and do the same to him now. Here they are exiting Acacia and onto the following hairpin to enter the final sector of the Clark International Speedway. And there goes Manu Miranda, retaking that position. Back and forth once again with 4 laps to go. It's Tony Fernando and Manu Miranda, the stars of the show of this final race of the weekend for the 2026 CEO Radical Challenge. And now we got to get a quick update on the race leader. There he is, being chased down by Andre Rodriguez. From our point of view, Andre Rodriguez's SR3 looking like a hungry beast, chasing his dinner. Going on the outside, maintaining his line. J.R. Gann, Almario doing his best to keep up. 3 laps to go in this race. Andre Rodriguez Doesn't have a lot of time, but he definitely has a lot of power. Oh, looks like Tony Fernando back in the pits once again. After pushing that SR1 hard, something must be up. Needs to have his team check it. But right now it is J.R. Gann and Andre Rodriguez on your screens. It's an SR1 versus an SR3. The SR1 quicker in the corners, the SR3 with more power on the straights. It's a pretty balanced battle, and it looks like the gap substantially widening between Gann and Rodriguez. J.R. Gann of Modal sticking to the conventional racing line of Akasha, using all the runoff that he can to be able to maximize carrying that speed around that very tricky corner. There is Almario missing the apex by an inch. Pushing that car hard, you can see his head tilting as the G-forces can really pull and push as you move around the corners of the Clark International Speedway. Rodriguez closing the gap. But Gann with a better execution of the final sector. This is where he's going to be tested now on the main straight. Will Rodriguez be able to take advantage of his straight line speed? He has the benefit of slipstream. He has the power to do it. Will he do it? Now that's the question on everyone's mind as J.R. Gann is forced to defend once again. And it looks like another lap starts with J.R. Gann still in front. Rodriguez still needs to find an answer against the driver in the SR1. Oh, Manu Miranda back into the pits again as well. Could be something about that battle between Tony Fernando. Both of them really pushing their SR1s hard. And both are now in the pits. And that's something to look at right after this race. But right now, a battle is still going on between your race leader, J.R. Gann, and Andre Rodriguez. Rodriguez braking late, trying his best to close that gap. But J.R. Gann with a better line and a better exit out of that hairpin. And on to Akasha once again with 2 laps to go. Jaime Almario still behind. Andre Rodriguez looking for a move on the inside. Can't seem to find it, and it's going to cost him a lot now. And once again, the gap widens, and he has to make chase for 2 more laps, or rather 1.5 more laps to go in this race, as they're now in the final sector. Rodriguez taking advantage of the power, the extra power that the SR3 has. But is it enough to get past J.R. Gann in the Motul SR1? Once again, the Motul SR1 in front, about to cross that start-finish line to start the penultimate lap of this race. 1 lap to go. They're side by side. It's the last lap, and Andre Rodriguez says it's time to unleash the power of the SR3. Will he be able to do it? Yes, he does. Andre Rodriguez steals the lead at the last lap, and a perfect time to do so as well. Now all he has to do is hold on to it, because J.R. Gann can definitely keep up, especially in the corners. Put some pressure on the race leader now. J.R. Gann losing that position in turn 1 to Andre Rodriguez in the SR3. Got to say, a very patient game Andre Rodriguez was playing, and it has fallen perfectly into his hands. And now the gap is very wide between the two of them on this penultimate lap of the last race of the first round of the 2026 Sea Oil Radical Challenge. Akasha once again on your screens, and Rodriguez already meters away from J.R. Gann in the Motul SR1. Is this going to be a hat trick of victories? It looks to be that case now. The final sector, just a few more kilometers to go, or rather less than a kilometer to go for Andre Rodriguez. Is it going to be the start of a beautiful thing for our Argentinian Portuguese driver? Andre Rodriguez, last two corners now. Past the Audi sign, flashing his lights. Final corner, the checkered flag waves. In congratulations to Andre Rodriguez, 3 times a winner. And J.R. Gann wins it in the SR1 class. What a battle. P3 goes to Jaime Almario. Great racing, great driving, beautiful battles in this final race of the 2026 COI Radical Challenge Philippines in partnership with Fuchs Lubricants. And we look forward to the rest of the day as there are more races happening all the way until 5 p.m. Coming up next is the United GT race. Of course, back to Tom Alvarez. He will be handling the commentary for then. Once again, my name is Sam Carlos. Always a pleasure doing commentary for you for the COI Radical Challenge. I can't wait to see you all for round 2 at the Batangas Racing Circuit next month. Keep following our socials at Radical Motorsports Philippines on Facebook and Instagram for more updates. Once again, Sam Carlos behind the mic. Always a pleasure. Great driving, great racing, a great day for motorsport. We'll see you again next time.
Yeah. Here we go. Good afternoon to everybody. Philippine Standard Time is 3:52. It makes it look like it's close to 6 p.m. Nope, it's not yet. We're not yet done for the day. We got another big grid race coming your way. This is the United GT Racing Series. The same make battle series where you see head-to-head battles against some, same make, same model cars featuring some of the fastest performance cars available here on this side of Asia. Here in the Philippines, we are looking at some Gazoo racing cars, the Yaris's, the Supras, the 86s, also the GT86, the comeback to the 86 format, also the Nissan Zeds, the threes. We see a lot of 370Zs, also some, I saw a 400Z earlier as well. Some of our Lotus cars, we have, we can see that blue Lotus, Exige, or Elise.
You also got, of course, the Honda Type Rs. The FK8, we can see the FK8 from here. We have FL5s also on the lineup. There goes that red Gazoo Racing Yaris. The 370Z also rolling out. The BMW M2 in partnership with Hitachi Philippines, the official distributor of Hitachi Oils, Hitachi Lubricants, featuring the Hitachi Ultima Racing Oil. Trusted and used by these guys over here for the United GT Racing Series. Blue Lotus, gray 370Z, blue BRZ, Gazoo Racing BRZ, GT86, a classic white GT86, and destined to become a classic definitely. And another of our blue BRZs, 86s, FRSs, and that gray BMW M2. You gotta love the livery of that GT86 as well. It's got the classic HKS colors to it. If you're a JDM fan, you know that brand. Now here goes a 400Z, a beautiful 400Z, looking like this is the Nismo edition. Yeah, you can see that, the badge, the Nismo badge on the right side of the grille. It's our official pace car. Easy Ligaya at the wheel. Mr. Full Throttle Weekend, Mr. FTW. We call him Iggy Iz. Shout out to Cody Nang. What up, Cody? Congratulations. Way to go to Jaime Miguel Almario. Manasseh Manuel June Caceres is also here saying congratulations to Andre. Shout out to Ron Lucero. Yes. Keep letting Deborah Zal know he's got to make a comeback. Hello to Esther Diandante. Good luck to Michael Xander Perez. Happy birthday, belated, to Michael Xander Perez. Shout out to Felicidad Awada. Hello to JR Gunn. And here we go. Time for you guys to get introduced to our drivers. 777. This is none other than Brian Nilo Alejandro, part of the Supra class. Duct tape equipped, battle scars included. Hops on the horse, recovers from what's needed to be done. FL5 Type R number 24 on the side. Oh, this is none other than Roro Cruz. He's part of the Type R class, aka the fastest Type R driver on this grid. The fastest Lotus driver is this guy. On his Lotus Exige, Carlos Naidas in yellow. He's got the Maltonetex logo going on, the TWR logo also going on his door. They call him Banana Man. Another of those proudly British-made track weapons. The Donut Garage's very own, aka the fastest GT86 driver here in the Philippines, Christopher Cole. Way to go, bro. Yeah. You can see the Hitachi logo going on his car. Gazoo Racing 86, number 29. That is John Kamikawa. Good luck, John. Putting on his gloves. Yeah, wearing those racing gloves not only protects your hands, but also gives you a better amount of grip on your steering wheel. There goes the number 18, a.k.a. second fastest in the Lotus category, Jel Nabat. And the number 88 Gazoo Racing Yaris of Arnel Carlos. From Team Mech Automotive as well. Good luck, Sir Arnel. There goes the BMW M2 parking up at the front of the FL5. That's our fastest car on the grid. The BMW M2 of Lino Gatchalian. Now, number 59 on the screens here. Is this Dennis Gascon? Yeah, that's Dennis Gascon. Another of our Gazoo Racing 86s. It's got the BRZ logo, the Subaru logo. Number 77, Lorenzo Cuscio. Good luck, Lorenzo. In partnership with Hitachi Philippines, this is the United GT Racing Series. It's going to feature 7 laps featuring some of the fastest, some of the most expensive cars in the country. Oh, nice RE30s on the number 68 right here. Paul Cousy, carbon fiber vented hood. Some of the lightweight boat racing wheels, the RE30s. And that number 10, the 370Z, that's Saint David. And the Yaris, number 9, the J. Wait a minute. Where's Jay Militante's yellow Supra? It says here that car is number 9. It's gonna have to be pushed back. We could also see Clarence Villaferta's 888 Nissan 370Z. One 370Z to another 888. Number 10 right here this time, also parking up. I hope he's not going to engage reverse. He's going to have to wait for the track marshals to push him. Ooh, there goes the Blue Lotus. And baby blue BMW M2 number 126 of Edric Chan. The number 41 Lotus is Arvin Alfonso. There goes number 81 RB Jacinto and his white Gazoo Racing Yaris. And the HKS 559 GT86. That is Dennis Gascon. Car number 119 right at the blue BRZ. That is Joriel Cruz. And the white one, the number 25 on your screens is Pio Pascual, the one closer to the camera. Pio Pascual. Good luck. Ooh, number 14 for MRB Construction Yaris. That is Mark Lewis Belmonte. And the number 17 Gazoo Racing Supra is Paolo Medina. Good luck. We roll out for the warm-up. Oh, that's a white Nismo Edition 370Z. There goes Jay Militante and his yellow Supra. They head to turn 1. Some of them already on the corkscrew. The corkscrew is the downhill segment of the elevation change right there. Now this is the Porsche stretch. Huge thank yous to our friends from Nissan Philippines. Thanks to our friends from Full Throttle Weekend, the 100 Elite, and of course thanks to Donut Garage, Gel Napat Racing, E Auto Parts LLC. Thank you so much for the support. Ceramic Pro, proud supporter of the United GT Racing Series. Club Fair Lady Z Manila, GRYPH, GR Super Club PH. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. Lotus Manila, TR Trophy, Team Trophy, M2PH. Thank you also for the huge support. Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines. Thank you very much. Nissan Philippines. Great to see these Zeds up in here. On pursuit to become part of the Elite 100 as well. These are some of those drivers. These are some of those weapons of choices. That's the fastest GT86 up in here. One with the Hitachi logo on the door. That's none other than Christopher Coe, Mr. Donut Garage himself. Ready for 18 turns right here at Clark International Speedway. Shout outs to Miss Beth Avila. And to all media participants. To our very special preparation to CFOs, please proceed to Trade Hall 2. All of our media photographers, motorsport photographers, please proceed to Trade Hall 2. You guys are invited to proceed to Trade Hall 2 right about now. All participants to our CFO's media gathering, please proceed to Trade Hall number 2. And speaking of CFOs, the Clark International Festival of Speed is scheduled to happen this October right here at Clark International Speedway. October 17 to 18. Mark your calendars for the biggest motorsport event on 4 wheels here at Clark International Speedway. It's going to happen. CFO's Clark International Festival of Speed. We're going to get things started at Fort Stutzenberg, the historical Fort Stutzenberg. That's where it all started when the Americans came over, decided to settle in this segment of the country because of its beautiful features, a beautiful backdrop, beautiful mountains in the background, and the quality of soil allows motorsport athletes right here, enthusiasts, driving enthusiasts, to enjoy a quick drying racetrack. Yeah, that's some of the wonderful features of this area of the country where it is situated. You are looking at the venue they call Clark International Speedway, the fastest racetrack in the country. FIA certified, by the way. 4.189 kilometers, 18 turns, minimum of 12 meters wide. So you have a lot of room to go side by side in very important competitions like this one right here. In partnership with Hitachi United GT Racing Series. You're looking at Lino Gatchalian's M2 on the number 870 on the left side of your screens. That is the fastest BMW up in here and fastest on the grid. Second fastest is that Supra of Brian Neal Alejandro 777. And on the second row, the FL5 of Roro Cruz and Carlos Naida's yellow Lotus. And off they go. Listen to the sound of those engines. Allow yourself to enjoy music to the ears, exhaust notes, featuring flat fours, straight six, straight fours, rear wheel drive, all wheel drive, big brake kits. Yeah, there's an all wheel drive system going on, that little 3-cylinder to 1.6 liter engine in that Gazoo Racing Supra. Gotta love the amount of technology now in cars. And it's all getting flexed right here today by these distinguished gentlemen of the United GT Racing Series, featuring Saint David, Julian Diego, Mark Nang C, Zachary Jacinto, Ivor Encarnacion, Pio Pascual, Paulo Nocom, Arvin Delfonso, Joshua Guevara, Paul Cusi, RB Jacinto, Timothy Ong, Timothy John Ong, Darwin Aquino, Joriel Cruz, AJ Pena, Dennis Gascon, Clarence Villafuerte, also featuring Jay Militante, Mark Lewis Belmonte, Paulo Medina, Gel Napa, Alvin John Salido, Roro Cruz, John Calicaja, Lorenzo Cusho, Christopher Cole, Arnel Carlos, Carlos Naidas, Edric Chan, Ryan Kenneth Gamera, Kerwin Lau, Brian Alejandro, and Lino Gatchalian. And right after this one, after our United GT Racing Series, we're going to feature the grid race for the Amsoil Silent Tire BGRC Battles. That's also going to be 7 laps for the grid race of our BGRC event from Amsoil and Silent Tire. But for now, the Totachi presented United GT Racing Series. Yeah, we're going to be on the lookout for the fastest BMW M2, fastest Toyota Supra, fastest Type R, Honda Civic Type R, fastest GT86 or BRZ, fastest Gazoo Racing Yaris, fastest Nissan Z. Get ready to find out. So far, fastest in the Nissan Z category is Ivor Encarnacion on the number 21 Nissan 370Z. It's capable of doing 2 minutes 16.8. So far on the initial lap right here, it has clocked in at 227.4. Fastest in the BRZ category. 86 BRZ category. That's going to be none other than driver number 86, Christopher Coe at the Donut Garage. Top of the Gazoo Racing category, we see here Arnel Carlos. Yeah, Arnel Carlos 88 is the fastest in the Gazoo Racing category for Group 1. And the quickest in the Lotus category, I got some Lotus cars on this grid. 3 of them to be exact. Arvin Alfonso in blue, Gel Napa in white, Carlos Naidas in yellow. Allowing you guys to look at the duct tape modified 777 Brian Neil Alejandro Gazoo Racing Supra. That's the fastest Supra on this grid, found in Group 1. And Roro Cruz has got the fastest Type R here on Group 1 as well. On the number 24, Honda Civic Type R, the turbocharged Honda Civic. Straight out of the Honda factory. Chase is on. We saw Gel Napa's Lotus right behind it. That is RB Jacinto's white GT86 getting chased up by the blue BRZ. Let's find out who that is. That's RB Jacinto in the Gazoo Racing Yaris getting chased up by Lorenzo Cuscio. That's Lorenzo Cuscio's blue BRZ. One of the proud students also at Raceform Academy. Oh yeah, he's joining us right here on the exciting dogfights of the United GT Racing Series in partnership with Totachi Ultima Racing Oil from Totachi, Philippines. There goes the fastest up in here. P1 overall, fastest in the M2 class. Lino Gatchalian, his lap is a 201.058. Activating the EBD and the ABS of that BMW. He's around 8.5 seconds away from the Supra of Brian Neil Alejandro. The top 3 right there, Lino, Brian, and Roro. That's BMW, followed by Toyota, and then Honda. Ooh, some side-by-side action right there. BRZ not allowing that Lotus to create that opportunity for an upgrade. Shutting the door real quick. That's number 29 as John Kamikawa shutting the door on Carlos Naidas. John Kamikawa. Yeah, he's top or second best actually in the BRZ 86 category. He's out to chase Christopher Coe, although they are separated now by 2.1 seconds. There goes Christopher Coe at the very top of your screens. The multicolored in white. There goes Chris Coe on the Audi Sport Art. On to the final turn before the main straight. Mr. Donut Garage himself establishing his legendary status, flexing his ability to drive that GT86 to the top level. More BRZs, the Gazoo Racing 86s. Yeah, it's the collaboration of Subaru and Toyota that have created that project. Jay Militante in the yellow Supra. Yeah, he's part of Group 1 as well. So far, he has positioned himself second fastest in the Supra category. Third in the Supra division is Paulo Medina. Paulo Medina has the number 17 Supra, securing the number 3 spot in that division. With 4 laps to go. The fastest lap of the session is a 2:04.058. That's courtesy of the BMW M2 of Lino Gatchalian. 2 minutes 04.5. or allow me to correct myself, 2 minutes, 04.058. Number 77 making a move. Lorenzo Cuscio getting that position upgrade. All-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Flat 4 versus little 3-cylinder. What a very powerful one at that. Easy 300 horse is for that GT86, or should I say that Gazoo Racing Yaris. And that GT86, flat 4, the Subaru engine. That's a naturally aspirated car, by the way, versus the turbocharged 1.6. Behind that blue car, that white Gazoo Racing Yaris. Turbocharged, man, all-wheel drive. And right after this, get ready for the grid race featuring the Amsoil Silent Tire BGRC Racers. It's going to be another group of participants coming your way. From 30 strong for this lineup of our United GT Race Series from Totachi, Philippines. Oh, that's a beautiful Nismo Edition 370Z. 3,700cc V6 engine right at the front, rear-wheel drive. And here goes more of the rear-wheel drive machines. And right in the middle of it, our 1.6 3-cylinder turbocharged all-wheel drive Gazoo Racing Yaris. Nice mix-up of things here. So far, top honors on their respective categories remain the same. They were able to preserve their favorite spots. Ivor Encarnacion, he may be losing overall spots, but he is still number 1 in the Nissan Z category. Number 21, Ivor Encarnacion. Looking like that's him in the Nismo Edition 370Z. On to the main straight. Listen. Beautiful. V6 music. 3-cylinder 1.6 music. Flat 4 music. Honda turbocharged VTEC music. Yeah, you saw an FK8 also. You saw the tail over there, the FK8. That's the red Yaris, the Gazoo Racing Yaris, another of our 3-cylinder 4-wheel drive. There goes Roro Cruz, top of the Type R category. Unbeatable in the Type R class. Roro Cruz from Team Shed Works. Also got his background undergoing sessions with the Don Pastor's Race Form Academy. He's right here making an appearance at the United GT Racing Series. The very impressive Lino Gatchalian right there, just making good music for us to enjoy on the main straight. For the M2 class, there he is, activating electronic brake distribution and anti-lock braking system of that BMW M2. You can see the 400Z on the side right over here at the pit lane. Our official pace car. Shout out to Keith Kayan and good luck to Kuya Roro James Cruz of Shedworks Motorsports. Yeah, he's out here to represent some of the fastest guys in Cabanatuan Nueva Ecija. Roro Cruz. That's Gel Napat, followed by Carlos Naidas. Carlos for the K. Gel Napat gets the better of the situation in the Lotus category. He is top of the Lotus category now, Gel Napat. And looking like Mr. Militante, Jay Militante in the yellow Supra. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Roro Cruz stuck at the top of turn 1? That looks like it is a Roro Cruz Type R. Oh, man. Well, we're going to see later on if that's really him. We're going to see the update on the timing screen. Gel Napat flexing now his race lead against Carlos Naidas. Or can Carlos do something about this? Race lead by Gel Napat in the Lotus category. Third in the Lotus division is Arvin Delfonso. He's part of Group 2, though. That'll give him P3 in the Lotus division. Jay Militante on the outside line over here heading to the Acacia curve. Finds himself ahead of the Lotus. Gets a better spot to negotiate heavy braking and completing that mission onto that high-speed corner. They get close to 200 kph on that segment of the track. And on the main straight, they go above 200 kph. Let's go, batch one. Get ready for the BGRC grid race. Batch one racers, please get ready for the grid race. You are now looking again at Lino Gatchalian. His fastest time is a 2:04.058. That is a beast of a Beamer. The M2, look at those big calipers at the front. Great offset. Widest tires available that you could put on an M2. You gotta love the way they have designed that Beamer to become ready for parties like this. This is the celebration we call the United GT Racing Series. In partnership with Totachi Philippines, the official distributor of Totachi lubricants, featuring the Totachi Ultima Racing Oil, the trusted and favorite lubricant of these drivers here for the United GT Racing Series. On pursuit to become part of the Elite 100. It's a list of the top 100 laps here in the country. And since we're doing it here at Clark International Speedway, this is going to be for the Clark International Speedway segment of the Elite 100. Who is going to be added to that prestigious list? Looking like Lino Gatchalian is on route to it. Right at the back of the 370Z here. But that 370Z is going to be given a blue flag. Lino is outlapping that 370Z. Because he's that fast, man. Look at that. The 2 Series Beamer, man. Checkered flag moment. Most impressive driver up in here, Lino Gatchalian. Top finisher on his dominance era here at the United GT Racing Series. P1 overall, P1 in the M2 class. P2 overall is on your screens. That is Brian Neil Alejandro. Top of the Supra category here at the United GT Racing Series. That's a Gazoo Racing Supra, also known as a BMW Z. It's a collaboration of Toyota and BMW, allowing owners of that car enjoyment just like that. Awesome performance in the Supra category. 2 minutes 09.3 is the fastest lap of that Supra. And top of the GT86 BRZ category, number 121, Mr. Donut Garage himself. Number 86 as well, Christopher Coe. Followed by John Kamikawa, P2 in the BRZ 86 category. Jal Nabat completes the mission. Number 1 on the afternoon session in the Lotus category. Jay Militante takes P2 in the Supra category. There's also Lorenzo Cuscio crossing the main straight in the blue BRZ right there. Arnel Carlos, top of the Gazoo Racing Yaris category. Congratulations on that, Sir Arnel Carlos. Looking like for the Nissan Zeds, we are going to be seeing, there goes Paulo Medina, P3 in the Supra class. Ivor Encarnacion just crossed the main straight on his Nissan Z, number 1 in the Nissan Z division. Some of the many gorgeous 370Zs we have on this lineup. The HKS 86 also crosses the finish line. And that red Gazoo Racing Yaris also takes it to the finish. Huge thanks to the 86 BRZ club members in full support. Club Fair Lady Z, GRYPH crew, Team Lotus Manila, Team Trophy, Team M2PH. Thank you so much for the support. Of course, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, Nissan Philippines. Thanks for the love right here. And Full Throttle Weekend. Thanks to the Donut Garage as well. Presented by Totachi. So it's going to be batch 1 first. It'll be followed by batch 2 later on. The AMSOIL Silent Type BGRC is coming up next. We just wrapped up the afternoon session of the United GT Racing Series. The same make battle series. Awesome battles we saw featuring some of the most expensive cars, performance cars, the Gazoo Racing cars, the Zeds, Nismo Zeds, Lotuses, and Type Rs, and other variants you saw. Fantastic job by the United GT Racing Series team in partnership with Hitachi Philippines, the official distributor of Hitachi lubricants, featuring the Hitachi Ultima Racing Oil. Trusted, used, favorite of our United GT Racing Series journeyman. Same make, same fight, pure racing. Mission accomplished for the race weekend. Right over here at the 4th round of the Philippine Motorsport Championships. We're not yet done for the day. It's only 4:24 in the afternoon. We're going to have a final segment of the day. The 2 batches of the BGRC grid race, presented by AMSOIL and Silent Tire. Get ready for that. Live here at Clark International Speedway. We will return for that grid race featuring batch 1 to be followed by batch 2. Stick around. We go. We could spotlight over here. That's the Yaris, the 00 Yaris of Dominic Bond from Ron Lucero, RL Motorsport. There goes one of the Honda Civic FDs of Team J Mag, Right behind it is the number 71 Mitsubishi Lancer. So respectful when it comes to driving on the track. He's even signaling he's going to make a left-hander. That's LJ Panlican. For all you Mitsubishi fans out there, he's here to represent. For Amsoil LA Performance, LJ Panlican. Shout out to Lionel Almera. Good luck to Boss AC Gutierrez of Team ACG. Now, that is the BKC Supra. And there goes King of the Palace. Candy Palace's very own king. We're talking about King Mark Savino in that Chevrolet Camaro, lining up the Amsoil Camaro. V8 supercharged with a moonroof. Yeah. He's got a lot of those delicious features that you'd like to have. We could also see Uncle Edwin Rodriguez's car on the right side of your screens. That's Uncle Edwin of Team Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. There he goes. He lines up, joins a pack of drivers ready to come out. Jerwin Hossard in the yellow EK hatchback, also right there on that queue. Batch number 1 of our grid racers for the BGRC, presented by Amsoil Racing and Silent Time Motorsport. There goes Angelo Mugtoto from Redline Autoholic. From Team SRS Redline Autoholic. That's the fastest Gazoo Racing Supra in the Philippines. He goes by the name of Angelo Mugtoto. Proudly presented to you by Petron, part of our celebrations for the 4th round of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. You're about to see the BGRC grid race for Batch 1. This segment of the Philippine Motorsport Championships is brought to you by Amsoil and Silent Tire. Looking like we're getting rain again. We're getting some drizzles again. We just got report that some segments of the track are getting wet. Now this is going to be a crucial decision once again for race control. There goes the evidence on your screens. Rain starts to get wild again. Race control now officially declares this a wet race. Ready for the start of the wet race here. 7 laps for these guys inside batch number 1. Amsoil Silent Top BGRC grid race is on. And there's going to be another batch coming your way later on after this. We have some of our drivers starting up the race from the pit lane. There goes Sir Jojo. Happy birthday, Sir Jojo. The gatekeeper of the pit lane. As we can see here, we got the white hatchback on the race lead, followed by another hatchback in red. And then another white hatchback at position 3 and a blue hatchback at position 4. Ooh, LJ Pandican goes sideways. And a Mitsubishi Lancer. There goes the red Honda Civic, followed by the black Yaris. And the rest of the grid goes on and on. 15 cars for this lineup. Dustin Senna, Kenneth Bernardo, Kevin Serrano, LJ Panligan, Francisco Gozos, Leo Candava, Dominic Bond, Romeo Arbizo, Manuel Chua, Mark Savino, Uncle Edwin Rodriguez, Jerwin Hawson, Angelo Magdotto. Roro Cruz looking like he encountered issues moments ago, so he was not able to make an appearance. Same goes Miko Briones. We're going to be expecting to come back stronger in the next round. There goes Leo Candava leading the convoy against the Amsoil Racing Mitsubishi Lancer in white. And then there goes one of our Toyota Supras, Gazoo Racing Supra by Manuel Chua. We got one of the Honda Civics, two of the Honda Civics overcooking the Acacia curve, the Acacia turn right here. That's number 32, Leo Candava, Team MRC, Team Lewis Performance. Finds himself having to rejoin the race. Glad that he's able to rejoin safely. Same goes the maroon Honda Civic EK we saw in the background. That is Dustin Senna's white Honda Civic getting chased up by Kevin Serrano's red Civic. And then another Honda Civic by Kenneth Bernardo. These are the Cabanatuan boys, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, number 12 is Dustin. The white car. The red car, number 69, is Kevin Serrano. Excellent job by Dustin from Cabanatuan Auto Club. Now the Gazoo Racing Supra battle. Manuel Chua versus Angelo Magtoto. Manuel in the dark-colored car. And the one in red, that's Angelo Magtoto. Beast of weaponries. Definitely beasts. Straight 6, rear-wheel drive, turbocharged. Angelo Magtoto stuck in traffic. Now back at the tail of Manuel Chua. Manuel Chua, impressive performance here so far, keeping Angelo Magtoto behind him. Now it is the Civic versus Lancer battle. LJ Panlican battling it out. With Kenneth Bernardo. That's Kenneth Bernardo's Honda Civic with a tall wing. Car number 10. Right behind him, the number 71 Amsoil Racing Mitsubishi Lancer of LJ Panlican. Still it is the BKC Supra of Manuel Chua ahead of the SRS Redline Autoholic Supra of Angelo Magtoto. Onto the Acacia curve they go. I'm sure that Civic is aware that these fast Supras are coming his way. Activated, EBD, ABS, electronic brake distribution, anti-lock braking system. Shout out to Lionel O'Mara. Enjoying watching the wet race. Shout out to all of those who hail all the way from Gapan, Nueva Ecija. He's watching all the way from there, watching his province mates. There goes the king of the Candy Palace, Mark Savino, the Amsoil Racing Camaro. He's got the British flag going on. He's straight out of Great Britain. From the United Kingdom. Now he has his palace going on here in Pampanga. They call Candy Palace, Candy with a K. He has built this impressive race team they call Candy Racing, flexing American muscle, German muscle, featuring a very talented United Kingdom based driver from way back, Now he has found a home, his palace here in the Philippines. There he goes. Right under the slipstream of that Camaro is Uncle Edwin Rodriguez of the Honda Green Hills Formula Builders collaboration. That's his Honda Civic FD. Uncle Edwin Rodriguez. He's at position number 6 overall over here so far. Mark Savino in that Camaro is in the top 5. P1 by Manuel Chua. P2 by Angelo Mactoto. P3 by Dustin Senna. P4 by Kevin Serrano. There it goes. Angelo making a move on Manuel Chua. This is it? Question mark, question mark. Not just yet. Manuel Chua has got better pace over here against Angelo Mactoto so far. It's a 223.4 versus the 223.5. 223.4 by Manuel Chua in the dark-colored BKC Supra, while in the red one, it's a 223.5. That's by Angelo Mactoto. Now, here goes the drag race on the backstretch, heading to the Acacia curve, the TGR curve. More muscle getting flexed by the BKC Supra of Manuel Chua here. Magnificent job keeping Angelo Mactoto behind him. But, of course, relentless under pressure and the tail sway, a little bit of a tail sway by Angelo Mactoto. You know he's pushing hard as well. Manuel Chua, with a good amount of seat time, has found a way to keep Angelo Mactoto behind him, but looks like it's gonna be another pursuit for Angelo Mactoto to go for P1 overall, and he succeeds in doing so. He completes it, so that's about it. Angelo Mactoto puts the exclamation point on the question mark you have over there. Can he overtake Manuel Chua? There goes the answer. Now we're gonna see our batch 2 drivers coming up next. Batch 2 drivers, please get ready. Batch 2 drivers of our grid race for the BGRC, please get ready. Presented by AMSOIL Racing and Silent Tire Motorsport. Angelo Mactoto now enjoying cleaner air. And a quick snapshot on the turn 1 they go. Now this is going to be very beneficial for Manuel Chua. .222.8 on that previous lap by that guy. What a guy. What a guy too, Manuel Chua. There he goes, chasing up Angelo Mactoto. He tried his best to hold up Angelo here, but that guy staying true to the hype. He's known to have the fastest Toyota Supra up in here, the Gazoo Racing variant Supra. He flexes it so with a magnificent move against a little bit of a tough customer in the form of Manuel Chua. Where's Manuel Chua now? There he goes. And turn by turn, he increases his lead. Soon, or already now, on legendary status, Angelo Mactoto. And another feather to his cap, the challenge imposed by Manuel Chua a few moments ago. Excellent job by Manuel Chua, allowing us to enjoy some edge of your seat moments featuring some of these very expensive Toyota Supras. Now, the dogfight of the JDM 90s machines. Number 10, Kenneth Bernardo. Number 71 in that AMSOIL Lancer, that is LJ Panlican. Looking like LJ is just waiting for the perfect opportunity inside that Pizza Pie Lancer, or Kenneth Bernardo could easily find the most ideal racing line for a brilliant drive to always shut the door on the LJ Panlican campaign. There goes Kenneth Bernardo. Kenneth Bernardo, number 10. Another of our drivers from Company 2 Auto Club, RL Motorsports. Right behind him, the Lancer of LJ Pandigan and the yellow EK hatchback of Jerwin Hawson. Another one from Team J Mag, another one from Cabanatuan Nueva Ecija. By the way, LJ Pandican is Tarlac based. So this is Nueva Ecija versus Tarlac versus Nueva Ecija. Kenneth Bernardo in the EG hatchback. The Lancer, could it finally find that window to overtake that Kenneth Bernardo white Honda Civic? We're going to see if this is going to be enough of a preparation for LJ Pandican. But, woo, on the main straight. No wonder that Civic platform is a favorite in the National Drag Racing Championships. It's fast on the main straight here at Clark International Speedway against that Lancer by LJ Pandican. Now, this is AC Gutierrez 55. Right behind him, the blue hatchback of Leo Candava from Team MRC, Team Lewis Performance. This is the battle going on for the top 10. AC in that white Civic is at position 10. The blue car is at position 11. And that black Yaris by Dominic Bond and RL Motorsport, that car is at position number 12. Followed by Francisco Gozos, Romeo Arbizo, and then MC De Leon. 15 cars for this lineup. And another batch coming your way for later on's batch 2. Batch 2, please get ready. The BGRC grid race is what you are looking at, dominated by this guy. His race lead now has increased to 11.3 seconds. That's Angelo Magtoto. Now, Jerwin Hawson helping out Kenneth Bernardo here as well. Why not, right? Why not help your kababayan to come up with a fantastic result on this grid race? This is the dogfight within the JDM 90s category. That's the white car is a hatchback from the mid 90s, while the yellow hatchback is here with us from the late 90s. That's the EK in yellow. That's the EG in white. And right in the background is another of the 90s cars, Mitsubishi Lancer by LJ Pandican from AMS Oil Racing and LA Performance. Team Tarlac. And those Civics, no wonder they are definitely having more people having it as a favorite track weapon of choice. Look at that. Ooh, some serious battles going on over here now. Jerwin Hawson making a move. Team J Mag gets a positioned upgrade here against Kenneth Bernardo, accompanied to an Auto Club RL Motorsports. Not just yet. Kenneth Bernardo has a response, and he maintains a position ahead of Jerwin Hawson's yellow EK. Fastest lap of this wet race is at 2 minutes 14.7. That's by Angelo Mototo's SRS Redline Autoholic Toyota Supra. Now with the lightweight modification, no left side view mirror. That's a lightweight drag reduction modification. And we can still see Uncle Edwin Rodriguez trailing right at the back of the Mark Savino Camaro. He's enjoying his place right there, not having to worry about drag because of a big car in front of him. There goes number 35 on your screens. That is MC De Leon of Team J Mag. There it goes. Candy Racing's very own Mark Savino in that blue number 34. Amazoil Racing Camaro. Right behind him, the one with the checkered flag on the livery, the black and red Honda Civic FD of Uncle Evan Rodriguez of Team Honda Green Hills Formula Builders. That's a front-wheel drive Honda Civic chasing up an American Muscle with V8 and a supercharger with engine at the front. MC De Leon gets another lap done. The final lap has started. Final lap of the race is on. This is the AMSOIL Racing Silent Tire Motorsport grid race for batch 1. Here at the 4th round of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. There goes the fastest on this grid. Overall, Angelo Magtoto, driver number 22, from the team collaboration of SRS, Redline, and Autoholic. Brakes on the 100 mark. He had a little bit of a twitch moments ago trying to chase number 1 against Manuel Chua. And he succeeds in doing so. Manuel is around 23.2 seconds away now. The top 3 overall is Angelo, followed by Manuel, followed by Mark. Angelo Magtoto, Manuel Chua, Mark Savino, the top 3 fastest guys on this grid. There goes Manuel Chua at the bottom of your screens. And around 19 seconds later, you're going to see Mark Savino. And then you're going to see Edwin Rodriguez right at the tail of Mark Savino. Here goes a jacket flag moment. The dominance for another brilliant drive for a sensational result for none other than Angelo Magtoto. Congratulations, man. Fastest lap of the race, 2:14.7. That's courtesy of that guy who just crossed the finish line. Another smashing performance by Angelo Magtoto. And a cracking job by this guy here, the BKC Supra of Manuel Chua. P2 finish. Where's Manuel? We'll wait for his Supra across the main straight. There he goes. He definitely tried his best. A terrific job for a few laps. But of course, it's so hard to hold up an Angelo Magtoto pursuit. The onslaught got completed, but still an impressive result for Manuel Chua. And also Mark Savino here in the top 3. Right behind him, Uncle Edward Rodriguez pushes for a drag race against an American Muscle. Yeah, he finishes in the top 4. P5 goes to that Honda Civic that just crossed the main straight. That's MC De Leon, by the way, in that blue Civic. Now, this is Dustin Senna and Kevin Serrano. The EG hatchback dogfight, nonstop here. Dustin, followed by Kevin. Our couple of 2 and Auto Club gentlemen. Congrats on the finish, guys. They know how to spend their weekends, and they got to do it right over here at Clark International Speedway. Fastest racetrack in the Philippines. Perfect playground. There goes Kenneth Bernardo and Jerwin Hassan on their tandem run battle. And Kenneth Bernardo getting the better of that against Jerwin Hassan. Congratulations on the finish. J-Mags, Jerwin Hassan. Not a bad finish at position 8. There goes LJ Panligan at position 9 for AMSOIL Racing LA Performance. La Performance. Yeah, of course, Kenneth Bernardo, another of our representatives from RL Motorsports from Company 2-1 Auto Club. Now, Mr. ACG, AC Gutierrez, holding up Leo Candava. Leo Candava trying to push for a beautiful photo finish. Tried his best to overtake ACG, but brilliant job by AC Gutierrez keeping his position in the top 10, and Leo Candava at position 11. Dominic Bond in that turbocharged DRS takes position number 12. And then Francisco Gozo's at position 13. MC De Leon at position 14. Now, another lineup of cars. This is for batch 2 of our grid race for the BGRC. From AMSOIL, from Silent Tire Motorsport. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. AMSOIL Racing by AMSOIL Philippines in collab with Silent Tire Motorsport, with you through every turn, Silent Tire. Oh, there goes Jasmine. Jasmine Dupo, girl racer from La Performance in that Hyundai accent. There goes Angela McToto. Congrats, man. On another beautiful flex of his legendary driving. Angelo McToto. SRS Redline Autoholic. Excellent job on the setup as always for the Angelo McToto fastest Gazoo Racing Supra in the Philippines. Now there you go, HG Motorsports Yaris's with Alan Escoto's Vios. And we can also see Jasmine Dupo's Hyundai, the Honda Civic FBs, Mitsubishi Lancer by Keylord Perez, the RL Motorsport, Gioca Basal, Honda Civic EK. Yeah, this one features Gav Quintos, Jamil Lacuna, Gioca Basal, Lampana. Jewett Policarpio is also on this lineup. Marcus Young is also on this grid race. Keylord Perez, as mentioned, Alan Escoto, Mark Tam Lu, the bracket race champion. Mark Tam Lu, bracket race champion of 2025. Shout out to Cynthia Sepe Kunanan. Good luck, Mr. Mark Francis Tam Lu. Also on the lineup, Raihan Iftikhar. Luis Moreno is also on this grid. Sim Racing champion Luis Moreno. Byron Bassett is also up in here. Gilbert Orfilia is the guy on the Honda Civic EF. Nicola Ramos. LJ Moot took another one of our HG Motorsports Sim Racing PH drivers on that red Motul Yaris. Now allow you guys to get a closer look at it. Now this is Jewett Policarpio. There goes Luis Moreno, Sim Racing champion. He drives for Team HG Motorsports, Sim Racing PH. Car number 16. The Motul Sim Racing PH, HG Motorsports, Mitsubishi Lancer. Shout out to Arvin Nero, rooting for HG Motorsports all the way from Hawaii. Thanks so much for the support, brother. Arvin Nero on the comment section. Hello to Oliver Australia. Shout out to Oliver Autoworks. Yeah, oh yeah, that's great to know. So most of the Hondas we have here on the grid are equipped with the Oliver Autoworks exhaust system. Not the Motec exhaust system, but the Oliver Autoworks exhaust. I don't know if there are cars over here running 10-spoon engines with the nitrous exhaust. Those are legendary lines of that, off of that favorite movie by most of ours here. Beautiful setup to the Lancer of Luis Moreno, the Sim Racing champion. There goes a Honda Civic FD number 18 of Jackson Gerlejo, Team J-Mag. And the number 19 is, of course, Raihan Iftikhar, another one from J-Mag. Ooh, the number 13 Taylor Corolla is also present. Mark Sakilabo. There goes Gav Quintos. There goes the Honda Civic EF76 of Gilbert Orpilia. There's also Byron right there in his Honda Civic EG. Byron Bazat of LA Performance, Team Mech Central. There goes Mark Tan Lu on the number 39. There goes Alan Escoto on the number 27. There goes Marcus Young on that red Yaris. There goes Alan Escoto. There goes Keylord Perez in that Mitsubishi Lancer number 72. He's also part of the La Performance racing team. LA Performance. Marcus Young of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. There he goes. And 11 and 8, yeah. 1118 Auto Spa. No Job Autocraft's very own George Policarpo in that white Yaris. There goes car number 62, Gio Cabasal. Featuring the collaboration of RL Motorsports, Foreplay, Golf Lounge. Check who's on pole. Car number 26, Gav Quintos, and his Yaris called Taffy, which reminds me of that song, Laffy Taffy. Don't check out the video, and now you're going to check it out. The music video to that song. It's a very entertaining music video. Taffy is on pole. Gav Quintos, excellent job. Top of Group 5 here. Keylord is top of Group 6 on the number 72 Mitsubishi Lancer. Top of Group 7 is the Gilbert Orpiglia Honda Civic EF. Let's go. Grid race is on. These are the Batch 2 drivers. The mix of Hondas, Toyotas, and Mitsubishis. Beautiful grid of these amazing, on legendary status, Japanese favorites, JDM favorites, and starting to become a new favorite, the 00s Yaris. Ooh, Gav Quintos versus George Policarpo battle. We would love to see that number 1 battle. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Gav Quintos maintains position 1, right behind him, putting the pressure on him, George Policarpo, and there's also the third player, the third Yaris in the mix. George now gets to position number 1. He takes over. Yeah, you know, he's so aggressive when it comes to the drive and good amount of car control. So impressive. He's very confident when he does his racing lines over here, especially against also an equally aggressive driver, Gav Quintos. Number 26, Motul SRPH, HG Motorsports against 311 Auto Spa, No Job Autocraft. That's the name of the team, No Job Autocraft. Edward Go leads that team. It's one of the Sherwin Wang race teams. So Sherwin Wang, what's up? White Yaris, let's see who that is. That's looking like Mark Tan Lu. Yeah, that's Mark Tan Lu. Or Jamil Lacuna, actually. That's Jamil Lacuna, and another of the white Yaris is here. So it is George, followed by Gav. Ooh, George going a little bit sideways. We saw what you did over there, George. But of course, he's not going to be allowed to do much of that because Gav Quintos is going to try to grab that number 1 spot from him. He commits too much of that Showtime drive. Yep, he gets to do that on Showtime drives usually. George Policarpo, the ultra-talented George Policarpo. That car is very equipped, by the way. It's a force-fed Yaris off of the 00's lightweight carbon fiber engine cover, engine bay cover, should I say. Carbon fiber rear doors and carbon fiber tailgate. There it is. Equipped with 4-pot monoblock front brakes. You know, the lightweight aluminum 4-pot braking systems. There goes Keylord Perez on the number 72 Mitsubishi Lancer. Goes for a 1-piece windshield wiper for lightweight modification and less drag problems. Oh, the drag race is on. The Toyota Vios of Alan Escoto on the right side of the track. On the inside line there, that's the Honda Civic FD. Team J Mag here. Nicolo Ramos. Yeah, that's Nicolo Ramos. Ahead now of Alan Escoto. Let's see how Alan Escoto is going to make a comeback. Oh, Toyota Vios fans out there. Plus, also getting in to see Marcus Young creating space for himself, and Alan Escoto was so quick to reacting. Oh, wait a minute, you want space? Let me give it to you. And he's going to have to be patient and retake the position like how he does it, as predicted, as expected of Alan Escoto with his amount of driving experience from the Flat Out Race Series. Now right here at the Amsoil Silencer BGRC. Alan Escoto resetting things to battle it out with Nicolo Ramos. This is for the #1 spot in Group 6. Group 6P1 now belongs to Nicolo Ramos and that big Honda Civic FD. Now here goes an opportunity for Alan Escoto. We're going to return to that battle later on. But first, front row dogfight. George Policarpio in the white 311 Yaris. Number 26 is Taffy. That's a Motul SRPH HG Motorsports weapon they call Taffy by Gav Quintos. Gav goes sideways a little bit, lets a tail of that Yaris sway just a little bit. It looks nice from this angle. Definitely he's out to chase the sweet #1 spot in the battles of Group 5. Group 7, #1 now is Mark Sakilabon in the Toyota Corolla, followed by Byron Bassat in a Honda Civic EG, and then Jackson Garlejo in a Honda Civic FD. The top 3 of Group 7. So far, position lost over there for Keylor Perez in close quarters battle. Nicolo Ramos under pressure against Alan Escoto. Alan Escoto wanting to regain position #1 for Group 6. Group number 6 dogfight. That is some delicious battles going on. And now a delicious result. Getting grabbed over here. Grabbed by George Policarpio. And grabbing for a return to the #1 spot. Can Alan Escoto do something about it? That's the maroon VO's number 27 right there of HG Motorsports Sim Racing BH, powered by Motul. But that Honda Civic FD's got a lot of strides going on the main straight. Look at that gap suddenly right there. Gioca Basal right in front of them. That's one of the runners in Group 5. In the RL Motorsport white, red, and blue Honda Civic FD. There it is. The Amsoil Honda Civic EK, actually. That's Gioca Basal from RL Motorsports in collab with 4Play. In collab with 4Play Golf Lounge, should I say. Gav Quintos, by the way, clocks into purple. 236.3. for our front row battle. There it is. Purple, aka fastest lap of the race so far, is by Gav Quintos, but he's so far still struggling to solve the puzzle in front of him. That's a tough puzzle to solve in the form of George Policarpio. George Policarpio, number 7, is at #1 overall, #1 on Group 5 here for this grid race, Batch 2 grid race, presented by Amsoil Racing, presented by Silent Time Motorsport. There you go. Ooh, we are being given over here a very special treat. Excellent driving as always, George Policarpio. And Gav Quintos goes sideways, but he maintains control. Look at that. It is very worthy of screen record, repost. Screen record, repost. Make sure you grab that moment for Gav Quintos. It's going to be something he could share to his grandkids, to the kids of his grandkids for years to come. And back in the day, he would push this hard on the racetrack, on the legendary Clark International Speedway, fastest racetrack in the Philippines, FIA certified, the 4.189 kilometer racetrack in the country. The one with 18 turns, the one that's allowing them to go speeds of more than or close to 200 right over here on the main straight. Close to 200 on the main straight with these cars. There goes the train led by Gioca Basal in that red, white, and blue RL Motorsports 4Play Golf Lounge Honda Civic. And they're saying, excuse me, Gio. Gio is part of Group 5. The Group 6 drivers are finding their way to continue with their campaign. It is Nicolo Ramos, P1 on, or P2 actually on Group 6. Mark Tanlu is the leader of Group 6. Mark Tanlu is in another of the Toyota Yaris is on this lineup from HG Motorsports, SRPH, powered by Motul. Now that is what's going on at the very front. Jamil Lacuna now owns the fastest lap of the race. Jamil Lacuna is in the top 3 of Group 5. He's on car number 99 behind these guys here. So it's been the Yarises. The Toyota Yaris of the 00s in the top 3. See that? There's a white Yaris in the background. That's a P3 of Group 5. P3 overall. Jamil Lacuna has clocked in a 235.800 on a transitioning, drying up track. Moments ago, it was expected to be a wild, wet and wild race on race start, but things are getting better. Things are improving. And the pace of Gav Quintos is also improving. George Policarpio, though, is doing an excellent job keeping Gav Quintos right behind him as he lets that Yaris go a little bit sideways. He goes for a less momentum loss approach on that carousel, but it gives Gav Quintos an opportunity for a move closer to the tailgate now. Gav Quintos breathing down the neck of George Policarpio. Ooh, the battle of the Yaris is very nicely done by these gentlemen. We are being given a cracking performance by these guys. Smash and drive by Gav Quintos. Tries an outside line look. Looking for a switcheroo, not available on there. And of course, you got to be mindful of respecting. They got to be mindful of respecting this segment of the track. Final turn for the main straight. They don't want to end up on the wall or the tire barriers. Others have done the disrespect and they ended up on either of the walls, left or right. Gav Quintos trail braking. Same goes Jordan Policarpio. That is Jamil Lacuna, the owner earlier of the fastest lap. But now the fastest lap belongs to that guy, the race leader. It's got HID going on. Headlight is Dilau, or that's actually Gav Quintos with a headlight, the yellow headlight. The yellow fog lamp belongs to the race leader. One fog lamp on. I think he needs to have a collaboration with Keon Sandra to get a more reliable, or maybe the other fog lamp is a ram air system. Yeah, looking at it over here, that's a ram air system for that Yaris to give cool air for the turbocharger, cooler air for the turbocharger. Or maybe those are channeled to the brakes. There's going to be a splitter somewhere on that bumper maybe. We're going to have a chat with Edward Go of No Job Autocraft to let us know how he came up with that setup with a driver's side ram air system to channel colder air for somewhere in the engine bay. Gav Quintos still all over the tailgate of George Policarpio here. There goes Jamil Lacuna, making it a three-way party. Look at that now, Gav Quintos. Non-stop on the pressure build-up against George Policarpio. It is the George versus Gav show. 1118 Auto Spa. No Job Autocraft. Ooh, going sideways at the same time. Multitasking skills of Gav Quintos is way up there as well. Just like George Policarpio, looking all over his right side view mirror, rear view mirror. Sometimes you're going to see Gav Quintos on the left side of that car. On the double chicane they go. They avoid jumping on the curbs that much. Braking at the same time. A little bit of the tap on the brakes by George Policarpio. Maybe that's a decoy tap of the brakes. There they go. Final turn. Gav Quintos looking like he's going to try an approach on the outside. Let's see if he's going to be brave enough to do that. Yeah, that'll be something. We would love to see that, Gav. Let's go. Now here it is. Non-stop on the dogfight. They've been added over here. Nicolo Ramos in the Honda Civic FD in the gray car. Of course, that's Alan Escota in the maroon Toyota Vios. Another one from HG Motorsports, SRPH, powered by Motul. They have been at it trying to chase Mark Tanlu. Mark Tanlu is at number 1 in group number 6. Nicolo Ramos is at number 2. And Alan Escoto is right there inside the top 3. He would love to be at the second to the top of the podium. There's also Marcus Young in the mix. Marcus Young of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Although Marcus is part of group 5. There it goes, onto the main straight. 2 laps to go. Second and the final lap, indeed. And these guys have been giving us a wonderful show. Marvelous to look at. Gerard Policarpio versus Gav Quintos. I'm sure Edward Go is a little bit nervous over here because of what is going on. But of course, a good amount of faith, especially with the reputation established by Jordan Policarpio in that white Yaris. Nothing to worry about, guys. But of course, Gav Quintos here, he's also a reputable driver for Team HG Motorsports. There goes P3 overall. Car number 99, Jamila Kuna, another of our representatives from HG Motorsports SRPH powered by Motul. Right here, the Amsoil Silent Tire BGRC of the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Round number 4 of the season. Starter to the second half of season 2026. And the final lap begins. The intensification, if there's such a word. I'm sure things are going to be intensified over here for Gav Quintos. Get on with the more aggressive approach to distract George Policarpio, to push George for some mistakes and an opportunity for himself to grab the sweet top of the podium finish. Here it goes. He's going to soon run out of time, so it's going to be now or never on this final lap. When that window becomes available, there's a blue flag getting waved to Jasmine Dupo in that Hyundai accent. She's aware of it. She creates space, goes for the inside line later on, or maybe she's going to go for the outside line. She's braking. She's going to go for the outside line, and George Policarpio maintaining position number 1. A masterful drive over here so far by George. Gav Quintos also doing a brilliant drive, keeping patient, keeping control of the car, wanting to overtake Jeward. But so far, always shutting the door. Jeward Policarpio, efficient, very intelligent in choosing the racing line. Outsmarting Gav Quintos over here now so far. But Gav, you all know how clever. If he needed to pass on the grass with just 2 wheels on the grass, that's legal. Just make sure there's no contact that's going to happen. He's going to have to make sure that it does not happen. Usually they would be doing some slides on that segment of the track as well, but not for now. They're going to keep it clean. This is the home stretch of the race. It's going to be some of the most beautiful finishes for George Policarpio. Especially, he's got an ultra-talented challenger, Gav Quintos, breathing down his tailgate. The battle of the 00 Yaris's. These cars are bound to become future legends in motorsport here in the country as well. The way the Honda Civics have done their share. The Honda Civic EF, the Honda Civic EG, the EK, and now the FD. Now also added to the list, the Toyota Yaris of the 00s. Courtesy of these teams, these guys, these drivers. Jeward Policarpio in white with a carbon fiber tailgate. And the one they call Taffy, Gav Quintos. Looking like definitely he's going to run out of moments here to try to overtake. There goes the last chance. He's going to push for it right here on the home stretch. Will it be enough? Is he close enough for a drag race to the finish line? Will there be a photo finish on checkered flag? Looking like Jeward Policarpio eyeing for the number 1. He gets it. Congratulations, Jeward Policarpio. 11:18 auto spa. There goes number 99. Jamil Lacuna taking the third spot. Gav Quintos on a worthy P2 finish. There goes Earl Lampano. P4 in Group 5 from Team Good Sam. More of our finishers looking like it's going to be, that's actually Jasmine Depot in the Hyundai Accent. She's from Team LA Performance. Here it goes. Is that Alan Escoto ahead of Nicolo Ramos? The answer is yes. So here goes the top three for Group 6. Mark Tanlu, followed by Alan Escoto and Nicolo Ramos. Here they are on their checkered flag moment. Congratulations, Mark, followed by Alan, followed by Nicolo. Excellent driving by these guys. Marcus Young takes the checkered flag as well for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited inside Group 5. LJ Mutuk in that red Yaris. Kilo Perez in the Mitsubishi Lancer also took the checkered flag. There goes Gio Cabasal of RL Motorsports in collab with Ford Play Golf Lounge. We expect a Group 7 guys coming our way, led by Raihan Iftikhar, followed by Jexer Garlejo, and then Mark Sakilabon. And Raihan Iftikhar, Group 7 guy. Let's see. Checker flag, there it goes. Ooh, one of our Honda Civics in the FD layout. Jackson Garlejo just took the checker flag ahead of Raihan Iftikhar. And then Luis Moreno gets P3 inside Group 7. So are we going to see Luis Moreno at the podium stage later on? Stick around to find out. We just gave you the provisional results for now, but later, final list of winners are going to be announced. Congratulations. We also saw the Mark Sakilabon Toyota Corolla grabbing the checkered flag. Looking like there's an incident involving the Honda Civic EF of Team Speed Limit's very own Gilbert Angelo Orpilio. There's also Maurice Bachat on the number 38 Honda Civic EG sedan, grabbing the checkered flag. Join us at the podium stage later on as we announce our official winners here at round number 4 of the AMSOIL Silent Tire BGRC. The grid race results, the bracket race results, also the results of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Only here at the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. From Petron XCS and Petron Blaze 100. The 100 octane fuel from Petron is Petron Blaze 100. Thank you so much, Petron. We're also proudly supported by Drive at Master Republic. Quality apparel since 2013. DMR is Drive at Master Republic. Official lubricant is AMSOIL Racing, the first in synthetics, AMSOIL. Silent Tire Motorsport is the official tire of the BGRC. Yokohama, featuring the Yokohama Advent Fleeva, the official tire of the Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Huge thanks also to Grand Type Solutions Incorporated, LED screens providers here at Clark International Speedway. Aguila Auto Glass. Visit AguilaAutoGlass.com. We'll be back with the official results announcement straight from the podium stage. Stick around.
Series. Here at the Petron Philippine Motorsports Championships, huge thank yous to Amsoil Racing, Aguila Autoglass, and a lot of our big sponsors here with Petron Blaze 100 and Petron XCS. Thanks to Drive It Master Republic, DMR, Quality Apparel since 2013, Drive It Master Republic, DMR. Together with Brentech Solutions Incorporated. We're also proudly supported by Aguila Autoglass. Visit aguilaautoglass.com. Amsoil Racing, the first of synthetics, Amsoil. Silent Tire Motorsport, the official tire of the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. Silent Tire, with you through every turn. Silent Tire. Also proudly brought to you by Yokohama, featuring the Advan Fleva from Yokohama Tires Philippines, official tire of the Philippine Grand Touring Championships. Here we go. Here we go. Let's make way for the results of the 998 category. The 998 official results. The champion here at round number 4 of the Phil Mini Racers 2026. Champion goes by the name of none other than Luke Punsalan from JM Garage. The youngest driver on the grid is the fastest. Fastest lap of the race is courtesy of this young guy. That's how he looks like. Luke Punsalan, fastest Mini Cooper driver in the 998cc division. These are the sub 1 liter engines made in Great Britain, available here in the Philippines, maintained by these very talented engineers here. Again, MP2 goes to this close. AJ. In his early 20s, joins our teenage champion. Yeah, Luke is 18 years old. And B3 on the 998 category here, round number. Team Isoy, a seasoned gentleman. Roddy Caballero, here he goes, Mr. Isoy, ISOI. Take the champion, LUP Punsalan. Congratulations, and Team Isoy on the 3rd step of the podium. That's Luke, the champ. Next up will be the 1,275 category. The 1,200 powered Mini Coopers. And the champion is the unstoppable driver of Team Move Over, Arveer Herbat. Everybody else move over. Let me take the top of the podium. Here at round number 4, he gets to the top spot. Congratulations, Arveer Herbat, champion. And B2 goes to our one and only girl racer from Edge Sport Racing Team, Kathy Villiard. Congratulations, Kathy. There she is, representing the fast females out there. Yep, you could race against gentlemen and get it to the podium. Second to the top for our girl racer, Kathy Villiard, on the number 7 Edge Sport Mini Cooper. And completing our top 3 in the 1,275 category is the driver of the very impressive looking red Mini Cooper wagon. Congratulations, Jerry Santos. Jerry with a J. There he goes, also wearing his gorgeous Sparco racing suit. We're also proudly supported by Sparco Philippines, by the way, available at Clark Pit Stop. Congratulations to the top 3
In the 1275 category, led by champion Arvier Herbacio of Team Move Over, joined by Kathy Villar at P2, Jerry Santos at P3. Here at the 4th round of season 2026, start of the second half of the race season. 3 rounds done, the 4th round, here goes the official results. More of it for the Phil Mini Racers coming your way in just a little while. We're gonna recognize our overall top 3 in these classic Mini Coopers. Congrats, Arvier, the champ. Now, the champion overall here at the 4th round of the Phil Mini Racers category. P1 is Loop Punsalan. Another biggest win for our teenager, the 18-year-old Loop. Great job, young gentleman. Another one from JM Garage getting the biggest trophy, the gold trophy for the overall category. Now to take the silver overall is AJ Sese. AJ Sese and his Sparko Racing suit grabs another silver. Another 1-2 result for JM Garage. And P3 overall goes to Team Esoy, Rodney Caballero 98. Rodney, congratulations, sir. He gets the bronze trophy for the overall result of our Phil Mini Racers round number 4 for race season 2026 here at the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. From Petron Blaze 100, the 100 octane fuel from Petron and Petron XES. Congrats, Phil Mini drivers. Let's make way now for the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships official results. We kick it off with a GT1 Race 1 official top 3. Halfway mark of the season done. This is the start of the exciting battles that should continue for the other half of race season 2026. Champion of GT1 in race 1 goes to, the championship trophy goes to Kiel Cabasal of RL Aglaya Amsoil Racing, driver number 17. Great job, man. There goes, he's also one of our guys wearing the Sparko Racing suit. Kiel, champion of GT1 in race 1. GT1 race 1 P2 goes to Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, Rich Young, 777. He's one of our teenage drivers, 15 years old, Rich Young, with a background at the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy. Rich Young gets second to the top on race 1 of GT1. And GT1 P3 goes to the guy with the most number of points leading to round number 4. Race 1 P3 goes to him, the driver of the gorgeous Integra DC2 Type R from B Racing Development, Michael Xander Perez. He's also another of our teenagers, 17 years old, Michael Xander Perez. He collects more of those points for the season as he continues to increase his lead. 110 points in the past 3 rounds. And you're going to see the math after this race weekend here in the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. These are the race 1 results of GT1. Congrats, champion Kiel Cabasal. Ron Lucero in collab with Aglaya in collab with Amsoil Racing. They are the champions of GT1 in race 1. And GT2 P1 goes to the driver with the most number of points leading to this round here. He's starting to become unstoppable. A proud product of the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy. From Edgeport Racing Team, the champion of GT2 in race 1 is Will Christian Lucas. Way to go, Will. Power of the will. There goes Will Christian Lucas. He's got 107 points after 3 rounds of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. He's going to continue to increase his lead with another #1 finish here. Edge Sports' very own Will Christian Lucas, proud product as well of the Champions Maker, Coach Edgen Diliaco. Now, P2 on GT2 during race 1 is none other than J-Max Francois Fernandez. The big guy, Francois, and his big Civic gets to the second to the top of the podium, continuing the pressure on the Will Christian Lucas lead onto this round, round #4. And P3 goes to, from Camus Racing, Team MRC, Team Lowy, Luis Camus, the third. Where is Luis Camus? Or maybe we're going to tell him. We're going to tell him. He's going to have a good amount of points on race 1. Congrats on the GT2 P3 finish on race 1, Luis Camus. Francois Fernandez, second to the top from J-Mag. And of course, the champion, Edge Sports' very own Will Christian Lucas. The champ continues to extend his flex at the #1 spot. Next up, the GT3 results. These are the cream of the crop of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships for round #4 for season 2026. The champion is, from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, Marky Young, champion of race 1. Excellent result from qualifying, converts it to a dramatic finish during race 1. At the #1 spot, aka top of the podium, Marky Young, driver 888, and that older mid-90s Honda Civic EG hatchback. Congrats, Marky, the champ of race 1 on GT3, the fastest category of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships. And now here goes the rest of our fastest boys here at the GT battles. GT3 P2 on race 1 is, for a 1-2 finish of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, Carol Shelby Colliantes. Carol with a K. Excellent job on the result for that beautiful P2 finish with Marky Young on the checkered flag. And the top 3 of GT3 on race 1 is the guy who is also establishing an unbeatable stance in the top level category, aka the defending champion, Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring for 2025, Kim Lagman of TBR Edge Sport for Speed. Where is Kim Lagman? Kim Lagman, Kim Lagman. Where is Kim Lagman? Oh, we're going to let him know maybe he's got some appointments. But congratulations, Kim. He will continue to increase his lead, that's for sure. He's got 107 points in the season so far. Marky Young at the top for race 1 of GT3. Congratulations, Marky. Congratulations, Carol, for the 1-2 finish of Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, putting their number of points closer to the unbeatable, hard to beat actually, Kim Lagman, TBR Edge Sport Force Speed. The collab of Two Brothers Racing, Edge Sport by Coach Edgen Diliaco, and Force Speed by Sir Jeffrey DeLeon. Beautiful job by Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited on race 1 right there. Now, let's make way for the GT1 during race 2. The results are the following. P1 goes to the most beautiful result for Rich Young up in here. 777, congratulations, Rich Young. You are the champ. 15 years young, wearing his Sparco racing suit. Rich Young at the very top of the podium. Yeah, you gotta document that one, man. His top of the podium finish in the Philippine Grand Touring Championships in GT1 during race 2. Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Head to the front, never look back. He was untouchable right there. Congratulations. Good momentum for him. Now, B2 GT1 during race 2 is another good amount of points going to RL Aglaya Amsoil Racing by Kiel Cavasal. Beautiful job by this guy. The guy with a golden and white
Honda Civic EK. There you go. Congrats, Kiel. And to complete our top 3 in GT1 Junior Race 2, he extends another awesome result over here in the GT1 battles. Top of the championship standings, B Racing Development's very own Michael Xander Perez, driver number 88, the driver of that legendary DC2 Integra. That's a Type R. Congratulations, Michael. Congratulations, Kiel. And Monster. Congratulations to Rich Young, driver 777 for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, the youngest teenager on the lineup, 15 years young. Congratulations, Rich. GT1 has reached the top of the podium during race 2. Next official results would be official results coming up for GT2. For race 2, the champion is, I'm sure he's so glad he reached this level of the podium, J-Mac's very own Francois Fernandez. Straight out of Cabanatuan, man. With a great lineup of drivers straight out of Nueva Ecija. That province has been producing some of the finest drivers in Philippine Motorsport. That's J-Mac's very own Francois, top of the podium, aka champion on GT2 on race 2. And his closest rival is this guy who continues to become so impressive with a background from the Petron Motorsports Karting Academy, Will Christian Lucas, the driver of that yellow Civic EK. Another very important second to the top finish for Team Edgeport in GT2 by Will Christian Lucas. I'm sure more numbers are gonna come his way for the rest of the season. Plus, the motivation's gonna be higher with a lot of these guys bubbling under, fighting to match his pace. Congrats, champion Francois Fernandez. He succeeds in doing so to level with the championship leader in the standings so far. Congrats, champ Francois. Now let's make way for the GT3 Race 2 results. Yeah, these guys are vying to become a Golden Wheel awardee in Grand Touring at the end of the season. This guy is starting to get closer. He's part of the top 3, leading to round number 4 up in here. He goes by the name of Carol with a K. Coliantes from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited, champion during race 2 in GT3. Carol Shelby Coliantes, man, from autocross racing from back in the day to, of course, BGRC events, now to Grand Touring racing. Top of the podium he goes, increasing his number of points to get close to Kim Lagman's untouchable record. Next is P2 on GT3 June Race 2. The youngest driver in GT3 is Marky Young. Second to the top result for Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. It's going to be the 1-2 any team would love to have. Congratulations, Marky, converting that podium start, pole position start actually, to a podium result here, second to the top. And of course, P3 goes to Kim Lagman. Oh, there he goes. I no wonder, so busy celebrating, man. Yeah, grab your trophy as well. The unstoppable Kim Lagman, aka the Golden Wheel awardee in the 2025 season in Grand Touring. The Two Brothers racing driver, Edge Sport representative, Forced Speed representative, Kim Lagman. Congrats, Kim. Congrats, Marquis. And biggest congrats to Carol Coliantes, a.k.a. the Rain Master from Mark Young Racing Cars Unlimited. Every time it rains, he ends up becoming the best, some of the most impressive drivers in the wet. Carol Coliantes, congrats, champ. There goes your official results of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships, presenting the Yokohama Advan Fleva, the official tire option of the Yokohama Philippine Grand Touring Championships 2026. Round number 4 results. There you go. Next up, we make way for the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships. These are the BGRC big winners, beginning with the Batch 2 winners. Let's call on the bracket race Batch 2 winners. of the Bracket and Grid Racing Championships here at round number 4, presented by AMSOIL Racing. The first in synthetics, AMSOIL. And Silent Tire Motorsport, with you through every turn, Silent Tire. The champion goes by the name from J-Mag. He goes by the name of Jaxer Garlejo. Great job, Team J-Mag, man. It's starting to become a household name, as they would call it, when it comes to Bracket and Grid Racing. Batch 2 champion is J-Mag's very own, Jaxer Garlejo. There he goes, number 18 driver. And second to the top in the bracket race for Batch 2 is from La Performance, LA Performance, Max Central, Maurice Bassat. Maurice, congratulations. Yeah, way to go, my man. Maurice is a driver at EG Sedan. Try to get close to the Civic FD of J-Mag's Jaxer Garlejo. Second to the top result for him. And P3 of Batch 2 in the bracket race here at round number 4. It's J-Mag. Coming to 2 on Auto Club number 90, Nicolo Ramos. Congrats, Nicolo. Another one for J-Mag over here. It's a 1-3 result for our Cabana 2-1 racers. Divided by, of course, right there, Maurice Bassat of LA Performance Mac Central. Congratulations, the biggest of the champ, Jaxer Garlejo, Team J-Mag, top of the heap. Highest segment of the podium right here. Congratulations, Jaxer. Champ of Batch 2 of the bracket race here, round number 4. The AMSOIL Silent VGRC for 2026 from AMSOIL Racing and Silent Tire Motorsport. Now, the results of Batch 1. Who's going to hold on to the biggest trophy? Batch 1 bracket race champion is the driver of the drifting Yaris from No Job Autocraft, Stuart Policarpio. Wonderful job, man. I like the Showtime drive. Yeah, he makes everybody become very well entertained, letting you guys know you could drift actually a front-wheel drive car, especially in the wet. Stuart Policarpio, congrats, the champ of our bracket race in Batch 1 here at round number 4. Congrats to Sherwin Wang's racing team. Top of the heap. And P2 goes to, from Ron Lucero, RL Motorsport, Dominic Bond, the French driver, the driver of another Yaris, the black Yaris driver, Monzul Dominique Bon. He gets second to the top result with that black Yaris prepped by RL Motorsport for today's race. In Batch 1, he gets second to the top. And to complete the top 3 for Batch 1, the bracket race P3 goes to AC Gutierrez. This one's for Team Honda. The driver of that EG hatchback, the oldest car in this lineup from the 90s, joining the ranks of those younger Toyotas, the 00 Toyotas. Of course, Stuart Policarpio is a champ in a 00's No Job Autocraft white Yaris. Congrats, bracket race Batch 1 champion, Stuart Policarpio. Excellent job by these drivers. Stuart Policarpio gathering those big number of points round after round for season 2026. Congratulations, it's Dominic Bon. Now, let's have the grid race official results, beginning with Group 7. Heading down to Group 1 and the open group. Group 7 champion is a very familiar name. We mentioned his name earlier to occupy the top step of the podium. Go back to the top of the podium, please. J-Mag's very own, Jaxer Garlejo. What a race weekend for this guy. So he's a Rainmaster, indeed, in grid racing. He's also a Rainmaster in bracket racing. As you have noticed, every time we allow these cars to come out, they end up with a dramatic transition to their drives because it suddenly rains in the middle of the session. Next, our grid race Group 7 P2 goes to the legendary sim racing champion, from Sim Racing PH, from HG Motorsports powered by Motul. He's very familiar. Luis Moreno! Good job, Luis. And you gotta love it. He's driving a Mitsubishi Lancer in the group, surrounded by Toyotas. A 90s Lancer joining the team of 00's Toyotas. Congratulations, Luis. Second to the top on Group 7 during the grid race. And P3 goes to another one for Team Toyota, Mark Sakilaban, the driver of that Corolla. Congrats, Mark. Gets to P3 from CW. Team CW. Mark Sakilaban. You gotta love looking at that Corolla off of the year 2000. Luis Moreno off of the 90s with his Lancer. Injection Galejo in the 00's Honda Civic FD at the top of Group 7. Congrats, Jack Sir. Champion of Group 7 for the grid race. Here at round number 4 are the Amsoil Silent Tire BGRC 2026. Next up, Group number 6 official results. The champion is from HG Motorsports SRPH, Mark Tanlu, powered by Motul, powered by Imprint Customs. Mark Tanlu, aka the Bracket Race champion of 2025, the Golden Wheel awardee from season 2025. There he goes on the very top of the podium for group number 6. Second to the top goes to, for a 1-2 finish from HG Motorsports, Alan Escoto, the driver of the Toyota Yaris sedan, the Vios. Let's go. Of course, some of the future of Philippine Motorsports joins him here. Alan Escoto's kid. Congrats, Alan. That's another excellent result for Team HG Motorsports, Motul, and of course, Sim Racing PH. And to complete our top 3 for group number 6, go back to the stage, please. J-Mac up on the Twin Auto Club's very own Nicolo Ramos. We saw that beautiful exchange with Nicolo Ramos' Honda Civic FD against Alan Escoto's Toyota Vios. Great exchanges we saw, worthy indeed of screen record, repost. Do not forget, screen record, repost. Some of your favorite highlights of today's race. A very dramatic, very challenging. You guys were able to conquer it. Top of Group 6, Mark Tanlu. Congratulations to you. Champion of Group number 6 of our grid race. From Group number 6, of course, we go to Group number 5. Group number 5 champion is our Bracket Race Batch 1 champion, Jewel Policarpio from No Job Autocraft. Let's go, Jeward. I think he's not expecting this. Jeward Policarpio, where are you, bro? Paging, Jeward Policarpio. Jeward, you are the champ, my man. 1118 Auto Spa's very own Jeward Policarpio, Group 5 top finisher of our grid race. And his closest rival, oh man, this is so enjoyable to watch. They were drifting, dancing on their way to the number 1 spot, heading to the checkered flag, wanting to have a taste of the number 1 spot against Jeward Policarpio, but still a strong P2 finish for HG Motorsports Motul Sim Racing PH, Gav Quintos. It was a great battle to watch, man. Yaris versus Yaris. Gav Quintos, there you go, driver of that Yaris they call Taffy. Second to the top on the result. He tried his best. He threw almost everything but the kitchen sink. He even tried to dance right there, sideways on some of the moments. And the completed top 3 for Group 5 is another Toyota Yaris driver, number 99, Jamil Lacuna. Another strong finish for HG Motorsports, man. For Sim Racing PH, for Team Motul, they were able to grab a 2-3 on the result they have been eyeing for the team. Another strong performance by these guys, but the strongest of them all, Jewel Policarpio, champion of Group number 5 of our grid race, 1118 Auto Spa, No Job Autocraft. Congrats, Edward Go. Congrats, Sir Sherwin Wang. Biggest congrats, Jeward Policarpio, right there at the top of the podium. Now we go to Group 4. The champion of Group 4 is the driver of that beautiful yellow Honda Civic EK hatchback from Team J-Mag, Jerwin Hassan. Congratulations, Jerwin. Another one from Team Cabana 219 Cia. Jerwin Hassan and his gorgeous Honda Civic EK hatchback. And P2 of our grid race in Group 4 is from LA Performance, Team Amsoil, LJ Panlikan. Team Link ECU. It's our Mitsubishi driver, man. They did a lot of the hard work, the sleepless nights, trying to catch up to the schedule of the race weekend. They were able to make it. What a result, a very satisfying result indeed. And a lot of these teams go for that kind of hectic result, hectic schedule, preparing sleepless nights onto the race weekend. P3 of Group 4 of our grid race is Mr. ACG, AC Gutierrez, the driver of the hatchback from the mid-90s. Congratulations, AC Gutierrez. In the top 3 of Group 4, LJ Pandigan right there in the Mitsubishi Lancer from the 90s. And of course, Jerwin Hassan in the late 90s. Honda Civic EK hatchback. He's the champ. Jerwin Hassan at J-Mag. Champion of Group 4 here at round number 4 of the Amsoil Racing Silent Time Motorsport Grid Race for 2026 here at Clark International Speedway. Next official results will be for Group 3. The champion goes by the name of Dustin Senna from Cabana 21 Auto Club. Big win for Dustin and for all you fans of Team Honda and of course Team Cabana 21, another of our Honda Civic EG drivers. He's the champ and his closest rivals are the following. P2 goes to Kevin Serrano. Congratulations, Kevin. From Team Shedworks, you can see his shirt right there. Team CW. CW, number 69. Another one from Cabana 21 Auto Club in collab with RL Motorsport. It's a 1-2 result so far for Cabana 21 Auto Club. And Group 3 P3 is Kenneth Bernardo, making it a 1, 2, and 3 from Cabana 21 Auto Club. Another beautiful result for the hardworking men and women of Cabana 21 Auto Club. Top 3 results. Wonderful. The champ is from Cabana 21 Auto Club, Dustin Senna, and the gentlemen surrounding him, Kevin and Kenneth, are also from Team Cabana 21 Auto Club, collaborating with Ron Lucero, RL Motorsports. Congrats, champ Dustin Senna. And of course, from Group 3, we go to Group 2. Let's call in the champion of Group number 2, the driver representing Team Honda Green Hills and Formula Builders. Congratulations, champ, Uncle Edwin Rodriguez. Uncle Edwin wearing his Sparko Racing suit. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce all of you, the champion of Group 2, Edwin Rodriguez. Please occupy the top of the podium. Edwin Rodriguez, driver number 77 Honda Civic FD with a checkered flag on the livery from Honda Green Hills Racing Team in collaboration with Formula Builders. Congrats, Uncle Edwin Rodriguez. Way to go, champ. See you in the next round. Take it easy, man. Okay, now let's call in the champion of the grid race for Group 1. The driver of that very impressive Toyota Supra from VKC, Manuel Chua Jr. Manuel Chua garnering good amounts of seat time, becoming very, very impressive, looking really, really nice on our grid race a few moments ago. He's a champ on Group 1 here at round number 4, presented by AMSOIL Racing, presented by Silent Time Motorsport, here at the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Biggest congrats, Gazoo Racing Super Driver, Manuel Chua Jr. of Team BKC. He is the champion in Group 1. Now we go for the fastest division of the bracket race, of the grid race, the BGRC event. This is for the open group of the grid race. The champion is from SRS Redline Alcoholic, Angelo Magtoto. Definitely it is worthy, having a lightweight modification minus the side mirror. Congrats, champ. Angelo Magtoto, driver number 22 from SRS Redline Alcoholic. And joining him on the stage is his closest rival, aka King of the Palace. Congratulations, Mark Savino from Candy Racing. Congratulations, Mark Savino. The United Kingdom driver gets to the second to the top of the podium, joining Angelo Magtoto, our champion in the open group of the Silent Tire AMSOIL Racing Grid Race, round 4 of race season 2026. Congratulations, Angelo. And of course, congratulations, Mark Savino. Biggest congrats, Angelo. Have more of those moments. Celebrate accordingly, guys. See you guys in the next round. Thank you to everybody, the hardworking track marshals, the race officials, and of course, our team from AC Licensed Sounds and Mad Films, led by Banjo de Guzman. And of course, thanks to our friends from the United GT Race Series for joining us here today. The Rat Challenge BH, the European Touring Car Championships, the Philme Racers. Thank you for a very beautiful race weekend for Philippine Motorsport. This has been round number 4 on the Petron Philippine Motorsport Championships. Take care on your way home, guys. Thanks to Petron Blaze 100 and, of course, Petron